Yeah, that 977 is firmly stuck to the back of the Veloce car like glue, and I don't think Henrik Gamble is going to be giving that one up anytime soon. Of course, Gamble going to be focused on the back of the Veloce car, and if you're wondering who Henrik Gamble is, he was just aged 22 years old. Lots of experience in a number of sims except iRacing, and seeing motorsport on TV and the Nordschleifer urged him to do it, and virtually was the only option. Of course, real life motorsport requiring a massive budget. Sim racing, not so much, although the cost of some equipment now has gone through the roof. Has been in the team since November 2022, and is the SimGrid World Cup Silver champion. And his favourite track and car, you guessed it, it's the Porsche at the Nürburgring. So Henrik Gamble very comfortable indeed with this setup at the moment. One of his favourite ones in the game, and of course with the new 992 machinery, the Porsche driving even better than its predecessor did with the 1.9 update. And both drivers definitely putting in some time with this car. We know Malinowski is a Porsche master, should we say, in finger quotations, from the previous generation of car. And it's great to see him gelling with the 992. And I think these new cars with the team liveries, Tim, look absolutely fantastic. It's been one of the things I've been itching to see since 1.9 came out. And the Veloce livery, the Kramer livery, they just look so good on these new 992s.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I know we were talking about some of the liveries earlier on, John, before we came on the stream, but I have to agree. I think this season as a whole, we've seen some great liveries from some of the cars. Of course, there's worth mentioning the Unicorns of Love and Pulse Sim Sports team used to have that great livery. They have now changed it up since the new cars have been released, but it's still looking as stunning as ever with a slightly new layout of the colours. You've still got the pink and the yellow combined with both the team's logos on that Pulse SimSport car as well. But a lot of great liveries across the field right now. It's always a pleasure seeing them, and especially with the new cars being launched, a couple of new liveries out on the field too. But the Veloce guys still in that purple and black livery. It's almost trademarked by them at this point, John. I feel like if you see a purple and black car coming towards the rear of you in a sim race, you're thinking, oh God, I'm about to be overtaken by a Veloce.
Yeah, it's more than likely going to be Veloce at that point. Not many teams electing for the lilac purple color and the black, but absolutely striking livery. It's great to see teams' creativities, shall we say, and one of the liveries that I am missing at the moment, if anybody's listening from those teams, is the Pulse SimSport X Unicorns of Love split Ferrari livery. From what I understand, the 296 template isn't the easiest to work with, but I would love to see the hybrid split down the middle livery that we saw on the 488. One of my favourites on that one. This battle at the front here, though, still continuing on. Henrik Gamble still no closer than he was last time by, although drivers running very equal laps indeed last time by. Malinowski with a 154.6 and Henrik Gamble with a 154.8, so just 0.2 seconds apart on that one. And Spaghetti Racing with Lucas Scheckenberger at the wheel, hunting on to the back of the F1 Memes racing team in P18. That's Nikolai Polyakov in that car, and that's a name, Tim, myself and you both know from another community we operate in. Polyakov is no slouch at all, so I think he's going to be trying to pull clear of that.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the Spaghetti Racing team for a minute. You may have noticed there next to their position number, it did say that the little green 21 with an arrow pointing upwards. That means they've gained 21 positions since the start of this race. They started P40, now up at P19. Oh no, what's happened here? Low fuel motorsport car, Daniel Hayder off the side of the track going into German countryside. It looks like here we're going to get a glorious replay, see exactly what happened to the 256 low fuel motorsport team here, coming down the back straight down towards the final chicane here. Wondering if maybe they just clipped that curb a little too hard, and you saw they took a bit too much curb, swung the car around and couldn't stop the force of the car before it went into the wall. That's unfortunate as well, because you can see there the bonnet of the Simucube sponsored team pushed up a little bit. Gonna need fixing in the pits, John, and you can see now already having to peel into the pit lane. That's going to put them right to the back of the field. Not an ideal situation for them. But yeah, Spaghetti Racing team, you can see now gaining 21 positions in this race so far. Absolutely phenomenal drive from them. They have had some great pace since the beginning of this race.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, if you're wondering at home what these drivers are fighting for, they are fighting for a cash prize on the line. So at the end of the championship, once all the points have been added up and finalised, first place will be taking away a whopping €5,000. Second place gets their hands on €2,500, and third place will take home €1,000. There is, of course, alongside the cash prizes, a non-cash prize in the form of a voucher via one of our partners here, caseking.de. So first place will pick up €1,400 worth of vouchers for Moser products via caseking.de. Second place will pick up €1,200 voucher for Noble chairs via caseking.de. Third place will take €1,000 via Next Level Racing at caseking.de. And fourth place will get their hands on €800 voucher for Glorious at caseking.de. And fifth place finally will get a €600 voucher for Ducky via caseking.de. And alongside that, there is also a bonus cash prize of €100 per race for the fastest qualifying lap. So round one, the Italian job got their hands on that. Round two went to West Competition Racing, and of course Veloce took the honours for today's race. And then we get another bonus €100 per race for the team that makes up the most positions in the race. And BF Racing, want to say, have taken it at rounds 1 and 2, with making up 20 positions at round 1 and another 23 at round 2. So they've already netted €200 in their prize pool as well. And Spaghetti Racing, as you said, Tim, might be on the cards to earn that one today. But of course, with 5.5 hours still to go, there's plenty of time to make up a lot of places. And the Italian job team, shown on your screen here, such a good, strong round at round 1 with qualifying and a race that kind of slipped away from them. But unfortunately, not finding much luck here at the Nürburgring, of course, with the 1.9 update. I've heard a few Honda drivers complaining about the state of the car and how it drives. I briefly had a small stint in it, and it does feel very, very oversteery now on the new patch. So keep your eyes on that one. But Lucas Scheckenberger here, 21 positions made up, looking to try and make it 22 on the F1 memes car ahead, the number 98, driven by Polyakov at the moment. But that's not going to be an easy feat, because I, for one, know how fast that man is ahead of him.
Absolutely. We mentioned already Polyakov, a very fast driver, notorious in a couple of other series as well as being a match to not mess with. But now you've got Lucas Schneckenberger for Spaghetti Racing. They're going to try and look for a way through. Of course, the thing that we've alluded to a little bit here, John, but not fully gone into detail about is, of course, being an 8-hour race here today, they've got a lot of time to make these moves happen. I mean, yes, you still want to do it as quickly as possible. That's just in a race's nature, is to want to get through the car ahead as quickly as possible. However, one of the benefits of having so long left in the end of this race isn't just that anything can happen in terms of incidents across the field and unforeseen circumstances, that actually you've got a bit of time to really wait for that perfect window of opportunity to open up itself. We talk a lot in sim racing, especially sprint races, about how when that move opens up, you've got to do it quite quickly, or if you're stuck behind the driver, you want to clear them as quickly as possible, so you can put out a huge advantage on them behind. But actually in endurance racing, not necessarily always the case to do it as quickly as you can. Sometimes it's just best to wait for that perfect opportunity, minimizing the risk of an accident between the two cars as well. So of course, that's one of the things that the Spaghetti Racing has to their advantage right now, is they don't have to make any moves very quickly. The other thing is, as well, is if the car ahead of you is a similar pace, you can end up working together, actually not putting too much pressure on them, and that way both you can climb up the field together. I mean, we saw it earlier where one team was heavily under pressure. I believe it was the Low Fuel Motorsports team was heavily under pressure from behind, and it meant that they were getting slowed down quite massively. Of course, Wild Things Racing as well experienced that with the Petrol Brothers team, where Petrol Brothers putting a whole load of pressure, sticking their nose up the inside of Wild Things Racing each corner. So you've got a team doing that behind you, John. Very hard to do some quick laps. There's an incident between car number 144, that's Team 1FF, and the car 49, Burst Esport. It's now under investigation. That was on lap 77, turn 1. But yeah, John, if you've got a car right behind you, they keep pressuring you into every corner, making it look like they're going to go for an overtake. It can be really hard to keep up pace here. So something a lot of these teams might want to bear in mind, especially if they are the ones behind, is maybe just if the team ahead of you is on a similar pace, don't interrupt them too much, because you may just end up holding both of yourselves up for longer than you want to.
Yeah, that's the thing with endurance racing. It is basically all about minimizing time loss. So, I mean, if you and the car ahead, for example, as we look here at Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports and the Yassi Ferrari ahead, just looking down the live timing, Tinko van der Velde last time by with a 155.6, and Samir Foch ahead in the Yas Heat car with a 155, sorry, point 0.7. Point 0.1 between them. It's not a massive term in time. So I mean, you could have worked together probably to climb your way back to the rear of SOP Esports, but Tinko thinking that he's going to get a much better run if he can dispatch of the Yassi car, and he did so in the first sector. But it's all about minimizing time loss, like you say, and minimize the amount of time you spend on pit lane, whether it be down to accidents, extra stops, penalties, drive through, stop and goes, that kind of stuff. If you can minimize the time loss stuck behind a rival, stuck in traffic, any kind of small margin will soon add up to a bigger advantage over the course of 8 hours. But absolutely, if you can work with somebody rather than trying to put your nose up the inside, go around the outside, making it awkward for everybody involved, it's gonna negate your time loss a lot better than if you just kind of sit behind them and just wait naturally for the move to happen, and pray the rival behind you isn't in clear air and catching you. Of course, a lot of cars on the circuit today. 38 cars started. We've still got 35 circulating, so really big numbers on that one. In Nürburgring, bit of a long lap, so kind of traffic is few and far between sometimes, but there's some really awkward sections where you can catch slower cars, and can add up to a big time loss, especially if you're catching them in that place every time. As we go to a glorious replay here, looking at Gladkey with a big moment out of Schumacher S. Very well held indeed. Got a little bit too greedy on the inside of the green turf, and the gravel trap on the inside drops away quite heavily on there. And you saw how much that upset the Team Shazoo GT Omega Ferrari 296. It's a very big upset, very well held by Gladkey. Hopefully he hasn't damaged the Pirellis too much. And speaking of 38 cars, Daniel Hayder all the way down at the back now after the incident in the chicane where he put himself to driver's left into the wall, pitted instantly to fix the damage, and found himself at the back of the queue. But a little bit of a brick of Aston Martins going on here, Tim. BF Racing at the head of it, followed by Homer Sim Racing and Sim RC. So these guys are going to be finding it very tricky to get around each other, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All in the exact same car type. Of course, setups will differ slightly between the teams, and driver skill level as well will play a part in this. But when you're all in the exact same car, it can be hard just to find those little advantages which will help you to get ahead. We could be seeing this train form for a little while. Of course, the Aston Martin, the car that after the most recent update still continues to be a great all-rounder. Used to be well known as just an all-round car in ACC, not excelling at anything above any other cars. However, was, as I said, just good at about everything. Straight lines, corners, it could do it all at a fairly decent level, and that's still the case after the most recent update. Something I wanted to mention, John, that I've seen after the most recent update that a lot of drivers were originally complaining about is tyre graining was a huge issue, especially right after the update was released. The teams were struggling to hold on to those tyres for much more than 20 minutes before they completely dropped off and became almost impossible to drive on. Of course, recent patch that came out, I believe, 2 days ago has fixed that issue. It's no longer quite as predominant. However, tyre wear still does pick up a lot quicker than it used to after the most recent updates. That's something to say a lot of teams are going to be looking out for, especially with stints being an hour long at a time. Might be that you get towards the end of the hour and you're thinking, actually, I could really do a fresh set of tyres now because these ones are dead and not doing too much for me anymore. But luckily not quite as bad as it was at the beginning of the update, because John, I was watching a race that happened, it was I think 3 days after the initial update, and let me tell you now, 10 minutes into the race we had teams unable to control the car because the tyres had already grained so much that they were impossible to drive on. So it is refreshing to know that's no longer the case. However, tyre wear still hard to manage, just not quite as dramatically.
Yeah, I heard a lot of drivers complaining when 1.9 first dropped about the significance of the graining on tires. It was, I wouldn't say over exaggerated, but it was very easy to damage your tires in the early stage of the stint. Did a race, ironically, with LFM, the last endurance race at Watkins Glen on a Sunday, and myself and my teammate both complained about graining in the practice. And it is all about how you bring the tires in now. And like you say, Tim, there was an update 2 days ago that essentially patched, in quotation marks, the graining, made it a little bit less severe in some cases. As we go to a glorious replay, another LFM Ferrari way off into the grass, almost ending up at the Nordschleife before returning to the track in the final corner of the Hyundai curve. Not sure what happened there, but maybe some curb action forced Neil Steinbrenner all the way out to driver's left there. Very well held, especially over the grass. It's, grass in ACC can be very bumpy and it can really throw the car off. So kudos for not sticking that one in the wall. And Jean Alesi and West Competition Racing still locked together. Although, just want to remind viewers at home, Jean Alesi, the car ahead, the number 38 Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, does have a 10-second time penalty to be served at the next pit stop. So instead of being held for the standard traditional 30 seconds, it's going to be held for 40 seconds, which should, in theory, allow the West Competition car through. So Victor Nicolai probably playing this one a little bit smart, Tim, as we said earlier. He knows the penalty's coming. He's probably been told on the radio by the team, look, don't push the car, don't make a mistake, stay within, 10 seconds of the guy ahead, and we should be golden for another place gained. And of course, with places gained equals points gained in the championship. And speaking of places gained, the Team Shizuka of Hladky looks to the inside, although nothing to be had on SG Stern. Chris Hanna currently at the wheel of the 199 on that one. This battle still raging on, but no driver kind of over the other one. It seems the Ferrari's a lot better in the latter half of the lap, whereas the Mercedes seems to excel in the kind of first to mid half of the lap. So a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, but all the meanwhile, look in the back, you've got the F1 Memes Racing team of Polyakov, and with him, he will of course bring Scheckerberger into the fight. So you might even have a little four-way fight here for P16 in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Messi Stern will be looking to prevent that from being the case. They're going to try and find a bit more overall pace around the lap here, see if they can pull a bit of a gap to Team Shizu from behind. But of course, Team Shizu not going to make that easy. And now they're right up against the back of the SG Stern car. They're going to be very hard to be shaken now, as they've got a lot of slipstream, especially down the main straight. It will leave the 199 very vulnerable going into turn one as well, because of the pull that the Shizu GT car is going to get. But I have to agree with you with what you were saying about West Competition Racing. The 1.2 seconds, about 1 second average behind the Jean Alesi team. And honestly, I think it's in their best interest here to just wait for the pit stops to roll around. The Jean Alesi guys, well known for being amazing behind the wheel, are definitely not going to make it easy for West Competition Racing to overtake and pin behind the wheel of that number 38 right now. Definitely going to be defending as much as they possibly can. That being said, though, with the 10-second penalty, there's only so long that they can really defend for. But on the flip side, that's also a good thing for Jean Alesi in a way. They know that they've got that 10-second penalty, John. Really what they want to do is keep West Competition Racing behind, because it means after they serve that penalty, yes, they'll then be 8 seconds behind West Competition Racing, give or take, when they come out. But it's better than if West Competition Racing gets through now, maybe they put a little bit of a gap to the Jean Alesi team, maybe they gain themselves a 3-second, 5-second gap. That all adds on to how far behind Jean Alesi will be when they come out of the pits. So it's in their best interest right now, keep West Competition Racing behind. That way there may be a chance that later on in the race, after a couple more hours, they've really closed up that gap again and can still be fighting for that 5th position.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, time is one of those things in endurance racing you do have to keep an eye on. And like you say, Tim, the last thing you want to do is, as Jean Alesi, is let West Competition Racing through because you feel like they're being too aggressive, or, trying to put themselves where they shouldn't be. And then all of a sudden, Victor Nicolai suddenly opens up 5 to 10 seconds gap before the pit stop, and then all of a sudden you're now 10 seconds back on top of that, which means you're way out of contention now. But Creme de la Course looking to the back of the West Competition Racing car we were just talking about there, the number one just ahead, just outshot there. Probably going to want to maybe work together if they can with the West Competition Racing number one, and slightly outbraking themselves into turn one. Nearly made contact there on the back of the number one. And, the last thing you want with, a fight that's going on like this is a lapped car involved. Of course, if Creme de la Course can find their way through on West Competition Racing, or I don't think so with the big slide there, that's not going to do the Pirellis any good in the latter half of the stint. And you can see still fighting oversteer in that car. So Creme de la Course, maybe with some car issues, 14 places down on where they originally started. So not good on that one. Possibly some other issues at hand with them. And Kladky now looking ever closer than he was last time by on the back of SG Stern. Not sure if he can use the slipstream of the Mercedes. Giant hole that's being punched in the air. Of course, the Ferrari, a very low slung car. The Mercedes sits a little bit taller in its shadow and composition, although not close enough to make a move into turn one. Although look how close Tim Polyakov's got. He's now within a second of the back of the Team Shizou car. So this two-way fight has now become a three-way fight. Kladky's going to be in the middle. He's going to have to watch his mirror and watch the car ahead to see if anything can be done.
Exactly. It's all a juggling act now for Kladky in that Team Shizou GT Omega car. Because like you just said, they've got a car in front they're trying to get their way through, but also under massive pressure now from behind from the Formula One Memes Racing team. And they've definitely got to pay attention to that, because the thing is, it's all very well when you're just trying to overtake someone, maybe it doesn't pay off, and at the end of the day, that's that usually. However, if there's someone directly behind you, you have to pick and choose those moments when it's perfect to get that overtake off, because if right now Kladky goes for an overtake, they're going to leave themselves a little bit vulnerable from behind. That just opens the door for the F1 Memes team to maybe find their nose in between them and the Team Shizou. They may even gain a place out of it. So for now, for Kladky, it's a case of pick and choose your overtakes a little bit more wisely than maybe you were doing it before. You just got to take the extra second to think, okay, is it worth it here, or am I just going to leave myself completely vulnerable to the team behind? And that's all going to play a part in SG Stern now. They've done a great job of defending so far, able to fend off Team Shizou, but now they're going to have a little bit of a breather almost. Even though Team Shizou GT, they're still there lurking, they're still going to be looking for that overtake, but they're not going to be able to do it quite so often. That just means that SG Stern has a chance to not worry too much about what's happening behind. Maybe that can help them put a little bit more of a gap. Although that being said, coming now out the final corner onto the start-finish straight, Kladky very close to the rear of the 199. They're going to have a great pull down the start-finish straight. We'll probably look for a move in the hairpin towards the end of it, though not quite as close as they want to be. Look towards the inside for a second, but you can see there, not nearly enough where they want to be. There wants to be more alongside the SG Stern going into turn one, but just not able to do so this time round. We'll have to wait, and you can see 0.7 seconds to SG Stern, 0.4 seconds to F1 Memes Racing team behind. So Kladky now under pressure directly from the number 98.
Yeah, I don't think Polyakov's going to be hanging around once he does get close enough to the Team Shizuka. He's already hoovering up the time behind on that one as well. I'm just looking to the live time report just to see if I can find some lap time references. Last time by for Polyakov was a 1:55.4 and Kladky set a 1:55.8. So nearly half a second between these guys in lap time. So Polyakov is probably going to be through within the next couple of laps or so, I would like to say, on that one. And if you're wondering where we're heading next in the calendar, next month, June 3rd, we take ourselves stateside for the Circuit of the Americas, where we hit for 12 hours around Kota. July 29th, we find ourselves all the way back in Asia for Suzuka for 8 hours there, so similar format to what we're running today. And then around 6 on August 26th, we find ourselves in Italy for 12 hours of Imola, before flying all the way back to Britain in the September the 30th for round 7 at Silverstone for 8 hours. And then the big one, finalising the calendar, November 25th, we head to Australia for Mount Panorama for a whopping 24 hours down under. And that is going to be the grueling race for all drivers here. It's going to be a test of much endurance, you know, how fast can you get your car up and down the mountain. And of course, with the 1.9 update and new machinery, it's going to be very interesting to see as well there. And, you know, just want to take a quick moment to say thank you to, of course, everybody at home that watches our broadcast, whether it be in the English language, the German, or the Spanish that LFM have put on for you guys at home. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without the drivers, you guys, and of course, everybody involved in the event behind the scenes. So a big thank you to everyone on that one. And a big thank you to some of our partners, of course, for today as well, making this championship possible. Low Fuel Motorsport, who need no introduction. I'm sure you know exactly what they do. We have Lian Li Industrial Co., founded in 1983. It is one of the largest and most respected family-owned and ran designer in manufacturing of high-quality PC cases and accessories. CaseKing.de, of course, an online shop, has since become one of Europe's most successful online providers of computing hardware, employing more than 550 people worldwide. And of course, putting on a wonderful selection of prizes for the teams in the championship. Head on over to caseking.de, or alternatively, their British partner company, overclockers.co.uk. Noble Chairs, of course, another passion-built project in 2016 from seasoned industry veterans who were a little bit sick with the gaming chair market and decided to flip it on its head, and have since become a leading brand in the gaming industry. And Moser Racing, again, a company who has shot to fame with their sim racing products in recent years, but founded in 2012, was a world-leading manufacturer of camera stabilizers and gimbal cameras, and now, of course, sim racing gear. Next Level Racing, established in 2009 and available in over 40 countries globally, makes it one of the most accessible sim racing brands for any rig-related solutions. Glorious Gaming, once again, another passion-built project on mouse and keyboard peripheral market, which of course takes us on to our next partner, Ducky. Once again, very similar to the Glorious company, although founded a little bit earlier in 2008, but still very highly up there in the overly saturated keyboard market. And finally, HC Dizzy, a passionate German streamer who has recently turned to YouTube as well, so be sure to check him out. And that takes us nicely up to the mark where we need to take a small break. We need to hop a different Discord channel. We need to get some interviews prepped. We'll have a few people joining us in the box, so any burning questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and we'll see if we can pitch them over. But do bear with us. We're going to give you probably an onboard of some kind, I imagine, with the Moser Racing cockpit cam. So turn up your speakers, enjoy the sound, and we'll be back with you within 5 minutes or so. Bear with us. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. Today, it's of course race day for round 3 at the Nürburgring, located in the Eifel region, with some fantastic weather today. Very different to the last round we had at Paul Ricard. I'm one of your many commentators for today, John Dalton. Alongside me is Tim Peck, and behind the cameras is John Watts. Welcome back, Tim.
Thank you very much, John. It's been an exciting race so far. Of course, we've still got the Veloce Sports team at the lead of this race. Malinowski managing to pull a gap of 2.2 seconds to Kramer Racing Esports behind. Of course, at the beginning of this stint, those two were neck and neck with each other, with the 977 in the lead, but Malinowski, able to find a way through, has now pulled a nice, decent gap to them from behind. Shoot decision for the instant. This is involving the number 44 Viscero Esports car and the 121 Armamentario Racing team in lap 84. Penalty for the 121 Armamentario. They'll get 5-second time penalty. They'll have to then serve during the next pit stop. But back to the race, you've got Malinowski in the lead, Kramer Racing Esports in that second place, just 2.5 seconds off, and then Team 1 FF, a 15-second gap to them in P3, but filling up that final podium slot, I'm sure they'll be very happy with how this race is going so far.
Yeah, speaking of very happy, I'm pretty sure we're going to have one very happy team manager indeed. The West Competition Racing number 1, currently in P6, just down 2 positions on the initial starting position, and current championship leaders for the Virtual Endurance Masters title. Welcome in, Alex Siklovan. Welcome to the booth. Great to have you here, and how are you finding the race so far? Is it, are the drivers living up to their expectations, should we say?
Hey everyone, absolutely. We're enjoying this third round just as we enjoyed the first 2 rounds of the championship. I might say I'm a bit surprised to see such a warm and sunny weather here at the Nürburgring. We're more accustomed to a cloudy front and maybe some drops of rain. But yeah, this is quite an exception compared to real racing usually here at the ring.
Yeah, absolutely. The Eifel region is kind of renowned for having almost 3 or 4 different weather zones in the course of a lap. But lovely weather here today, of course, 26 air, 34 truck. So perfect conditions almost for the Pirelli tyres. And, everybody's question this week is obviously the 1.9 update that dropped just a few weeks ago, and how drivers are kind of adapting to it. Within the West Competition Racing camp, have you guys had any issues with 1.9? I know the BMW kind of feels a little bit sluggish in turning now, on the default setups anyway. I'm not sure what you guys do behind the scenes regarding that, but how are the drivers finding it? Are you still enjoying your chosen car? Of course, fielding 2 BMWs in the field today, the number 1, the number 33. How's it all gone for you? How much time have you put into everything since the update?
It's been difficult. I mean, it would have been one thing with the sole update with 1.9.0, but afterwards, 0.1 and 0.2, the tiny incremental versions, the last of which has come very, very recently, these 2 versions have changed a lot. The order between cars, it's becoming more and more complicated. You're studying graining and wear and everything for a few days, and then there's this new version changing everything. The changes are radical. For instance, only this week we had on Wednesday we had Sebastian Apostol in the SRO Esports Sprint Series, the European Sprint Series in the BMW. It was a very sluggish car, as you said. It was awful to drive at Monza, one of the poorest cars, which wasn't the case in 1.8. Back then, the BMW was a strong weapon at Monza. With 1.9, it became absolutely dead, I would say. And immediately, one day after that event, a new tiny incremental version has changed everything once more, and once again the BMW is strong at Monza. Unfortunately late for us in the SRO campaign. We don't have it here in the VEM either, but this is a bit annoying, I would say. I don't like to complain a lot, but the changes are a bit too dramatic, in my opinion, from 1.9.0 to 0.1 to 0.2.
Yeah, some really big changes between the two, of course, with the graining kind of adaptation change in point two once again, and of course, like you say, with the BOP adjustment kind of from point zero to point two, again flipped kind of every car on its head. The Lamborghini became 20 kilos lighter everywhere, so that became again a car that
Look at
kind of
it.
came
Look at
back
it where
into
it is.
contention again. Yeah,
Look,
I'd say it's very strong. P5 just ahead of you guys, although 10-second penalty on the cards for them. So you're certainly going to gain a position in the next
we
next
know a
round of
thing or
stops, I'd
two.
say.
We know a thing
Yeah,
or two about where those 10 seconds came from. It was an incident with our car, with the number
yeah,
one car in turn four. There were two incidents actually. One in the last corner. That one was NFA. The other one, 10 seconds. I think, and it's the second penalty of that car. It would have been flying without two 10-second penalties. The first one came in the first hour. We don't know for what it was. It didn't involve us, but the second one did. So we're gonna gain that place. We're keeping our eyes set on the Mercedes number 14 as well. There's some variety of drivers there, and still we kept the pace of that car during Victor's current stint. So it's not out of reach. Fred comes from behind. Of course, it's obvious for everyone already in after 3 hours of racing that Porsche is the car to have on this track. BMW, of course, not that bad. It's still I would rate it second best, third best, something like that. But still, I'm a bit worried about the TF Racing Porsche. It can obviously get back to us. I'm absolutely positive that they can pull it off.
yeah. TF Racing again, good showing at round one of Watkins Glen. They were fairly inside the top 10 quite securely. So definitely a team you want to keep your eye on, as you said. Just want to touch on one of your sponsors. You're actually involved, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, with BMW Romania.
Yeah, it's been there since quite a few years before we even started to get the courage of racing internationally with these drivers that you now see almost all the time in every major competition. You will see Sebastian Apostol, Victor Nicolai, Andrei Miklia. They're always there, but it wasn't really the case up until 2 years. They were only racing domestically. And then with BMW Romania always supporting us, we kind of get the drive and the will to push forward and reach the level that you are seeing now.
Yeah, for sure. We were touching on in a completely separate community, one that you may or may not be racing in tomorrow, with the
We are
ITB esports
definitely,
guys.
we
Indeed,
are
the
definitely
ITB
doing
esports
that.
guys now have a partnership with Santalock Racing. They've recently fused together, and they're kind of using their real life drivers to help the virtual drivers kind of mentally and coach them as such. Have you guys been approached by any BMW teams, WRT, in the inbox at all, or?
I would say the situation has been a bit more. I would go more in depth with this if you really want it. That it's not a secret. When we started, let's say our SRO IGTC campaign from last year, we started working with a real life engineer, and real life engineers are not always contracted by just one team. You have a lot of engineers in real life motorsport who are basically freelancers. They have 3 or 4 programs at once. They are doing GT3 races, they are doing LMP2 races, they are being contracted by several teams. And we have one engineer who works with Audi and with Santalock Racing, who was also our engineer last year. We don't really need to have a BMW team and BMW engineers working with us because we had the tie with the Romanian engineer who happens to work in the Audi Sport Camp. He did various Le Mans races back in the LMP1 days. With Audi, he did the Scandinavian Touring Car Championship, Nürburgring 24 hours, several times with Land Motorsport, and now he's with Santalock and other teams. So yeah, we are helping each other with engineers from real life motorsport, but not from the current BMW customer teams.
it's a really good kind of aspect to be able to talk to a team manager and find out more what goes on behind the scenes. I had no idea about the whole engineer thing. That kind of blows my mind, especially with the coveted titles of Le Mans, the Nürburgring, the LMP1 programs, etc. It's great to see the crossover from real life motorsport into the virtual world. And just want to pass it over to Tim now. Tim, any questions at all?
Yeah, I think my main question is obviously at the moment in the championship, your number one car is currently holding that P1 slot in the championship overall. You got the most points, so a great start to the season from you guys. Is that something you're expecting? Were you guys expecting to be right at the top coming into this championship? What were your goals when you were approaching this VEM championship? Were you expecting to be at the top, or were you more thinking to be placed somewhere inside the top 10? What were your thoughts, Alex?
We are keeping ourselves realistic and quite modest until the point when we can't do this anymore. So basically, we have joined this championship and we took it really seriously. We made all the efforts possible to align the two cars in any circumstances. It has been difficult with the overlap that you were saying about another series that happens tomorrow, and not just that, we also have the final of our Balkan Championship tonight with some of the drivers that you see now. So it's quite complicated for us, but VM has become a priority when we started seeing the two first results. At Watkins it was encouraging, at Paul Ricard it went even better. So at the current time it's fairly straightforward that we now have a team that will focus on SRO Esports IGTC, and another one with various leaders, not exactly the same ones, here for VM. So we are taking this championship very seriously. Of course, when we first started it was obvious that we cannot consider ourselves a team in the same league as the leading ones that are always winning in most of the races. You have Veloce, you have Williams, you have the unicorns here. You don't have BS Plus, but that would be another a big team that will always be a favorite whenever they join a racing series. So with teams like this in a championship, we cannot imagine that we would win races or lead the championship at any point. So now leading the championship, it just happened to be this way. Of course, we're gonna fight as hard as we can to keep on adding points, to keep on piling up the pressure. There's nothing we can do against Veloce today. That's fairly obvious. They will overtake us in normal circumstances in the overall standings at the end of this race. Still, we cannot be unhappy with our progress. We keep on punching above our weight. The aim of our team is to become, I don't know, I would say best of the second tire. That would be my current goal. And if by any chance until the end of the season cards will fall in our favor and we get to win a race or be higher than expected in at the end of the season, then it's even better.
Well, you guys are certainly doing an absolutely phenomenal job in the championship so far, and like you said, you're right there at the top at the moment, but perhaps keeping your own goals a little bit more realistic, just aiming to be still high up by the end of the season. I'm going to pass you back over to John now. John, any more questions for Alex?
Yeah, just one final question on today's race. Victor Nikolai currently in the car. Pit stop cycle's about to come up. Who will we be seeing next in the number one?
We're gonna see Sebastian Apostol again. We have to cycle through the Romanian bit of the number one crew first, and then it's gonna be Gert Fischer in the latter parts of this race. Because as I said, both Victor and Seb are also involved in this fight for the Balkan Championship. Again, with some of the rivals that we see here, there are Greek teams in this championship. There are Greek teams in the Balkan one as well. So we're gonna be seeing Sebastian up next, and then it's gonna be Victor again, and the last bit of the race, like the last 2 or 3 stints, they'll be with Gert Fischer.
So Fischer with possibly a triple stint towards the end, we might see.
Yeah, 2.5 probably. I assume that everyone went on the same strategy up until now, with no damage. It's obvious that everyone is attempting to go long in every stint, and hopefully have a short bit at the end. Let's see how hard it's gonna be in 1.9 now to do that splash and dash and have like 20-30 minutes of running till the checkered flag if you don't want to change tires at your last stop. But I assume some teams will go for an extra tire change just because they want to aim those 10 points for fastest lap as well. That's going to be a fight. It's currently with P2, and I don't see Veloce being very content with not getting those points as well.
Yeah, I can imagine every point you can get really does matter come the end of a long season, such as the Virtual Endurance Masters, of course, taking us all the way to November of this year. Alex, just one final question: any partners, sponsors you'd like to shout out that haven't already been mentioned?
Well, everyone in the Romanian community, the Romanian sim racing community, it's not a partner in the financial term of things, but they've been supporting us a lot. There are a lot of Romanian amateur or semi-pro sim racers that are keeping an eye and giving us strength to give our best whenever we have an international outing on a big stage like this one. So let's leave aside the economics for 1 second and have a big shout out to everyone who's following us, because in the end, without these numbers and without all the people around, there's not much point in doing it just for ourselves, no?
Yeah, absolutely. We say the same on the broadcast. The viewers at home are the reason we do it, and we thank every single one of them. So kudos to you there, Alex and Tim. If there's nothing left from you, I'm assuming we're going to say farewell to Alex.
Yeah, no more questions from my side. Just a big well done in the season so far, Alex. Both your teams have been doing very well and surprising us out on the field. And again, in this race, running P6 with your number 1 team and P13 with your number 33. You're doing a great job so far. So good luck for the rest of the championship too.
Thanks, mates. Good luck with the commentary. Thanks for your support, everyone at home, and see you at the end. And hopefully, keep our congratulations for the checkered flag.
No worries. Thank you very much, Alex. It's been great having you in the box. And we'll now hopefully turn our attention back to the fight on your screens at the moment. The F1 memes car, we saw it making moves earlier into the fight with SG Stern and Spaghetti Racing, and it's done just that after the pit stop cycles have come through. We've got the SG Stern car ahead. We've got Low Fuel Motorsports just ahead of them, and we've nearly got a four-way fight on our hands once you bring the Spaghetti Racing car into things.
Absolute Spaghetti Racing been lurking around for a little while here in that 595, just coming to the back of the field, just behind the F1 memes racing team. SG Stern still managing to hold them off, of course, but now have Low Fuel Motorsport ahead of them to worry about here. Spaghetti Racing gained 16 positions in this race so far. Started down in P40, now running P24. They'll be going for the most overtakes of the race award that can secure them €100 per race. Of course, that has gone the way of BF Racing 2 races in a row now, and Spaghetti Racing looking to try and split things up a little bit in the 3rd round of the season. Watching from the side view of Max Florence here in the SG Stern, you can see the blue Mercedes stuck in between the two cars right now. You got the red and white one just ahead, and then pink and blue of the F1 memes car just behind them as well. But SG Stern in a Mercedes, a car that hasn't really been talked about too much since the update. Honestly, John, it's a car that I think you had its period a couple of years ago in ACC where it was the car to be in. I believe when the Imola and the new Mercedes came out, absolutely was the car of choice there, unbeatable on the track. Since then, it's not been on a downward spiral as such, but just maybe not picked up so much. Definitely not as much of a favourite as it used to be. And since the most recent update, hasn't been talked about too much, I find. It's one of those cars that isn't terrible. It's also not one of the ones at the top. It does its own thing, and it does it quite well.
Yeah, I think the Mercedes has kind of almost had its spotlight stolen, should we say, from obviously the new cars. We've got the 296 that looks, absolutely completely different to the previous iteration, the 488. We've got the 992, which looks very similar, and a big moment there from Max Florence through the Vidal chicane, nearly lost it. F1 memes car checking up, and it's brought the Spaghetti Racing car into the fight as well. Carl Nita at the back for Spaghetti Racing, up 16 positions, looking to try and make it 18, should we say. Of course, passing a load of cars in the pits. See that number ticking up. Wants to get one more here. F1 memes to the inside, down into turn one it goes, following its friendly competitor of the Mercedes camp ahead, SG Stern. The outside will now become the inside for the next turn in the Mercedes arena, and I think he's just about got the F1 memes car. Big wiggle through the turn two, and Spaghetti Racing up another position into P23. But the Mercedes, like we were just touching on, it's almost been overshadowed by the kind of, the 296, the 992, and the Evo 2. Everybody's kind of forgotten a little bit about the Mercedes, but it is, still a very competitive car, as being proved here today. Unicorns of Love, still sticking with their chosen manufacturer. They're inside the top 5 at the moment. In P4 with number 14. With the Unicorns of Love camp, and it's a very competitive car still. We saw, we heard just now from Alex saying about the BMW being a bit of a lazy car when 1.9 came out, and all of a sudden the 1.9.2 really changed things on their head. Unfortunately, a little bit too late for the SRO Championship, but not too late for the Virtual Endurance Masters that we see here today. So kind of brought the BMW back into contention, and it's great to see one team be so loyal to a car, such as Unicorns of Love. You always see them, of course, in the Mercedes, other than the Pulse Sim Sport kind of crossover team. You've of course got West Competition Racing. They're always in the BMWs, and Williams typically always in the Audi. They do field a few Mercedes, depending on the team compositions and sponsors and stuff like that. So, it's great to see still such a wide kind of variation of cars, should we say, within ACC. And quick steward's decision here for the TF Racing and the 98 F1 Memes Racing Team, lap 89, turn 1. Penalty for the number 98 F1 Memes Racing Team. 10 seconds to be served at their next pit stop. So, we heard earlier from Alex saying the TF Racing car was a force to be reckoned with, and the steward's decision there not being hit on the TF Racing car means that they may catapult themselves right up to the back of the West Competition Racing car in the next few hours or so.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that is where the West Competition Racing Team are looking right now, back on the TF Racing guys, very much knowing that they've not quite escaped their clutches just yet, sitting only 10 seconds behind them. P7, of course, between them is the Jean Alesi Esports team, sitting in a nice P6 right now, 6 seconds off the West Competition Racing Team, but of course that is with 10-second penalty that they had to serve when they went into the pit stops there. So of course, West Competition Racing still very much aware of the threats that they have behind them right now. You heard from the interview earlier that although they're at the top of this championship right now, that they've got the most points, they're still going to keep things humble and say that there are definitely teams that they feel are better than them out on track that they do need to keep an eye out for. That being said, though, I mean, John, I don't know what your opinion is. He won the championship overall, is absolutely brilliant in the first place, and it's a great start they'd have wanted. Running P5 in the third round of the season, I'd argue that actually they're one of the top teams that they should be looking out for themselves. I think Alex, they're maybe being a bit too humble, because I definitely say at this point in time, West Competition Racing is a force to be reckoned with in this championship.
Yeah, we had it earlier, didn't we, from Alex? He was very humble about the kind of achievements already in the season. Of course, going into round 3, championship leaders in such a competitive field. You've got some very big names in the field. You've got, Veloce, you've got Kramer Esports, Team 1FF. They're not a force to be reckoned with. Williams, you've got Yas Heat, you've got, Yeet Esports fielding a couple of cars as well, alongside Pulse Sim Sport, Unicorns of Love. It's a very, very competitive field, much like the SRO Championship, and I think they've kind of surprised themselves with their performance so far. And endurance racing, we keep saying it, Tim, it's not all about the raw kind of pace. Yeah, great, okay, you can drill in the fastest lap consistently for maybe an hour or so, but after that hour you start losing time, and then before you know it, the teams that are more consistent over the hour, then start coming back into it. And of course, the West competition guys with, you know, minimal mistakes, not getting tied up in incidents and traffic, and, you know, being very careful in and out of pit lane, because that's another one teams kind of fall foul to very regularly, is the pit lane kind of overrunning it a little bit and ending up with stop and goes and drive-throughs and such likes. Track limits again, another thing. It's kind of surprised we've not seen too many penalties being dished out here at the Nürburgring. Of course, a lot of extra tarmac in these corners with AstroTurf. Drivers, of course, like to gain every kind of fraction of a second where they can, and sometimes by pushing the track limits, that's exactly where they gain it. So, you know, not seeing too many of them popping up today. So, still plenty of time, just under 5 hours to go for those to kick in. But it's just all about keeping your nose clean in endurance racing, and West competition racing have done just that. As we flick to a glorious replay here, we've got the Firefly car on the inside there, the number 69 Mercedes. Eat my dust across the back bumper there. Looking up to the inside on the Aston Martin, just about manages to make it stick. Not sure if there was some kind of contact here. Switch back for the Mercedes Arena. Aston to the outside, the number 76. I think that was just a change of position there for the Sim RC car. The number 69 going back down the field a little bit as they come into the next sequence of corners. The move was signed, sealed and delivered. A little bit of a textbook move there, I would say, from the Sim RC and Firefly E-Racing. Great to see some kind of respectful driving. You know, nobody's leaning on each other, getting the elbows out, but the Aston Martin proved to be the much quicker car in that scenario. Already pulled out 1 second to the good on the Firefly E-Racing Mercedes behind. And speaking of pulling out a gap, here we go. Malinowski 2.2 seconds clear now to the Kramer car since the pit stops have cycled through. Henrik Gamble out of the car for Kramer, and we've got Noah Eder now in the 977. So can Noah Eder make a difference to Malinowski's lead? As just ahead there, we've got some traffic in the form of Team Shazoo. I think that was the F1 memes car as well in there, with Spaghetti Racing at the head, trying to catch the back of SG Stern that we saw earlier on in that four-way fight. But Malinowski's going to have to navigate this kind of block of cars very quickly, Tim, or he could find Noah Eder straight on that back bumper again.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about many factors that play a part in endurance racing. One of those that we've not touched on just so much is navigating the traffic around you. If you're one of the leaders in the race, hang on a second to the Yeetie sports car going off the edge of the final chicane there, managing to rejoin the track fairly safely. We've mentioned already, it's quite hard when you go into the grass in ACC to catch the car, but Tamo making quick work of it, puts the BMW back on the right line there, though that will mean that they slow down and fall off the back of the Yas Heat team. They were originally chasing Team Shazoo. You can see now just behind them is Malinowski, which brings me back to my point about how half of an endurance race is navigating traffic. If you're one of the leading cars, you are for sure going to be lapping the cars that are towards the back of the field, even the mid-pack, several times, and you can see already Team Shazoo getting out of the way very, very quickly for the Veloce car to come through. Malinowski there making up a position quickly, but as you were saying, John, has to do this in a very quick and easy way. They don't want to get caught up for too long. If they do, then it gives Kramer and Noah Eder a chance to close that gap to them. So for now, Malinowski's task is just clear traffic as quickly and safely as possible. Now they're coming up to the rear of the F1 memes car. And again, it's going to be the same thing, but luckily it's a slightly different story to what it would have been a couple of minutes ago when we were talking about it, because take you back a couple of laps, John, those teams, Team Shazoo, F1 memes, Spaghetti Racing and SG Stern, were all within a second of each other having a massive battle. Now there's about 1.5 seconds between each of them. Makes it a little bit easier for Veloce to come through, because imagine all those four cars are trying to have a battle and you're waiting to come past. I mean, they have to move over when it's safe to do so. But if they're currently neck and neck with another driver fighting for a position, there's no safe way about that. That just means that the car in the lead has to wait for there to be a good opportunity to come through. So probably very glad that this fight that was very packed initially now split itself up just a little bit in time for Malinowski to clear the field.
Yeah, the worst thing is when you're a lead car, you come up on a pack of cars that are fighting for position, and you know you're just going to absolutely hemorrhage time. As we look at the 777 there, look very unstable coming through the Vidal chicane on that one. Not sure what's happened here as we go up into the kind of top end of the circuit through the Schumacher S as we've gone into Bilstein curve here, and the 777 looks relatively tidy. Not sure what the race replay's caught on. Oh, here we go. Hardware failure maybe there. The car just not turning at all, and then driver suddenly regaining control, tripped through the gravel trap into the Advan Bogan and up to the Vidal chicane they go, and that possibly might explain why the car looked a little bit twitchy on turning. So possible hardware failure there, and an incident involving the Wild Things Racing and the 179 lap 85 turn 11. A penalty for the 179 on that incident flashed up at the bottom of your screens there, and Petrol Brothers and Wild Things Racing still locked together, still nothing to be had. Dom Healy ahead again, no stranger to these big fights, as we saw in the back there. The Unicorns of Love Mercedes very committed over the inside curves through the Vidal chicane, so they're absolutely on a flyer at the moment, with Langer at the wheel now. No, not Langer, sorry, Siva at the wheel in the number 14. Langer is now in the wheel of the Team 1FF Porsche. So Porsche 1, 2 and 3 here. Alex earlier, the West Competition Racing Manager, said the Porsche is the car to have, and having driven a few laps of the Porsche around here myself, it is very evident that it's a car that is seriously quick. Even in my amateur hands, I was able to, smash my usual times in other cars out of the water. And Tatsvina Hacker here on a bit of a comeback drive in the number 52 Pulse Simsport car ahead. That's not the Unicorns of Love car. That is the 100% Pulse Simsport car just behind the driver we're riding aboard now, Felix Herbers of the home of Sim Racing Esports there. Very intimidating car. The 296 looks very aggressive at the front with the numerous dive planes, aggressive splitter and big lights in the grille. It's, fantastic shots we're seeing from the rear diffuser of the Aston Martin here as they head through the Mercedes arena, just navigating the 777, who's on a little bit of a slow kind of lap with hardware issues possibly at hand there. Currently down in P37, so staying way out of the way of the fight. What is essentially here P28 on your screens. And Pulse Simsport, Tim, on a little bit of a comeback drive. They've had such a good season up until today, but still, over 4.5 hours to go. They've still got time to claw back. Currently third in the championship, although a big hit in championship points if they can't find their way back to the top anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to want to improve this position. Of course, 4.5 hours left in this race. We're almost halfway through. Have gained one position since the beginning, starting in P30. They now find themselves in P29, but would like to be higher, especially knowing their pace across the beginning of the season. Rounds 1 and 2 were very well for the Pulse Simsport team, and there's some big names in that team as well. Felix Hacker currently behind the wheel, well known and notorious for being a fast driver too. So a bit more in this race for them to find a bit more luck, really, will be the aim for that team right now. We've got a glorious replay on our screens as the 255 tucks in behind the green BMW there. You can see them pulling off away into the distance, and for now it looks like nothing's happened between the two. I'm wondering what we're about to watch here. It looks like, yeah, they just caught the curb a little bit too much there, hit it the wrong angle, and they've gone off towards the sand trap on the outside. Lucky not making contact with the wall though. That will help them to avoid an extra pit stop to fix that damage. Pulse Simsport, Tavina Hacker finding their way up into P28 for now, but home of Sim Racing still trying to get back on that. So Pulse Simsport stays in the lead, coming through the AMG arena there, and it looks like that's another place gain for them, a step in the right direction for the Pulse Simsport team, used to fighting their way further up the field. Now coming up turn 1, you've got creme to the course driver Bergkamp in the BMW, looking for a way through Verstappen Motorsports. There, Christopher Verstappen behind the wheel of the Audi. Right now, I was watching Christopher Verstappen in another series the other day, John. They were testing out the Bentley in that, see how that performs in the new update, and as well the Audi I know is something that they have been testing out as well. Of course, driving behind the RCI car. Right now it says Verstappen Motorsport, but it is the RCI team that is on your screens as the 799. That's the official name of the car there. But yeah, Christopher Verstappen been testing out a couple of the old cars since the update's been released. The Audi and the Bentley, the main two that they were focused on. And no matter what car you put Verstappen in, you can be sure that they're going to be putting out some great pace, and a formidable driver, and always one to not discount from your brain. Used to being at the front of the field in sprint series. Of course, in this car now they're down in P33, but haven't gained 4 positions since the start of the race. They are going in the right direction.
Yeah, they are indeed. And Burkamp round the outside here at the top of the hill, just after the Schumacher S's, will have the outside line in to the Bilstein curve, but nothing to be had on the BMW. Swift move there from the Dutchman ahead. And like you say, Verstappen is, no stranger to being at the front of the field, should we say, but just not finding the pace in the Virtual Endurance Masters at the moment for the RCI pink car there. And Verstappen, like you say, no matter what you put him in, he is a very quick driver. The LFM car, I believe, behind there, just going for a shortcut through the Vidal chicane. Justin Hartkemper in the car at the moment, the number 256, and with that allows the Yas Heat Ferrari to get that a little bit closer to put another lap on them. And currently, Verstappen, very quick driver no matter what you put him in. As you said, I remember racing GT4 cars against him at one point, and he blew past me in a Ginetta like I was stood still. The man is, he has pace in everything and anything. Very capable driver, a lot of experience behind him, and very capable in the Bentley. I remember racing in the 1.7, 1.8 kind of late to early days with him in another community, and the Bentley he just unlocked the potential of that car. And the Bentley's still very good in 1.9. Driven it a few times. It's got a lot more rear end grip now. So if any of you at home were driving the Bentley complaining about the amount of oversteer it had, it's all gone. It's all fixed. It's all good now. So pick it back up, have a go with it, and see what you think. As we see Dom Healy there gaining position on the Italian job car of the 179 Honda NSX, the only I believe NSX in the field. Very brave pick, if I do say so myself. I think a lot of drivers at the beginning of the championship probably picked a Porsche or a Ferrari, knowing that the upgrades were coming for those cars and hedging their bets on taking the new machinery. And very brave move taking the Honda. So kudos to the Italian job team. Very capable bunch of guys in that one. Very good, strong performance at round one, and the rest of the season just hasn't really gone their way, unfortunately. As we watch here, Prime E Racing trying to make themselves a part of the Shazoo fight ahead. Just a second to the good now behind that car. Currently in P18. That's got Sabarov, I believe, behind the wheel of... No, I stand corrected. De Campo, sorry, in the Shazoo car. And Armamentario now way out of the order at the moment. Again, very strong, capable team, but just not going their way in this race at the moment. Let's see what happened here. Coming down into the Advan Bogan, approaching the Vidal chicane. I believe that's the LFM 256 car ahead of him. Goes to the outside in the Vidal chicane, side by side, and we know 2 into 1 doesn't always go in the chicane. A little hip and shoulder check, trip across the gravel he goes, and back on to the racing track for Armamentario, but just losing a bucket load of time there on the LFM car. So Stewart's probably going to be looking into that one as well, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be keeping an eye on everything going on up and down the track. Particular incident there with 2 cars going into chicane doesn't usually work, and I imagine they're going to be watching that, see if anyone is at fault for how that played out. We're just going to have a replay here. The F1 meme, see him going for a spin off into the gravel trap at the side of the road. Rejoining and spinning yet again goes the 98, struggling to get control of that car, and even as they finally get back on track, the car looking very skittish in the rear there, not seem to be catching as they wanted it to. So fortunately for them, that's going to take them right out of the fight that they were originally in. The F1 memes team, seen them on our screens quite a lot so far in this race, as a force to be reckoned with really, but maybe they're just getting a bit too ahead of themselves, struggling to keep control of the car. Another glorious replay coming in, this time for the Yeet Esports team. Let's see what has happened here. You can see the number 48 Yeet Esports going around the hairpin under pressure from Pole Simsport. The number 4 car there going along to their right hand side. We've got from the rear wing of the Yeet car right now. Is there going to be contact between the two, I wonder? No, actually the Pole Simsport car just throwing himself up the inside of the hairpin there. Gets the move done and dusted in a very beautiful way. I've got to say, a textbook overtake there by Pole Simsport. Going in the right direction now is the number 4 car. That is, of course, the Pole Simsport ex-Unicorns of Love team partner car with each other there as well. I wanted to touch on the Italian job team, John, because, of course, you mentioned very good start to the season, had a great round 1 and qualifying in that, as Esports maybe looks for a move back on the Pole Simsport Unicorns Love team. Doesn't quite find a way alongside, though. But yeah, the Italian job team had a great round 1. Their round 2 wasn't as good, but it was still okay. I mean, they're currently running 5th overall in the championship. is that 179 car. So it's definitely not somewhere you don't want to be. I mean, the top 5 in a championship like this, that is a great thing to say that you've done so far, but find themselves now down in P22. Not an ideal situation for the Italian job, and just wondering maybe they're the Honda not quite as suited to these tracks as it was to Watkins Glen. Very strong start to the season, of course, but a fan favourite as well. The Italian job, I know, has a lot of fans in the chat, and they do love. We talked about them and their history a couple of weeks ago, and definitely, like I was saying, a fan favourite, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you don't see kind of, the NSX doing too well in ACC since its kind of rise and fall, should we say. It was a point in time when it was very, very strong and then kind of got hit with the BOP hammer and slapped back down the grid. But the Italian job team, we were talking about them a couple of broadcasts ago, not really a team too much about as we run on board here. The Moser Racing cockpit cam with the Prime E-Racing car looking to the back of the Team Shazoo GT Omega Ferrari 296 just ahead. This is the fight, of course, for P18 overall in the standings at the moment, but a lot more drivers in the Italian job kind of outfit, should we say, that we kind of don't realize. Currently 9 gold drivers, 16 silver drivers, and 6 dedicated for iRacing within that as well. And they've, it's a team founded after the Italian job sim racing community. So a team formed off the back of a community, much like many of the teams on the grid are normally formed when a small group of friends get together and think, you know what, we're quite quick. We should probably do something with this. And of course, with the big shuffle in 2023, where Veloce and Yassi, a lot of drivers swapped and signed and changed seats. Of course, has made some great, interesting lineups for the season. And of course, George Boothby joining Veloce in the esports effort, although not racing today due to a hand injury that I'm sure has been viewed many, many times on Twitch. I think last time I checked the clip, it was up to 40,000 views or something crazy, but certainly been a talking point and a sure reminder that obviously direct drive wheel units are very dangerous when you're not holding on to them properly, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all sorts of things that can happen in sim racing that I think sometimes people don't realise. Of course, George Boothby getting an injury on their fingers after the direct drive wheelbase snapped back into position was a bit of a talking point a couple of weeks ago, because it's not something you necessarily consider as a risk of sim racing is harm to yourself. It's often said that, oh yeah, sim racing, it's really safe for you to do because it's not like real racing where you can get caught up in an accident incident between car 121 Armour entire team and the 255 Low Fuel Motorsports is now under investigation. Lap 107 turn 13. But yeah, John, often it's said that sim racing is a lot safer than real racing, which it definitely is. I'm not going to argue with that for a second here. You're not going to go into a wall at high speeds, of course, but like you said, there's still that risk of picking up an injury outside of the car. You can still, like you said, pick up an injury from direct drive wheelbases, pick up other injuries as well, of course, like carpal tunneling and stuff like that, and strained shoulders just from being behind the wheel for so long. So all stuff that you do have to consider, and it does hand it into that. It's good to be fit as a sim racing driver as well. You've got to look after yourself and make sure your body is in a condition to keep on sim racing too. As the Pulse Sim Sport car there coming around the corners, trying to close the gap to Burst Esport ahead. Pulse Sim Sport car, of course, been trying to work their way up through the field for a while now, but keep falling back to that original P30 that they started in. Very used to seeing these guys up at the top, especially after the first couple of rounds, but like we said already, P29, it's not where you expect to see Hacker.
Yeah, Hacker, you certainly expect him a lot further up the grid, of course. Very quick driver, very capable, and very young indeed as well. So not a lot of kind of experience, should we say, in the mind, but lots of pace, and of course, pace is exactly what you want in an endurance race at some point. A very tight move here from Tobias Nur around the outside in the Vidal chicane of the Italian job team. Excellent move done there. Not sure if contact was made, but from the door camera, it looked very, very close, Tim.
Absolutely. I'm not 100% sure if contact was made. We'll see in a little bit as to what happened there. Glorious instant replay, actually, will tell us exactly what happened between these two drivers. You see the Italian job car just ahead of the 147 Mercedes there. What's that contact between the two coming up towards the chicane? Very, very close. And you know what, John? I don't think there was contact. If there was, just a slight scrape on the side, but neither car seemed unsettled. As we know, ACC, often cars can be quite dramatic, even if they're tapped very slightly. Of course, when you're applying the brakes, the smallest of taps can cause a huge outcome, but Petrol Brothers and the Italian job there, I think with the closest overtake award going to the 147 and Petrol Brothers, that's how you do it just before the chicane.
Yeah, I think that was a textbook move of what to do in the Vidal chicane to get around your opponent. You know, kind of Petrol Brothers almost overran themselves in the left-hander and then chunked a massive load of anti-cut in the right-hander to be able to kind of keep the car on the straight and narrow, and no contact made. I don't think there was nothing flashing up on the left-hand side of the screen on the timing tower. Of course, we will, you know, have incidents and contacts come up with a yellow triangle for those of you that are kind of new to viewing us here at Virtual Endurance Masters, and I don't believe I saw one, so probably a textbook move to be had there. And speaking of textbook moves, here we go. Prime E Racing, Jan-Erik Tugel in the inside of turn 1, essentially, when we get down there of Team Shazoo, and I think the grunt of the Mercedes has just about got a nose ahead on the Team Shazoo car, turning in, making it very tight indeed. A bit of a weird hop from the rear of the Mercedes, but I think he's just about managed to keep it under control. Prime E Racing up into P18, Team Shazoo GT Omega down into P19 in the 296.
Unfortunate situation for Team Shazoo there. I'm not sure if there was contact between those two. I'm not sure if there was in the end, but Team Shazoo car there just struggling for grip around the outside. Of course, when you hold the inside of turn 1, very easy to bully the car next to you out of position somewhere they really do not want to be. Looking back at the Italian job team now, we saw that they were just overtaken by Petrol Brothers 1 lap ago. Now find themselves 0.7 of a second off the back, so not completely fallen off there, but definitely not right up the rear like we've seen with some other teams so far in this race. For now though, the Italian job, their job that they've got to do for the next part of this race is stick to the back of that Petrol Brothers car for as long as possible. Let them pull you across the racetrack. That'll bring your pace up a little bit as well. It means hopefully won't come under pressure from Yeet Esports later on in the race, but it doesn't look like they're going to be too aggressive looking for an overtake. Honestly, John, you almost expect if they were going to do it, then by now they'd already be maybe setting it up a little bit, sticking their nose between the Petrol Brothers and the corners, trying to chop up the momentum. But I'd say this looks like a classic case of the Italian job, just trying to stick to the back of Petrol Brothers, not let them go, just carry on forward alongside the 147.
Yeah, it's the kind of strategy you need to employ. Just, you know, just keep it clean. Just keep yourself out of trouble. You know, choose your fights very wisely. And, you know, you can see there the amount of distance the Petrol Brothers has already pulled out in just over a lap. It's a second to the good on the AMG between them and the NSX. And they've got the number 1 West competition car of Sebastian Apostle now behind him to take another lap from them. So they're very sensible in the blue flag scenario. They will let Sebastian go. Maybe use the slipstream of the BMW. Maybe Sebastian there getting caught out a little bit, thinking he had the inside line, but Italian job chopping off the nose and just running the BMW over the grass and the anti-cuts on the inside, losing a little bit of time, but not too much. Hopefully the Italian job make it very easy. Blue flags being waved there from the marshal's post on the inside or the outside, sorry, of the turn and down into turn 1. Sebastian Apostle now looks to the inside, makes it very obvious, going for a move. The Italian job stays out wide, lets him up the inside, and onwards they go. So Sebastian Apostle can now focus on trying to catch the Unicorns of Love car. And team manager earlier said Unicorns of Love isn't exactly out of touch, although it's a very big ask to do at the moment, but still just over 4 hours to go. Like we keep saying, Tim, anything can happen, and possibly might have a West competition versus Unicorns of Love fight coming on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely expect to see that in the coming future. Of course, Alex earlier was talking about Sebastian Apostle as one of their drivers, age 17, and started sim racing on F1 games, but since has become a huge competitor in ACC and a renowned name in several other series, as one to be at the top. Of course, mentioning their recent result in the SRO Esports IGTC 2022 Championship, where they finished in P5 in the silver class. Of course, in the Logitech G Challenge, they were a finalist as well. And Sebastian Apostle, one of those drivers which you a couple of years ago don't expect to see really doing anything in the sim racing community. Go back to this glorious replay of the number 19 there, I believe. No, never mind. That's the 211. It's the Team Shizuka going off the track yet again. Struggling for grip, that car has been recently. But Sebastian Postel really came up in recent years in ACC as a driver to be reckoned with. And as the team manager Alex was saying earlier, you put Sebastian Postel in a car with whatever championship, whatever series they're going to be in, and you can be sure they are going to be at the top. Of course, the West Competition Racing Team, the #1 car, is leading this championship so far, currently running P5 in this race. And like you said, coming now towards the rear of the Unicorns of Love car, they're edging closer, John, to that podium. And I'm going to say it again, West Competition Racing, definitely one of the top teams of this championship. I'd be confident placing a bet on them at this point. I'd say they are one of the teams that you would be comfortable saying could possibly walk away with the win at the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, we're only on round 3 of an 8-round championship. This championship, remember, takes us all the way into November, so still quite a long way, kind of in terms of time. You know, we're what are we now? We're May, just at the beginning of, and we've got all the way till November to get this title fight wrapped up. So absolutely anything can happen as we jump on board the Moser Racing cockpit cam here of the car of Jonathan Seville. I believe this is the #4. Currently down in P14, car ahead, Angel in Astrosia in the 296 Yas Heat Ferrari. Very adeptly kind of named, numbered car, should we say. Of course, the 296 being the car they've now upgraded to from the 488 Evo. Don't think a single team in the field has elected to stay with the old machinery, and in typical kind of ACC fashion, we kind of always know the new cars are going to be very strong, very easy to drive indeed, as was the case with the BMW M4 when that first came out. Of course, the M4 becoming a bit of a single mate championship at some points with various communities. Everybody picking the car because it was so easy to drive and so easy to drive fast. And the Ferrari, I would say, is kind of in that boat. It's a very easy car to get fast lap times out of. Although I think the Porsche is just a little bit kind of friendlier on the bop side, should we say, here today at the Nürburgring. Of course, Porsche in 1, 2 and 3, and the sole Lamborghini that we do have running in the grid currently in P6 as well. So of course the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, although not a new machinery, just a kind of Evo version of the previous car, definitely being very competitive indeed. Of course, with the new roof scoop, the new aero, and the minus 20 kilos of weight that it lost kind of in the 1.9.2 patch we got just a few days ago, makes it now probably a very competitive car, and some teams may be wishing that they had chosen it for this championship. And we've now got a fight for P24 on our hands here. Matthias Weber to the outside for the Sim RC Community #76 Yeet Esports car just ahead. This is for P24 on the field. Of course, you think P24, that's not a fight, you know, that's really going to make much difference. But of course, every car will score some kind of points in this championship, whether if they finish as well. They do net a bonus 100 points, kind of aimed at, you know, making drivers stay to the end, should we say, Tim, when, you know, it's so easy when you have a bad start to an event, you just want to kind of throw in the towel and not run. But of course, if you do make it to the end, the least amount of points you can pick up, I believe, in scoring is 101 points, and the 100 points on its own is a fairly healthy chunk of points to take away.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it that they get 100 points just for finishing the race. Like you said, if a car has an unfortunate incident at the beginning, sees them go all the way to the back of the field, that 100 points could be a great incentive to just, you know, get your head down, carry on with the race as well, because you're all still going to achieve something. I think one of the things that is really good about it is, let's say you've had a really long race, maybe you're 7 hours into an 8-hour race and you just have this huge accident in the car, takes you from the midfield all the way to the back, and that's something that can be a huge blow, because you'll think, oh, what's the point, we've done this whole 7 hours and now we get nothing from it. Well, actually you still get that 100 points for getting to the end of the race. It makes the whole race feel like it was worth something, even if you didn't score the initial points that you wanted to as well. A glorious replay here. You got the #5 car on your screen, not near anyone else coming through the Schumacher S's. I'm going to make a guess here and say that they come off that really badly, and picking up a little bit of the side on the inner curb there. Very wiggly was the car there, but just managing to catch it before the car fully spinned out there. Great job from the #5 team there for keeping the car going forwards. But yeah, John, I've got to say, I'm personally a huge fan of the 100 points. that you get for just finishing the race. And again, it keeps things competitive. It keeps all the cars nice and close together in the championship, which means by the time we wind up at the Bathurst 24 hours, right at the end of the season, very likely that we'll have several teams still competing for the lead of the championship, which isn't always something you see in sim racing.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see that. That's going to be an interesting kind of points all come round 8 when we begin that for the grueling 24 hours of course Mount Panorama. And just want to touch on the Williams car, the number 5 there that we saw. Big moment at Schumacher S is very well held indeed, fam. Fiala currently on board that car. Just got it a little bit wrong on the right hander, forced himself over the gravel and then bounced his way to a straight line. So kudos to Fiala for not losing that one. But it seems like 1.9, Tim, the cars are behaving a lot better over bumps. Of course, the curb usage has definitely gone up. But more importantly, I think grass and gravel, the cars are a lot more forgiving now. You know, in 1.8, Fiala's incident easily would have put him in the wall, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, in the olden days, if you touch the grass, you may as well have said game over to yourself. In ACC, it can be very dramatic of the effects it has on a car, often going straight into a wall, being very hard to control as well. I know, especially on the Nürburgring, picking up a slight bit of grass can flip the entire car around as the Sim RC community Weaver car. They're looking towards the inside of the final chicane, not quite able to find a way through the Yee Sports car, but now getting a bit of a pull down the start-finish straight. Not quite enough to be alongside by the end, though. May have missed their opportunity by ruining their momentum out of the final corner there. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, I agree. Definitely way more viable now to take the curbs a little bit more viable to recover after hitting the grass and the gravel too. Because, like I said, back in the old ACC, if you touch the grass or gravel, it's game over at that point. Very hard to recover. But today we've seen several instances where drivers have managed to keep the car going in a forwards direction despite picking up those slight bits of grass from the side of the track. Low Fuel Motorsports here under pressure from the home of sim racing Triple 2 car. Triple 2 promoting themselves up into that top 30, and Steinbrenner in the Low Fuel Motorsport team just falling down into P31 there. Unfortunately for them, still very close though through the AMG section of the track, and still going to be very close to them after they come out as well. So not all is lost for Low Fuel Motorsports. There's still potential to gain that position back. But our unideal situation there is, again, just get a bit skittish through the corner, losing the rear of the car slightly. And the wobbly 255 yet again manages to recover. But looking like a dire situation for Niels Steinbrenner. They're going to want to try and compose himself a little bit more before the end of the lap. Williams Esports up in P11. They've gained 11 places so far. We saw the number 5 earlier, went for a little trip off the side of the track. Was one of the ones, though, that managed to recover fairly quickly. Just coming now to a bit of traffic. That is not the Symphony of Pistons Esports racing team just ahead of them. It's a separate car. They will have to clear it regardless. It's all the way down in P37. Car ahead of them, which means that is, of course, the 777 car that we saw have a huge accident earlier, which they had to fix. But we're almost halfway through the race now, John, and I've got to say, it's been fairly exciting so far.
Yeah, it has been a fairly exciting race. It's been, you know, very action-packed right from start to finish. These kind of longer races tend to put themselves in a bit of a lull through the middle, and then it all kind of kicks off towards the end when everybody wakes up and realizes, oh wait, we've only got an hour to do everything we wanted to do 4 hours prior. So you know, it's one of those. It's a little bit of a quiet period at the moment. And, you know, the ideal thing for quiet periods is to bring another team manager into the box. And this time we do have Charlie Crossland, who is ironically driving in the car on your screen at the moment, the number 5 Williams Esports car. Welcome to the box, Charlie. Great
Hello.
to have you. And the question that is on everybody's lips this week is, of course, the 1.9 update and, you know, how it's treating you and your team and your car, essentially.
I mean, so the 1.9 update has not treated the Audi too well. They've kind of changed the wing, so max wing is very low downforce. So around a high downforce track like Nürburgring, it's almost impossible to be on pace. As well as the TC is a little bit broken, but we're trying our best to minimize the damage of this race, and hopefully it'll get fixed in the next update. But 1.9 overall has been pretty amazing. super happy how the cars feel, how the tires feel. So yeah, seems
Yeah,
to be
absolutely.
good so far.
I was going to say, Fiala earlier having a massive moment on the exit of Schumacher S's, and I said to Tim that had that been 1.8, more than likely the car would have been in the wall just a few laps ago.
Yeah, I mean, if it was another car, it would have been fine. But the car kind of likes to pogo quite a lot, and this Audi, it has to be one of the worst cars in ACC right now. But it's just the luck of the draw, you know. We've not been lucky with it, but we will move forward, and hopefully it will get fixed at some time soon. The championship's long, so it's not like we're going to be out of contention. We have multiple opportunities to get back up to the top, and I think we're doing pretty well to be 11th with a car that's almost 5 tenths off.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in a field as competitive as this, with the big names, of course, ahead of you on the board. And you just touched on the rear wing of the Audi being changed. Something I've just learned in this interview. Mount Panorama round 8. Probably the Audi with the straight line speed down Conrod, down the straight between turns 1 and 2. Probably going to be a bit of a better circuit for you guys. Kota, Suzuka, Imola, maybe not so much. Silverstone, possibly doable. But it's great that you're doing the best with what you've got
Yeah.
at the moment. And just want to touch on tires with you. Of course, being a driver and of course working in the Hymo setups team, you've probably done a lot of seat time, I would say, in the last 2 weeks, developing various things.
Yeah.
Of course, saw you in the Lambo in SRO just gone this week as well. How in general, discounting the Audi, 1.9 good or bad for you?
Well, they changed the tires again about 2 days ago, so it's like you have to relearn the tires. But when they first came out, it was instantly graining. It was like within 10 minutes you have lightly grained tires, or 20 minutes you have lightly grained tires. But now it's like you still get you still get grained tires, but it takes a lot longer, which it should be. But they probably will change it in the future. Right now it's kind of like trial and error, because toe still works, and they don't want that to work. So hopefully they'll find a good mixture between the graining and the toe.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be a very tricky thing to completely kind of overhaul another set of physics, of course, in a game when you've got tyres, suspension, and everything else to go with it. As we just flick to a glorious replay here, the Yas Heat car just gaining on the the home of sim racing car, the 222 Aston Martin, through the Advan Bogan. They go up to the Vidal chicane, and Inestrosa already through, looking very settled indeed. Although firing himself off to driver's left, across the grass he goes. Big jump, nearly ends up in the Nürburgring, and back on he comes with a massive time loss. So the bouncing donkey possibly back in the 296, and like I said, the Audi R8 being a bit of a pogo as well, possibly a common theme occurring here. But how do you feel VEM in general's going? Are you happy with what you've achieved here? Are you looking to you're obviously certainly looking to improve where you're currently at in P11, but as a championship as a whole, enjoying it? Or
Well, I've not really. This is my technically like my second round, but the first round, I have strong internet issues, so I couldn't join the server, so I couldn't do round one, and that's why Williams was so far back in round one. And then round two, I was put out because of my internet. So this is technically my first round, well, technically second round, but my first actual one of driving. So, but from a spectator's point of view, it's really good. It's really serious, but not as serious as SRO, which we like, because we don't want to be so stretched throughout the whole championship. We want to be able to be like, okay, I don't have to put in tens of hours for this event. I can put in a little bit less and put my mind at ease while still getting better at the game.
yeah, it's just want to. Yeah, it's a good point you've just made there about the the serious nature of some of the events. And with ACC getting, I would say, a lot bigger probably in the last year or so, a lot more events on the calendar, and a lot more communities, of course, funding essentially prize pooled races, which I never thought I'd see in a million years of ACC. Are you finding schedules a bit too hectic as a driver, or are you finding it it's kind of a happy medium. You know, I don't know if you follow the Counter-Strike scene, but the amount of majors and LAN events they have, they find themselves very thinly stretched between them to try and practice and get good. Whereas here, ACC, you get a bit of a lull between events, would you say?
Um, yes and no. I mean, as a driver, the events are perfect. You know, you get this month we've got about 9 events, which is good. You know, it's like a healthy amount. But the thing that's added on to it is that because I'm the founder of Heimer, I've got all that Heimer stuff to deal with at the same time. So it's trying to find a happy medium between Heimer and Williams at the same time. But I'm happy with the amount of events that I can do, and you know, I don't feel too stretched out with the events that I'm doing. And
Yeah.
I know that I can prepare well because I've got the team of Williams behind me.
I say it's a very big kind of outfit, should we say, to have behind you. Of course, Williams fielding the famous from Formula One and various other guises, but it's great to see. I touched on it earlier with Alex, the manager of West Competition Racing, like real life brands now getting involved in sim racing a lot more. Of course, Williams with a big presence in other titles as well as ACC. It's great to see. And from your point as a driver from Williams, do you have any crossover with the real life stuff? Do any engineers, drivers offer you advice and speak to you and get involved in stuff, or is it still very much a real life split and then an esports split, kind of virtual world, completely different?
Well, I've not been in the team too long, but I think it's kind of a bit split. But it's esports has its own whole section. It's not like a little off branch. It's like its whole section. You know, we've got like engineers that are designated to the esports side, and we've got team managers that are just solely on esports side, and that's good. Like, we've not had that much in sim racing of just sole esports. There's always other teams that venture out to other games, and they're not really focusing solely on sim racing. And what Williams is solely focusing on sim racing, and that's really good.
Absolutely. And Tim, just want to pass Charlie over to you. Any questions that are burning for you?
Well, you've already covered a lot, but I think the one question I want to be asking right now, Charlie, is obviously as a driver who's driven a lot of other series, you're probably used to some of the other guys that are on the field with you right now. Is there anyone in particular who's on your radar as a driver to look out for? Of course, usually Williams Esports, a team notorious to be at the top of the field. It's not been so far in the championship, of course, of the misfortune that you've mentioned already, but what teams would you say you're keeping your eye on at the moment? Who do you think are currently the big hitters in this series?
Oh, it has to be Veloce, really. We're all close friends with Veloce, so it's always banter in the voice chats and stuff. But if I was to pick a team out of everyone, it would be Veloce.
Yeah, so I know a lot of other teams and drivers are mentioning the Veloce boys as the team to beat right now. So it's interesting to know that they're also in your eyes line too. Other question I wanted to ask is about the practice, which you have already touched on slightly. Of course, you've been doing a lot of practice recently with regards to the new update in ACC. In general, though, I just wanted to know from driver's standard, what would you say is the average amount of practice you'd put in for a race like this anyway? Is it something that you prepare for a couple of weeks in advance, or how many sort of hours would you say you spend practicing for a team event in sim racing?
So it obviously depends how serious, but if it's on VEM, it'll be about 5 hours ish minimum. But unfortunately, this event I didn't really get 5 hours because I got chucked in the deep end an hour before qualifying. That I was doing qualifying, so usually it's like 5 hours minimum for events like VEM, and then for SRO it's about 20 hours. But we
Wow.
don't really prepare like weeks in advance for like VEM. It's usually like a couple of days, but SRO is like a week in advance.
So quite a lot of preparation time for some events. However, this one, like you said, got thrown into it a little bit before qualifying, where of course you managed to get that car into 22nd, and you're currently 12 places up in that as well. In the top 10 now goes your team. So an impressive performance from you guys, and big well done for the race so far. I'm going to pass you back over to John now for some final questions before we wrap up this interview.
Yeah, just wanna offer obviously congratulations to where you are now, and obviously hopefully a few more places in the race to be gained, and certainly a solid effort, seeing as you've only been thrown in the car a few hours before qualifying. So kudos to you for that one, and wish you all the best in everything coming up in the calendar for Williams and the guys in the team as well. It's great to see you guys on the field, kind of in every event we look at nearly here in ACC now. So yeah, any final words, Charlie? Any sponsors you want to shout? Any communities, people, etc.
Um, I'm not too sure. Big thank you for Williams for putting the car forward and giving us opportunity to race in VEM.
Nice and simple. I like it. Of course, Charlie Crossland, one of the drivers in the car on your screen at the moment. Fiala currently in the car, 12 positions up. It's been great to have you in the booth, Charlie. Thank you very much. And if you are running
Thank you.
any more, best of luck to you in the remainder of the race.
Thank you. Bye.
No worries. That's Charlie Crossland for the Williams number 5 in that one. And just as we wrap up the interview, of course, looking to the top of the board at the moment, you've got Veloce in the lead. You've got Kramer 7 seconds to the good. A little break before we get to Team 1 FF, and then another break before we get to Unicorns of Love, with West Competition racing hot on their heels as well. And it's about that time when, unfortunately, myself and Tim Peck shall say our goodbyes. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us for the last couple of hours, and of course stay tuned because there's plenty more action to come. Just under 4 hours to go. When we come back from our short break, you'll be in the capable hands of Jack Canane and John Watts on his multitasking talented skill set of cameras and commentary. So yeah, thank you very much for joining myself and Tim. We hope to see you again in another VEM broadcast, and all the best.
And you are very welcome back to the Virtual Endurance Masters 8 hours of Nürburgring. It's, well, I mean, we're over the halfway distance already, can you believe it? And there is still plenty of stuff happening on the track. There's not a lap between cars, no, there's 7 seconds between our leaders at the moment. Jack and I'm with you, as well as John Watts, who is doing, I think we've created something new here, John. I don't know if the guys before thought about what they said, but they've come up with an interesting concept. You've got cars and coffee. What about commentary and cameras?
It's yes, it's a unique combination, I suppose, of things. But yes, I suppose there's been a bit of a forte over the last couple of events from VEM. But it's been nice to be, watching behind the camera, seeing how everybody's been getting on over the first few hours of this race. It's been quite an action-packed event so far, but I think, for the most part, other than a few battles dotted up and down throughout the field, that drivers have managed to kind of settle into their rhythm a bit, calm down from the sort of initial mayhem that usually takes place on the opening couple of laps, and yeah, they're I think getting into groove now and trying to see what they can extract in these final few hours of the race.
Yeah, that's the way, and it's the beauty of a track like this. Everyone's still so sort of stacked up, even in this late phase, over halfway distance. I mean, we're still having immediately jumping straight into the actions. We have a move there. ED Sports moving in front of the GSE Racing by ACI car into the hairpin and getting through cleanly there. So great to see. Of course, this is the first time I've been on since we've had the 296 introduced, and I'm not going to lie, I very much keep thinking it's a McLaren. I don't know why, but it very much looks like a McLaren from the front until you sort of stare at it a little bit longer. But great to see the 296 out in force. But at the moment, of course, if you are just joining us, it is Veloce who are out in the lead at the moment by just the small margin of 6.5 seconds. So it's not exactly a massive gap out the front right there. So they're still in control. They were the pole sitters, of course, as well, but they've held on to the lead by the slimmest of margins. We have the Burst Sport car, Jonas Simoncic, currently chasing down the SG Stern Mercedes up in front as well. Porsche does seem to be the strong car around the Nürburgring, as you would kind of expect it to be around here. German car, German track, but it is nice to see the Porsche, the 992, of course, out on track as well. But plenty of cars now sort of coming into pit stop phase. Well, a couple of cars have come into pit lane in the past few minutes or so. I think West Competition have been in and out. They pitted from a little ways up, and they've come out just a little bit earlier. But still 3 hours, 47 minutes. I mean, I don't know when you still have a gap of 7 seconds, John, this is not a time to sort of relax. Normally, this is the phase that you can sort of relax a little bit, but you've got Malinovsky in the car right now, of course. He's out in the lead, but he still can see the car. Oh, that is Williams!
That's a major off. And we were just talking to Charlie Crossland. What on earth? He's got going again, and I think that's down at turn 6. We'll try to grab a replay. What's happened there? But the fact that the engine seems to have gone off as well, and they were just looking to kind of try to rectify their championship. What on earth has happened there?
That's an unusual place to go off, I have to say. A car goes off, say they come into the...
Oh, that's a hardware issue, isn't it?
Hardware issue, yeah. That looks like his wheel's disconnected middle of the corner right there. That is a disaster. Wojtek Fiala, nothing you could do, but he's just sitting in the grass trying to reconnect his wheel. Pedals obviously still working, but seems like he's had a major hardware issue. We're literally just talking to Charlie Cross, and they're still parked there. This is the one thing about sim racing, John, that you can't control, is these hardware problems.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. I mean, of course, obviously there is, there isn't that element of mechanical reliability in terms of the actual car itself. For the most part, I mean, you can self-induce some damage on the car, and if you're a bit aggressive with your gear shifts and things like that. But yeah, in terms of kind of outright mechanical failures, it's something that this is the only form that we ever see it in, is that when the hardware or an internet issue or something like that. And unfortunately, the big problem now is that if Voltec can't get that car back to the pit lane, he is going to have to just teleport there and then get himself out of the car. I don't think, the only thing that would be fortunate for him is that he wasn't the first driver to drive this car. Now, for those of you that are familiar with the little bit of shenanigans we sometimes have to do in terms of organising drivers in these long endurance events and when you have more than one driver per car, that you do have to join in a certain order, and the first driver that gets into the server is the one that takes over from there. And I think that once a car is registered in the server, it has to be the same driver that rejoins the next time. So the only good thing for Votek is that if Tinko, that was the first driver in that car at the beginning of this race, can get back in, then he can at least get that car back out onto circuit. And then even if he has to then hand over to Charlie, then you know that they should hopefully be able to try and negotiate that in some way or another. But that is absolutely disastrous. Meanwhile, shenanigans happening at the tail end of top 20, door-to-door banging between the two Mercedes there, Spaghetti Racing, who have been doing a hell of a lot of moves throughout the field. SG Stern involved in there as well, and Burst Esports trying to make it three-way fight, hopping across the outside of the circuit, and that's getting dangerous between the pair of them. We've only just rejoined on the action. We've got one car in the wall, a three-way fight, and that's a big slide for the Porsche down the inside at turn 6, and the Mercedes trying to fight for all it's worth on the outside, dipping a wheel almost into the gravel. The Spaghetti Racing car has checked out a little bit from these two as they're still absolutely wheel-to-wheel into the Dunlop curve. But I think eventually, somehow, they all actually make it through there, facing in the right direction by the end of it, with the Burst Esports Porsche just about coming out on top. That's the SG Stern car has anything to say about it. So within the space of about 2 minutes, and having just said that everything was calming down, it's all kicked off again.
Yeah, but by the looks of it, I think Williams have got going or have teleported themselves back to the pit lane, so they are back there. So, oh, that is a big shame for Williams. So they're gonna have to try and see if they can get somebody else in to try and get this rectified. But obviously, Wojtek couldn't get his wheel working again. Clearly, desperately trying for the whole thing. But we had Veloce and Kramer come into the pit lane and then in and out again. Team 1FF and Unicorns Love are currently in as well. I'd say that battle was incredible. Simoncic completely sideways, going around the outside of the left-hander right here. That's an outrageous move to still try and keep his foot in around the outside, especially in a rear-engined Porsche, and manage to just about come out with it. I mean, that would have been a change of pants moment, I think, for Simoncic as he came through there. But nonetheless, he got the move done and got himself through. But still, plenty of stuff happening. Xenon Racing and SLP Esports Racing currently battling with each other as well. You can see Veloce and Kramer now have come out still in front, thankfully for them, for Team 1FF, 22 seconds into the good. And Unicorns of Love in P4 as well. I'd imagine West Competition Racing, they pitted a little bit earlier, so they should jump them when they come through. And Jean Lacey Esports have been in and out as well, and they should come out in front of the Unicorns of Love car as well. So, I mean, we've only been in here for about 10 minutes, and so far we've had hardware failure, Simoncic deciding to drift around the outside of somebody and make it work, and we still have 3 hours and 42 minutes left on the clock right here. But the gap remains about 7.5 seconds up at the front, so they're not pulling away, and Kramer are not losing that much time either, lapping very, very consistently between everybody as well. Xenon getting a nice run out of the final quarter there. Leon Augustat trying to get up the inside. Now he should have the inside for turn 1 right now, of course. They'll be thankful it's not the VLN layout, because this will be the outside line for the second part of the corner. Now trying to get up the inside here in the Mercedes. Gets late on the brakes now. Does tighten up very, very much on the inside here, and he does slot in front of Leon Seeley in the SLP Esports Racing car, and that puts Xenon Racing into the top 10.
Yeah, nice move there from the Mercedes. Pretty textbook, and also good driving there from Seeley in the 100 as well. Good spatial awareness, and thankfully not having too much in the way of heart attack moments like we did a few laps ago. But yeah, you know, at this point of the race, I think we have a very interesting sort of phase initiating, because once again, at the front of the field, whilst it may be about 7.5 seconds the gap, although Marco Bischoff already doing his best to reel in the Veloce car, by taking just over 0.3 of a second on the last lap out of the number 75. But it was these two that really went quite toe-to-toe the tail end of the 2-hour mark into this race, and really did put on quite the show for that scrap. And then Massier versus, I think it was Henrik Gamble that was in the car at that point. Veloce getting themselves back into the lead, but Marco Bischoff, he's already matched, I think, what was his previous fastest lap of the race as well, on a 54.2. And with Grantas Caracas facing a little bit of traffic, and potentially in the next couple of laps, and those guys are scrapping for some positions themselves, could very much start to see that gap close and just maybe make the forehead of the Lithuanian driver just a little bit sweaty, whilst the has the K Kramer Racing Esports car maybe progressively filling up his mirrors a bit more than he would like.
Yeah, so you can see already the gap is very much fluctuating. It's down under the 7 seconds now, 6.9. So Caracas needs to get himself through, and that was a move Jean Alesi Esports, the Remy Papin, getting himself through on the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. Now that's back to where they were. So let's have a quick look back and see how they made that work. So they're coming through turn number 1, and quite a ways back at the moment, but I'd imagine it'll be a nice lineup switch back about 3 corners in advance. So Unicorns of Love getting on the grass a little bit, getting a bit sideways to the next part of the corner, and a massive lunge down the inside forces Unicorns of Love to go wide, and then Papin just slots his way through. That's a textbook example of that's a perfect example of forcing a mistake right there. There was no way the Papin was going to make the move there anyways, because it sort of puts you on the wrong line being on the outside there, but he forced the Unicorns of Love car to go wide, which then, of course, got him the position back up to P5. Textbook move.
Yeah, very nicely done, and you know, a lot to lose for the Unicorns of Love Mercedes there, and yeah, it takes, since 1.9 has come out, one of the big things, obviously we've been talking a lot about the tyres and all the various kind of components that are really affecting how these cars end up driving and behaving now, but you know, fundamentally, one of the big things as well is the rate at which temperature comes into the tyres and the way in which they enter that working window. And it takes longer now. So, you know, whilst, of course, you know, there was always an element of if you were coming out of the pits, you'd have to spend a lap trying to get your tyres up to temperature and up to pressure. But now, it's, you know, it takes a good 2 or 3 laps. So if you are on that undercut strategy and you've got that extra temperature and you're also maybe a bit brave in terms of how you look to force the issue, then you can seriously look to make up a move. And I think, speaking of moves, that Polikov for the F1 memes team has just made their way past Wild Things Racing from potentially quite far away again. Is this going to be a bit of bravery on the brakes towards turn 1? Not too much heroics there. So how do they find themselves in a position to make up this move? Because whilst they are glued to the gearbox, there's going to be a bit of a send into turn 3. I think that's where it's going to come from. And the BMW just not able to fight against the almost prototype style nature that the new generation of Ferrari could take through that corner. So good racing between those two, and also notably at the front, I said Marco Bischoff might be pushing 53.9 from the German driver, and already bringing that gap to now almost down to 6 seconds. He is flying.
Yeah, he's the fastest man on the circuit. He did the fastest lap of the race, the previous lap, and then beat it by about 7/100 of a second, or less than a couple of hundredths of a second. So that is excellent stuff. TF Racing now also getting past the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. So Manos Girardis there in the TF Racing Porsche getting past. So Unicorns of Love's falling back a little bit now, trying to get this in here. Down into the hairpin he comes. So it'll be just after the exit here. It obviously looks like it's going to get a run up through the S's and just get himself up the inside through into the next corner. So you can see the speed he's carrying through there. That's obviously probably a confidence thing here right now as he goes to the outside of the Mercedes. Going to be probably, it wasn't even a switchback, it was just clear around the outside of the Unicorns of Love car, and that is Girardis up into P5 TF Racing. So a little bit of struggles there currently for Unicorns of Love, but the main thing is there's still a long way to go in this race, keep themselves in it. But TF Racing down to P6, chasing after the Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghini, which is 8.5 seconds up the road. But it is very impressive pace for Marco Bischoff right now as we go look back at Lucas Roda in the Sim RC community. Aston Martin chasing after the Yeet Esports BMW, and we've seen now, this is the 3rd time we've seen somebody right on the tail of somebody going into this very corner, so let's see if he does the same that what multiple people have done so far. A little defensive to the inside from the Beamer in front of the Yeet Esports number 47. Aston Martin trying to find a little gap to sneak through here. They've got 15 seconds to the next car in front, which is the Petrol Brothers number 147 car. Still a ways for them to go. This is for them to even gain a position here, but it seems like the Aston Martin looks a little bit stronger right now, but isn't quite able to find a gap just yet to get it past this BMW into the hairpin. You can sort of see and Beamer strong on those straights, as we very well know, even from Paul Ricard, and on the exit of the hairpin. Now trying to get a run up this hill, stay in this slipstream, stay with the Beamer as much as he can.
Oh,
and
yellow
number
flag,
14,
sorry.
the number 14 car is off the road. Now
that is the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. So it's not been the best couple of laps for the Unicorns of Love car. What on earth has happened there? They were slow throughout part of the lap before, and does seem to be exercising a bit of caution on the exit Dunlop curve in towards the Schumacher S as she goes, and yet just the back of the car letting go, and we've seen, oh my goodness, the number 33 and the Visceral Esports car as well. So West Competition Racing and Visceral Esports would have had an absolute, well, jump scare, I think is the only way to really describe that. Great evasive action from both of them, so thankfully and quite quite sort of by the skin of their teeth, really. No one actually coming out with any additional damage on their car, but those tyres on the number 14, they're not going to be too happy. And the Unicorns of Love Mercedes, unfortunately, dropping 2 positions in that. And also, notably, the Visceral Esports and number 33 West Competition race car, that was 4 positions. So that evasive action that the BMW had to take, obviously incredibly necessary, but unfortunately did actually cost them a position in the process.
Yeah, I think they'd take that as Unicorns Love uses another position. That's the Xenon Racing Mercedes just getting themselves through on the inside, and they have even more coming through. Sorry, it's the Xenon Racing going through right now on the outside line, and then there's even more still to come on the outside for this car here. So going from bad to worse for them, but that was, again, it's such a fast part of the circuit. It's nearly the worst place on the track to lose the rear end through. That was 2 lapped cars going through, the Xenon Racing car just following through, sorry. But Lena Foreman now dropping down to P10, but it's a scary place. As you can see, it is absolutely flat out through that sector as well. So the West Competition Racing car, they would not have seen that until they came over the top of the crest of the second part of the Schumacher S's there, and great evasive action by them, and I think they'll accept losing a position rather than getting themselves knocked out of the race entirely, as this is the fight position that's going on straight in front of this battle. There's Jordan Watson in the Pulse Sim Sport car, the Firefly E-Racing car that's trying to get through on the outside. Here goes the Ferrari up the inside, then the number 52, the Pulse Sim Sport car. 296 trying to stay in front. You've got the P9 Xenon Racing car was also trying to find their way through at the same time. It's so tight through there as they come through. He's missed the apex entirely as they tried to go side by side through there. Leon Augustad's got to be very careful here now. These guys scrap for position, and he'll try to just force a gap up the inside there. But side by side through that chicane does not work, and you've got a perfect example why right there. And just keeping an eye out the front. Gratis Kirikas, he did a personal best on the previous lap, which was then immediately responded to by Marco Bischoff with another fastest lap of the race. It's brilliant.
Yeah, incredible pace from the K Chroma Racing Esports car, and yeah, very rarely does side by side through that final chicane work. I think we saw one incredibly brave move from the Petrol Brothers Mercedes, remember rightly, but it heavily relies on quite a bit of complacency from the car that you're trying to overtake. And yeah, thankfully they all managed to survive that fairly well, whilst Augustat was just trying to really navigate their way through, and possibly will want this Unicorns of Love cross-pole Simsport Ferrari to maybe move aside in due course. But yeah, with GT3 racing, especially in endurance, it's not so much a case of if you have a blue flag, then you just have to get out of the way. You will see drivers that will take that approach, but technically speaking, that's all they have to do is not defend when the car that is lapping them goes to make a move. So technically, that Ferrari can still remain in that position until the Xenon Racing car looks to try to overtake. So if they have got the pace to try to stay in front, then they will look to try to move forward from there. But yes, after what was a little bit of a lull to some extent, as I think actual fact the Unicorns of Love Mercedes losing more positions now, so that was the number 100 of Leon Seeley from SOP Esports, and with Angel Estrada now looking to try to make a move as well. Oh, I don't know if I like where this is going. That's not the camera angle I wanted to show everybody. But going into that final chicane, I imagine that surely Inostroza will look to just save a move until the first turn, but he's got to be careful because he's got Max Frank in the Yeet Esports BMW right behind.
Yeah, it's all happening here as they all go. The Yeet Esports are going to find the gap now, so the patience shown by Inostroza has maybe not going to pay off for him, and he's going to lose a position to Yeet Esports out towards turn 1 so late on the brakes, on the Ferrari on the outside though, and a touch in the rear, and the Unicorns of Love car gets almost punted out of the way, somehow keeps it on the road in a straight line, got a sort of pinball effect into turn 1. Yeet Esports goes through, Unicorns of Love hang on, but Yas Heat actually end up the big losers of that, because the second Unicorns of Love car also got their way through. The X-Pulse Sim Sport car that's just in front, they get through. Now Inostroza is trying to find a way through to the next part of the corner, finds the inside line for the left-hander now, needs to find a gap, does find a gap and slots through eventually, but that got messy, and I think lucky that Lena Forma didn't get sent around entirely there. In a way, she was lucky that Inostroza was actually on her outside and sort of just punted her back facing the right direction.
Yeah, she sort of, it's kind of turned into a bit of a pinball machine there, didn't it? It just kind of bouncing back and forth off the bumpers, both figuratively and literally, and somehow managing to come out of that one, thankfully pointing in the right direction. So, yeah, a few more positions unfortunately lost there for the number 14. Mercedes now down in P14. And next car is a little bit of a way away of Lukas Schneckenberger in the number 595 Spaghetti Racing car. Car that has absolutely surged their way through the field today, but potentially over the course of the remaining portion of this stint, with the sort of pace differential it seems that there might be between those two cars at the moment, Schneckenberger along with the likes of Rangers in the 199 cars, that was Duakop having a little bit of a interview of his own into the anti-cut of the chicane. But yeah, that's those battles at the tail end of the top 15 could really start to heat up at the closing portions of this stint. But yeah, we've got enough to deal with and manage at the moment with what's going on. So still plenty of action up and down the grid for us to be digging our teeth into.
Yeah, gap up front is down to 5 seconds between the K. Kramer car and Veloce, so it's getting closer, and these guys are back scrapping again, so you've got loads happening across the board. We're going to have a quick replay. I think we had a bit of an incident further down. The Italian job Honda looking like it may have got caught up in something here, and the Aston Martin further down. It's the home of Sin Racing, Aston Martin. Through the chicane they go. He goes a little bit deep, and the Italian job Honda gives him a little nudge in the rear. Goes up the inside, and then gets put. Oh, that's messy. That's a bit messy going into the final corner, and unfortunately the Honda ends up facing the wrong way after one mistake into that chicane. But that just shows you once one person goes offline, it messes up for everyone for the next couple of quarters or so. Flash of the lights from Andre Miklia there in the West Competition Racing Beamer. These are the guys who had the biggest scare of their lives, got up through the Shibak arrests, had to take avoiding action, but ended up losing the position to the Visual Esports Ferrari. And look at the speed of that BMW down the straight, inside line on the Ferrari. No way through, though. Visual are not going to get that up easy coming through this part of the corner. Big curb hit from the Ferrari. You can see how hard they're working the suspension on these cars, but you can sort of tell by the attitude of the car. This West Competition Racing car is very, very quick. And we have an incident between the Armamentaria Racing team and the home of Sim Racing Esports in lap. Turn 1 is now under investigation, lap 138. So the stewards are currently busy. As always, here comes the Beamer again down the inside of turn 1. Has a look, gets the squeeze put on into turn 1 by the Visual Esports car on the inside. But this is brilliant race between these two. This is 4th position for P7. West Competition Racing looking to try to get themselves through past this 296. They do seem like the quicker car at the moment, but good defense so far put up by the number 44 car, which is currently being piloted by Florian Bauer in that Ferrari. So great job by him so far. Keep this Beamer behind, but it's the same sort of situation as Paul Ricard. I'm amazed that Ferrari is staying in front. It's sort of using the twisty sections to try and get away, but that Beamer is just a rocket ship down the straights.
Yeah, it's that's definitely one of its main skill sets at the moment, isn't it? And yeah, the Romanian driver really trying to put that into effect as best as he can. Also, just a little bit of an update on the gaps at the front end of the grid. 4.5 seconds now separates your two leaders, with Marco Bischoff continuing to reel in the number 75 car, and it was those two that ended up giving us that fantastic little scrap at the tail end of one stint for the race lead. It's looking very likely that we could have that battle on again by the time we next get to the next batch of pit stops. But right now, close battle between Andre Meclet and the Visceral Esports Ferrari of Florian Bauer. I don't think the BMW is going to be quite close enough, despite its rocket ship-like pace up the hill, although a bit of a cautious line from the Ferrari, so perhaps by the time they get to turn 1, I could very easily see that West Competition Racing car looking to maybe send one up the inside.
Yeah, I think he's going to think about it here. You can see Bauer immediately going defensive to the inside as they head down towards turn 1. Don't know if he's going to be close to him. It's going to take a big send from the West Competition Beamer to try and get up this inside. He's late on the brakes, but again, Bauer just doing enough at the moment to keep that Ferrari in front and frustrating the West Competition Racing Beamer that sits behind him at the moment. But good defensive driving from the German right now. Continues to hold position from the West Competition Racing BMW. And there's even more going on. Yeet Esports down the inside for a top 10 position, but that switchback will work for SOP Esports on the outside. And you have the Unicorns of Love X Sim Sport car. There's the SOP Racing guy around the outside. Watch for the Ferrari. Will try to find a space on the inside here as the SOP Racing gets sort of done at the outside. But again, that will turn to the inside for the next left-hander. He'll have the inside, but again, the Sim Sport car, the Unicorns of Love car going around the outside, moves up a place. And SOP Esports Racing move down to P12, but ET Esports into top 10 now. But it's a great fighting. Yas Heat not too far behind either. They're only a couple of car lengths back, but you cannot take your eyes off anything that's going on. We're over halfway through this race, and there's still lots and lots of scrapping. I can tell you the gap up front now, according to our time screens, is down to 3.6 seconds up front, and continuously, Marco Bischoff is continuously half a second quicker than the Caracas every single lap. So that gap is coming down exponentially each lap. Here's your biggest movers, and it is actually Spaghetti Racing. You're up 25 places from where they started in this race, and they're only halfway. So, I mean, technically speaking, at that rate, I mean, surely a top 10's not out of the question for those guys.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, with the pace that they're showing at the moment, and you've got the number 14 car currently in P14, that Unicorns Love Mercedes is dropping positions very, very rapidly. Still a fairly substantial gap, but just for reference, that gap has already come down by about 9 seconds. Is the rate at which that's come down, which I think is about as quickly as West Competition Racing is onto the rear bumper once more of that Visceral Esports Ferrari, following them through into turn 2, looking for an opportunity perhaps in turn 3. You can see both quite aggressive, trying to get towards that apex, get themselves tucked in over the inside of that curb so you can open up the exit here out of turn 4. There's a yellow flag out for Patrick Sodacats in the Wild Things Racing, and that's not looking very healthy. Bit of a facial rework on the front of that BMW, and I don't think that was particularly one that they would have been wanting to aim for. So this is the exit of turn 6. I do believe, or on the entry, I suppose, on towards turn 6. If they come through turn 5, if they just the back end just gives way from underneath them, and then it's not the heaviest of impacts, but still, it's going to be substantial enough to compromise the performance of that BMW, no doubt. And whilst I don't believe that they actually lost any positions in the process, and that's still very much going to impact their race quite significantly. So not the end portion of a stint for Sodacats that he would have wanted. But yeah, back to Spaghetti Racing. That gap has continued to come down. It's now only 22 seconds. They were almost 2.5 seconds faster than the Unicorns of Love Mercedes on the last lap. So whilst reeling in the likes of Yas Heat and SOP and closing in towards that top 10 may be tricky, combine their race pace with a little bit of extended misfortune across some other cars, and 3 hours remaining could very much be a possibility. We haven't even seen too much in the way of drive-through penalties so far this race, and it's very difficult to go 8 hours worth of racing and not get one. Whilst this is an easier circuit to avoid getting those corner either track extensions or corner cuts, it can still accumulate. So still plenty of time for them to continue their fantastic surge through the field and, you know, really score some incredibly valuable points.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the West Competition Racing engineers will be saying to Andrew Mikla. Don't go for anything stupid. We're in a good points position, but of course you do want to get in front, but you don't want to risk taking out A, getting a penalty, or B, you know, knocking yourself out of the race entirely. So there's a bit of management that has to go on there at the same time. So again, there's plenty that has to be thought about throughout this race. Gap up front, 2.8 seconds is the gap up front now. Again, Marco Bischoff, another half a second taken out of our race leader on that previous lap. 54.1 for Bischoff, a 54.6 for Caracas out front. So huge amount of work being done by that Kate Kramer Racing Esports. That gap was 7 seconds when the pit stop phase started, and he's worked hard to get it down. How close do you want to get Mikla through the entry to the left-hander there? Absolutely brilliant stuff, but he's just stuck right now, but right behind. Bauer is just doing the absolute bare minimum to stay in front at the moment and nothing more, and he's getting a slight slipstream off of the car in front as well, which may help him, and he knows Mikla can't go for it here because it'll end in an accident for both of them, so he's got to be smart about this. Mikla gets sideways on the exit through the chicane, and that Ferrari using a lot more of the curbs, you would think. You could see it using the curbs a lot more, and again goes defensive to the inside as they head down towards turn one. This is the closest Mikla has been in a while. He has got the run on the Ferrari, but does he have enough to go for a move on the inside this time? Yes, he does. He's going to have a little look at the very least, but Power is so late on the brakes on the way into the corner, and still no way through for him right there. That is his downfall. That BMW is quick in a straight line, but Bauer is just a demon on the brakes in that Ferrari.
Yeah, the Ferrari, I think it's Jardier that sort of really has kind of nicknamed the way that car behaves at the moment to be like an LMP prototype. And yeah, braking, cornering, you name it, that's some of its absolute strongest qualities. As I think Yassi Esports in the hands of Angel and Strother, I think there's been a bit of a dive towards turn one there, looking at the language of the cars on the exit. So another Ferrari maximising its braking capability, but yeah, great stuff from Florian Bauer at the moment to keep the West Competition Racing car behind, and absolutely it's always a case of just try not to over defend the position and compromise somewhere else. As a big dive on the brakes there from the man from Chile, and there was nothing in the end that Leon Seeley could do in the BMW for SOP Esports. So Yassi move up into P12 as they continue to gain some more positions through the field. And look at that gap actually between Florian and Andre on the last lap has since extended a little bit. I did notice that they had some traffic coming up in the form of that rather wounded BMW, the Wild Things racing car, but I think by the looks of it, it's going to be nice and easily negotiated for both those cars, so won't be affecting that battle, I'm sure. For Florian's perspective in particular, that'll be quite the relief for the Visceral Esports driver.
Yeah, that was good work by the Wild Things Racing car just to get out of the way. Previous lap, that was Caracas actually a little bit quicker that lap, so just a 10th, but still just keeping enough in front, and the gap remains at about 2.9 seconds for now. But there's very little between these two up at P7, and then well, everyone else is sort of spread out in front, but you've got these two glued together. You've got the ET Sports, and the other Unicorns of Love car is also glued to the back of the ET Sports BMW, about the same distance as what we're currently dealing with here. So we're coming up towards the end of this hour, well over the halfway distance now, and again, the finish line is almost in sight for a lot of these guys. 3 more hours is virtually nothing with just these few, even these few minutes to go. But Unicorns of Love, wow, down at 14th. Again, has there been even more problems for the Mercedes coming through the final corner? Turns it in, and again, it just seems to me that again they were up around 7th or so around the start of the pit stops, and it's just been a struggle for Leonard Foreman to sort of just just hold the position, because again, you've got such a strength of field around here. But if you make one error, you get swallowed up very easily.
Yeah, without a doubt. Last lap, unfortunately, for that Mercedes, it was over 2 minutes from the number 14 car, and Lucas Schneckenberger is not hanging around. 55.3, which, whilst not quite on the pace of your race leaders, is still within a second of some of the fastest cars in the grid at the moment. As a result, what was a 35-second gap around 10 or 15 minutes ago is now less than 10 seconds. Definitely the Spaghetti Racing Mercedes looking to gain another position to the name and gets up into P14, possibly within the next few minutes. Someone else looking to try to make a move is Florian Duerkop in the number 4 Ferrari, the other Unicorns of Love team in the field, with the Pulse Sim Sports involvement, of course, as well. And they are battling with Max Frank right now in the number 48 Yeet Esports BMW. Up ahead, we saw Angelina Stroza managed to use the braking capability. There he is in the background, right on cue. And it doesn't look like maybe slight difference in approaches in the setup, because whilst Stroza was really able to hang with the BMW of the SOP Esports car when they got towards turn 1, you could see visibly there the Yeet Esports BMW really was able to extend the advantage over that Ferrari, irrespective of the slipstream that they were getting from it. So maybe slightly different approaches in the setup, but one way or another, it's looking like it might be a bit tricky for Florian to actually try to make a move on this BMW, despite what seems to be a fairly reasonable pace advantage in the corners.
Yeah, we've got the absolute mirror image going on. We got the Visual Esports Ferrari in front of the West Competition Racing BMW, and now we have the Yeet Esports BMW in front of the Unicorns Love Ferrari. So we get two different perspectives of a Ferrari trying to pass a BMW and a BMW trying to pass a Ferrari, and neither of them have been successful, which is an interesting observation. You can see the strengths of the two of them coming into play, but the Ferrari, you can see, is so close to that Beamer, but again, it's strong through the corners, but the Beamer just opens out. Opens the legs through the Schumacher S's right there, and just manages to maintain the gap. Maybe even not extend it, but maintain it even with slipstream, which is a big thing, of course, in these cars as well. But this is for a top 10 position as well. So Florian Duerkop will want to get in there, and even more battling going on right here. As I've got a Porsche just running off the road slightly in front, but they managed to rejoin right here.
That was Marco Bischoff, actually. I think
actually.
Yeah. Leon Seeley brought out the white flag, and I think putting 2 and 2 together, I think he was actually just lifting off to let one of our lead Porsches go by. But in the process, whilst this is not a battle for position, he's been put under quite a bit of pressure from what I think is the number 69 Mercedes of Marco Heinen. It is for Firefly E-Racing. So maybe backing off kindly and a bit more for the K Kramer Racing Esports car. But yeah, I think that's what was going on there. But thankfully for all parties, really no major harm done.
No, and again, you don't want to do that too often, does Marco Bischoff, but again, didn't lose too much time. If anything, he actually only lost a 10th of a second on that lap as well by that. There's another move down the inside, the Creme de la Course Beamer going down the inside of the Burst Esport Porsche, actually getting done up the inside there, and that's another position gained for them. Spaghetti Racing, there's another place, up to 14th now, as you were saying. I remember that gap was well over 27 seconds, I think, when we checked in not too long ago, and now they move up another place into this in this race. You can see there's the Unicorns of Love car. It gets sideways through the chicane, puts her slightly offline, opens the door on the inside, and through goes the 595, and that's another place gained for them. So the rise up through the field continues for the number 595 car, and they go up to P14, and it's going to be, I think, maybe another place lost for the Unicorns of Love car, and it is SG Stern have also got through now in the other Mercedes that was chasing them down. As you can see, one of the Audis getting through, and then Stern just finding a gap on the way through turn 1 as well. It's the outside, not the preferred line, but just has the confidence to chuck it in there and drive it around the outside. And again, another place. They go up to 16th in their category, or in this category as well, number 199. up a place, and Unicorns Love down to 17th.
Oh,
and
dear.
now in this race. And have we had an issue?
I think we may have had something happen. A yellow flag out
Visceral.
for Florian Bauer. And,
Yeah.
oh dear, and a big,
Ooh.
big wiggle. Several kicks of oversteer there whilst we've kind of been in replay central for the last lap. But
Let's go back
I
in.
think, yeah, let's go back again. So West Competition Racing, Andre McLaren, he hasn't really hung around by the looks of it to hand the position back. So whether or not the stewards are going to have to get involved in this one. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's a big, big hit. And that is incredibly unfortunate. That was a little bit to attitude. That reminds me of Ricciardo versus Verstappen at Baku all those years ago when they were scrapping for the win, and the rather sort of famous switchback move that Ricciardo applied to many a driver whilst he was still at Red Bull, and then it all went wrong on that day. And those two came together, and whilst the Ferrari of the 44 and number 33, I suppose, thankfully, to a certain degree, aren't actually teammates, that, yeah, there is definitely going to be words said about that, I'm sure. And I'm sure the stewards are going to have something to be said there, as well as another position, I think, has gone down away from the Unicorns of Love Mercedes, as not just the SG Stern car, it's now Primary Racing get themselves up into 16th place. And with Mattia De Campo, it was 5.5 seconds faster on the last lap. It's, I think it'll only be a couple of laps away, that unfortunately that number 14 ends up dropping another position. So Unicorns Love Mercedes were running around inside of what I think was a top 5 in the early stages of this race. Unfortunately, during this last stint, they have lost quite a lot of positions, as there's a yellow flag out.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Visceral again.
It's
Visceral again.
And yeah, and so they've brought out the yellow flag. They're very far down the order.
Have they been in the wall? I wonder.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because they've brought out the yellow flag, and I mean they're down in 25th position. No, that just seems to be. Just seems to have been the yellow flag just being a little bit sensitive in the overlay for bringing out the as they went into the pits. But the fact that incident has cost them positions. When they came into the pits, they'd already gone down to 25th place, which is an absolutely massive amount of time when you consider they were battling for P7. So yeah, I imagine that the number 33 West Competition Racing car is very likely to be hit with quite the penalty, because unless there's something that happened, it didn't feel like there would be that much of a time loss for the Visual Esports car. So when something happened whilst we were looking at the battles for P16 and they dropped down the order, or like I say, went into the wall again elsewhere, I don't know, but one way or another, they've gone from being well inside the top 10 to being outside of the top 30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at their sector times, and there's nothing to suggest that they went that much slower, really. So I'd be interested to see. But yeah, I think it's West Competition Racing are definitely going to get slapped with a penalty. I would think the idea was good. The switch back on the inside was just mistimed ever so slightly, and that is what can cost you. Unicorns of Love into the pits. And we have another battle between Benjamin Heilman in the Verstappen Motorsport Audi, trying to put pressure on the home of sim racing Aston Martin, getting a position up into P31 if they can at all. And well, I think it was a bit of a crazy hour we've had so far. We're nearly at the end of it now, but so far we have pretty much lost Williams. We've lost Visceral it seems, unless we can see them move up the order a little bit later on, but a bit of an unusual thing. They've now ended up in 16th, re-emerging now. So Visceral are 16th after that pit stop. You can see on the timing screens there. So they have emerged. Okay. Lucas Seedor is now in the car. So they're thankfully back out, and Williams are running again. You can see them, they're right in front, so they've thankfully got back out again. But they're a long way down the order. Of course, if you did miss what happened, I think Charlie Crossland is in the car now. If you did miss an unfortunate hardware failure for Wojtek Fiala going through one of the corners, steering wheel turned off, ended up in the wall, but they're back out, thankfully. That's the main thing. They're pushing on. Charlie Crossland now in the car and trying to put some pressure on. Meanwhile, the Unicorns of Love Ferrari is still stuck behind this pesky Yeet Esports BMW. They cannot find a way through. no matter how hard they try, it doesn't seem to be working for them at all. Meanwhile, well, while we've been trying to keep up with all this, the gap up front is 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, that has been closing down, and whilst we may potentially be looking at some pit stops in the not too distant future, there it is. Marco Bischoff in that K. Kramer Racing Esports Porsche, lurking ever more in the mirrors of this Veloce car that has been leading for quite some time. Has a sister team, actually, in the 296 Ferrari. I don't imagine that there'll be any special favours called from that team to slow Marco down. But right now, I mean, he's coming at Grantas like a freight train, so I'm not sure there's going to be a great deal that can look to stop him. But yeah, that has been coming down over the last few laps, and I imagine that Grantas is just going to be, you start to second guess so many things when you have that pressure and you know that there's someone that no matter how hard you're pushing, they are gaining on you, and it makes you second guess every single thing you do. You're looking at every apex, every braking zone that much more clinically rather than driving off instincts. It all becomes a case of just trying to hit those markers, and that to some extent actually ends up slowing you down because you're not driving the car on instinct and just letting yourself know when you need to be braking, all those minor adjustments you need to be doing. You're trying to keep it as pixel perfect as possible, and sometimes that isn't actually where the outright pace is. And right now, that gap now sub 2 seconds with times from Marco Bischoff. He's had a fastest lap of a 54.1. 51 would be quite the miracle. 54.1, and obviously we saw some 53s from him earlier on. And, there's been so much of a talking point about the drop-off in pace and tyres, things like that. That's where this 977 car is really shining at the moment, in that combo of Marco Bischoff in that Porsche. Because last lap, 54.3, he's 0.4 of a second clear of Grantas Correcas, who, relative to the rest of the field, there are very few other cars that are beating his lap times. So, Bischoff has been in this car for a while. He's preserved those tyres, and he is just continuing to reel in our race leader. And it's certainly going to result in an interesting battle very shortly. Whilst that continues to brew, we have another interview lined up. We have Alex Kopsov from Armamentario Racing that we will look to bring in. We spoke to Alex at the 24-hour race as well, I do believe. He was very kind to join us, or may actually well have been the first round. The 24 hours was a little bit of a blur for me because I was awake for the whole thing. But we'll look to bring him in. So Alex, joining us once again for an interview. Great to have you back in the comms box. And how's the race been going for you and the Armamentario team?
Yeah, hey everyone, hope you hear me well. So yeah, our race was tough, to be honest, and yeah, even the quali yesterday was not great. However, now we're fighting back. So after the first stint we were like P40, but now we're pretty much successfully fighting back and looking forward to fight for like in the top 20, I think.
Yeah, there's still plenty of opportunities. We've been talking over the last few laps of kind of how it's all been playing out, and there's been a lot of drama that's happening, even at what we would generally consider to be perhaps a more naturally peaceful point in the race. We're 5 hours in, but there are still a lot of things happening up and down the field, and everyone that we've been talking to so far today. One of the big questions has been about update 1.9. Obviously, you've moved from the previous generation Ferrari over to the 296. So, between the new car and the new physics, obviously there's been some recent hot fixes as well. But how has that been for you and your team to try to adapt to that?
Well, yeah, thank you for the great question, because yeah, it's pretty much the stuff that concerns everyone at the moment, I think. So yeah, we're first of all, we're like very happy with our car choice for the championship, because 488 was good for the first 2 races, and now the pace of 296 is good as well. However, I do not think that the BOP current is like ideal. So currently in Nürburgring we can see that Porsche is like a bit ahead of any other cars. and so some old cars are struggling a lot, such as Audi, I think. Regarding the tires, the situation is really very strange because since like 191, the situation with the tire wear was completely different from what we have now. So it seems like the graining is completely deleted from the game, and what we see during the stints that the guys are able to set like the exact same times during the stint, even at the end of the stint when the tire wear should like affect the pace, but it's not affecting too much. I'm personally expecting like any other patches incoming with the changes of related to the tires in the nearest future, I think.
Yeah, it's been a lot for everyone to adapt to. Looking at the pace though that you've got at the moment, says there's just a brief yellow flag for the Pole Sims car. I think that was just as a result of getting out of the way of the K Kramer Racing esports car. But looking at StatSec in the 121 at the moment, reeling in the 81 ahead of you by about 0.3 or so a lap at the moment. And we've seen some of the other Ferraris on the grid on occasion struggling a little bit to find a way to overtake certain cars, and rather poignantly the BMW, because it is rather the rocket ship around here in terms of straight line speed performance. So you know, where do you think if Rafael is able to close up to the Creme de la Course car, where do you think that opportunity may end up appearing for you to make an overtake?
You know, overtaking using the Ferrari is a pain here because of the maximum speed. The best opportunity, I think, is to like push your opponent to make a mistake and then to overtake, no matter which exact turn it is, because on the straights, even using the slipstream, Ferrari cannot make a successful overtake on that track, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of difficulty in that regard with the Ferrari. It has some great characteristics, but also some drawbacks. But and Jack, any thoughts and questions from you with Alex?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because you know I like my stupid questions. I'd like to ask. I have one which I thought about for a long time, but we know guys like Sebastian Vettel like to give their cars names. Has your car got a name, or what name would you give your car?
The question is really brilliant, but actually we were not giving the names to the cars, but seems like we need to start doing it. However, all our team is really very happy with our car choice because we were recently for the last 6 months Honda drivers mainly, and we changed our car before Honda was nerfed. So while it was still OP, we looked into the future, looked into what the new patch may bring to us, and decided to change the OP car to not OP car, which was 488, just to then switch the car during the championship. But we will think about the name, and I'm pretty sure I will tell you during the next interview, during the next race.
I look forward to it. I will ask. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Well, we'll obviously your driver's just been in for a pit stop right now. We can let you head back. But is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to or thank you while we're on stream?
Big shout outs to the whole LFM team to making this all happen, because all our guys are really happy to participate in this kind of championship. And big shout outs as well to the Armamentario community, the users of our software, the drivers, and everyone who helps us on this journey in sim racing. And thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, Alex, we'll let you get back to your team. I see Vladislav is in the car right now, but thanks for joining us. We'll let you head back.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Cheers, Alex. So always good to hear from people. And whilst we had Alex in the booth, has been heating up at the front of the field.
Yeah, it has. It's got very, very close up at the front right now. Remember that gap when we started the last hour was 7.5 seconds, and Marco Bischoff has reeled in Grantas Caracas up at the front to try and take the lead back off of the Veloce car and try and get a different car in the lead up at the front and try and get to the end of these last few hours. But Bischoff is on an absolute mission up here right now. 0.3 of a second as the Gavan comes into the pit lane immediately and trying to do a different strategy here, possibly going for an undercut. Doesn't want to get caught up behind that Veloce car either. So now it's a case of a pit stop, get in, get out, and see what they can do after that one. But probably the right call, I would say, John, to come straight in, because he doesn't want to get caught up in a battle for too long either.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a trade-off. So it'll be very interesting to see how Veloce end up reacting to this earlier pit stop. And I think as a little bit of a surprise interview, I do believe that we have Florian Bauer in the interview room that is hanging around. So we'll look to bring Florian in. And so Florian, I do believe, if I've remembered the rosters correctly, I do believe you're part of the Visceral Esports team.
Exactly.
Ah, wonderful. That would have been embarrassing. But obviously, it's been quite a journey for your team, sort of up and down the field. But how do you feel that your race has gone so far?
Yeah, I mean, so far we went pretty good. Yeah, we were able to run our pace we wanted to go. Even with our tire degradation, we were very fine about that, because actually before today we were quite scared that our car could be like useless after 20 minutes. Yeah, today in the morning we just found out some tweaks that may help, and yeah, now we are just running pretty good, like in top 10 or something. Yeah, with this late incident like 10 minutes ago, but yeah, so far it's good.
Yeah, and it's obviously 1.9 has been a major talking point in terms of how everything has changed, and in terms of kind of you and the rest of your team, are you a fan of those changes that have come in? I mean, obviously they're still kind of refining to a certain extent how some of the behaviour of the tyres and then sort of how they're modelled and things like that. But do you think in terms of those overhaul in the suspension physics and the general tyre behaviour, do you think that those are sort of core good changes that have come to ACC, or are you longing back for when we were on 1.8? What's kind of the feeling in the team for that?
And in the team it's a bit, yeah, they varies, I guess. Not everyone is very happy about it, but after at least the FFB got patched for Fanatec drivers, it's a bit better for us. For me itself, I feel quite good with this new update. Yeah, maybe the setups are a bit of a shit show. If we would have shown ours, I guess nobody would believe we run in that setup, because it's even worse than in V8 1.8. But I guess that's something we can hope for. Maybe it gets patched somewhere, but for now, I guess we get yeah, 1.8 is 1.9 is very good and better than 1.8.
I'm sure the Kunos developers will be pleased to hear that. And you're about 2 seconds away from the SG Stern car. And Spaghetti Racing, who was absolutely surged up through the field, isn't too far further up either. Do you think that there's still a chance to make your way into the top 10? I mean, there's 3 hours or so left on the clock. Or do you think that's maybe a little bit too much of an ask realistically? What's the feeling on that front?
I mean, because of that unfortunate incident, we had to pit like 20 minutes prior to everyone. That's why we probably that behind at the moment. We're looking to be in like P7 still if everyone pits, but yeah, that's we have to look out for. Yeah, for now the pace of Lucas just looks incredible. Yeah, I'm hoping we can go on with that and yeah, see if we come back to like P7 or P6 where we were at.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, would be good, obviously, for your team if you can bounce back from that unfortunate incident. It was quite the dramatic one. I think we're still awaiting the steward's decision on that, but yes, was definitely a tricky one. And Jack, any questions from you to Florian?
Well, I'm glad you asked. And but no, just to update, we did get a decision on that. It was a 15-second penalty for the West
okay.
Competition racing car. Yeah, just Lucas, I'm trying to... not Lucas, I'm looking at Lucas on my screen. Sorry, Florian. We are, of course, we were just talking to the Armamentario racing team, and we all know Sebastian Vettel likes to name his cars or give his car a name. Has your car got a name, or what would you give your car a name if you could give it one?
Okay. If you would have asked me yesterday, I would have been like Niki Lauda saying it's a shitbox. But from what it looks like today, yeah, it's a pretty good car. I don't know. I don't really have a name for it now, but
think about it. Think of it.
I would not name it. Would not name it shitbox.
Okay, good. Well, we wouldn't name it that. Okay, good. that's something anyway. Yeah, again, Florian, thanks for hopping in with us. Of course, even after the incident, Lucas looks like his pace is really good. But is there anyone you'd like to give a quick thank you to or a shout out to while you're in with us?
Yeah, of course. Thank you to our sponsors. Making some advertising. Nice, but I'm just kidding. Yeah, thank you to our managers. Pretty good managing our race, the whole race at the moment. Yeah, also to my teammates, of course. We did some super work for today. Pretty happy with it, how it works today. Yeah, I guess that's everything I needed to say.
Great. Well, Florian, we'll let you get back to your team, and well, thanks a million for coming in with us, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, mate.
Well, that was a perspective on the on the naming front that I wasn't necessarily expecting. I suppose it would have also been a rather unusual progression if it had gone from a name such as that to today's were being called something rather peaceful like Delilah or something like that. But yes, the Florian Bauer. I mean, maybe maybe by the time that they get to round 4, seeing how that car behaves around Kota, maybe they'll have a slightly kinder name to that one. And yes, slight apologies to those in the chat for Flora's language there. But if nothing else, honest opinions presented, which are very much welcomed from anyone that's joins us for an interview. And yeah, we were just obviously talking to one of the members of Visceral Esports in the form of Florian Barron. In that time, he was saying that Lucas's pace had been good, and yeah, he is absolutely glued to the back right now of the 199 car, and very shortly could be looking to make a move, and maybe even charge onto the Spaghetti Racing team just up ahead.
Speaking of Spaghetti Racing, they're now P11, so they're continuing to get up through the field in this one, but they may lose position after pit stops and all that, of course. But yeah, Lucas's pace in that Ferrari looking very, very good in the mid 54s at the moment. So that is right up there with the leader's pace at the moment. So that's brilliant pace from Lucas Suter at the moment. But that's why I love little questions like that, because you get honest opinions out of drivers. That's at the head of it. But you can see now, Henrik Gamble now in the K Kramer Racing Esports car, and crucially, Veloce did not respond immediately to K Kramer's pit stop. So they've continued on. So obviously there are different strategies, different pit cycles at the moment. For them, but they've done a driver swap at the number 977, but Veloce have stayed out for a bit longer, but the pace from Henrik Gamble is still incredibly good. Previous lap 54.4, which compared to our leader is about 0.6 of a second quicker. So again, these guys at the wheel of this 977 are really on the ball right now, as there's the move. SG Stern, I think yellow flag out for those guys, and I think there's been a problem for them further down. I just seen Visceral pop in front of them momentarily, and I think there may have been something going on right there. As
I'm trying to desperately find them on my overlay. I do apologise.
Yeah, but they've just disappeared off our overlay completely. So
that would be why. Let's see if we grab a replay from the Visceral Esports car. Can we see? Oh, they did actually enter the pit lane.
Oh, they came into the pit lane. Right. Okay, that's even unusual.
Yeah, see if we can kind of catch a glimpse in the back. Oh,
yeah.
I can just see they've gone into a floating floating mode. I just caught it right as they got into the pit lane, which I suppose. Oh dear. Oh, there was some very shenanigans going on in that moment, wasn't there? I wonder if there was a little bit of a network issue for a couple of drivers, as thankfully Lucas has managed to remain in the server. We'll have to see if the 199 has rejoined, and Yanis Reinders has just emerged out of the pit lane. But I'm fairly confident that I did see that car, unless in that short moment it also that they did actually kind of regain connection, so they didn't disappear from the server entirely. Otherwise, that's been a very quick kind of rejoin for them. But there was definitely something a little bit off about the physics and behaviour of that car. Just on the note of our leaders, last time round, Henrik Gamble was almost a full second faster than Grantis Caracas, and I find it very hard to believe with that sort of pace, because that's not the first lap that he's had that sort of advantage over your race leader. I find it hard to believe that after this round of pit stops that the Veloce Esports car is still going to be the #1 car in this field. Of course, Henrik Gamble, Marco Bischoff seems to have been the fastest driver for K. Kramer Racing Esports so far, and Massier may be getting back in the car for Veloce, and he has been on fire today, so could potentially look to see those positions close in once again. Or was a little bit of contact between Spaghetti Racing and Visual Esports car on the entry towards Turn 1. Thankfully, not too much damage done between those two, but things definitely heating up between those cars inside the top 10. Of course, a little bit by virtue of pit stops, but very much battling around this sort of position in the race anyway for these two cars.
Yeah, plenty happening, but again, Visceral on a sort of recovery from the incident they had at West Competition Racing. Remember, those guys have a 15-second penalty for the contact into turn #1. They tried a dummy to the inside, didn't work out, and just caught the rear of the Ferrari, sent it off. Thankfully, it didn't cause too much damage, but slow car there, SLP Esports Racing getting back going again, I think, and they're have got, thankfully for them, I think kept on going. P15 for them for the moment, but then we have here we are, West Competition Racing on the back of the second Unicorns of Love car in P5. This is for right now, so this will be a move for these guys trying to just get themselves back onto on track P5, and the Ferrari trying to keep itself in front for the moment, but keeping an eye on everything that's going on right now. You just see Henrik Gamble 54.2 on the previous lap and a 54.8 for our leader, so the pace is really, really strong from Henrik Gamble at the moment. It's right at himself and Marco Bischoff are basically identical on times at the moment, so really, really strong to see them matching each other. That's what you want in a team, is to have two drivers that can match each other to almost within a 1/10 of a second per lap. Spaghetti Racing into the pit lane as they continue their meteoric rise through the field. Let's see where they come out in the end of that. They'll probably drop down to around probably P14, P15 or so after that pit stop. But Gert Fischer trying to make his way through on the hairpin. How close do you want to get through the middle of the hairpin? You can tell he has got more pace, but again, we've seen this time and time again. It is a nightmare to overtake it, but again, it's probably worse to be a Ferrari chasing a BMW than a BMW chasing down a Ferrari. But again, you can never be too sure about this. It's tricky to overtake around here. There's actually not that many opportunities. The corners are just all seen at sort of medium speed, apart from turn #1. It all tightens up a little bit. So let's see now, Fischer will get a great run out of this corner, but won't be able to pull alongside. You see the slipstream kicking in right about now. Here comes the Beamer. Will he have enough? He might have enough, you know, to even go for it on the inside. He is going to show himself to the inside, in towards the chicane. Who's going to back off? It's the Ferrari, just has to back out of it. Going through the corner, super close on the exit though, and just Gert Fischer hangs on. Veloce are in. Race leaders are into the pit lane now. This is a big pit stop for them. K. Kramer came in very early to swap over drivers, but Veloce are in to the pits to, I would imagine, change drivers and get somebody new into that car. Grantis Caracas, he has held the lead. He held position for the entire stint, as again, that Ferrari gets so close to the rear of the Beamer, but still no way through. And Gert Fischer holds the position in P5 after just making the move. But a big moment in this race now. 2 hours and 41 minutes to go. Kramer have been chasing down that Veloce Esports Porsche for a long time. They're in the pit lane now. The gap when Marco Bischoff came into the pit lane was just a couple of tenths of a second. It might just be that when they come out of the pits this time. Henrik Gamble on a mission, 54.4 on his previous lap. And it'll be now a case of how close are these guys on pit exit, or will they get jumped? It seems like Kramer are going to get in front here because they're heading down towards the first corner right about now. Gets dropped off the jacks, through away goes Veloce, and there goes K Kramer Racing Esports, and that is the net race lead handed over to the port. You can see the Veloce emerging in the background, and that is a big moment. Carrick is still in the car as well, crucially. They've kept him in, but that is now a huge moment. 3.5 seconds, and of course they'll need temperature of the tyres as well, but K Kramer have finally taken the net race lead.
Yeah, it was looking more and more likely, but now the question will be it was the overcut from Veloce's point of view, is that going to be the better strategy in the end? Because whilst K Kramer Racing Esports may have the lead for now, there is going to be a knock-on effect later on in this race, and we've seen these two swap positions multiple times. Pit stops and strategies have been one of the key players so far in a lot of the ways in which those two have ended up swapping between first and second. So still a long race to go, still plenty of opportunities as well. You know, I don't want to commentate and curse it too much, in that, you know, that there is opportunities for other things and incidents and drive-throughs, all that sort of shenanigans to still happen. So they need to both get their heads down, work with the strategies that they've got, and really trying to maximize what they can from this one. Also looking further down the order, the recovering 199 car of SG Sturm with Janis Reinders already on the case of the biggest mover on the grid of Spaghetti Racing, has now dropped down to P15, but soon potentially to drop down to P16.
Yeah, just as an update, it's actually Maciej Malinowski is back in the Veloce Esports car still, so it just didn't update until we crossed over the next sector line, but Malinowski is at the wheel of that Veloce Esports Porsche, the man who took pole in the race. So it's going to be an interesting one to see now. He's going to be the one chasing down the K Kramer Racing Esports car. And you're right, of course, he will have fresher tyres towards the end of the stints. They'll be out of sync slightly. So again, it could be the plan that will work in the end for them. Strategy versus pace. So we'll see who comes out on top of that one. Janis Reinders trying to get by the Spaghetti Racing Mercedes for P15, and a couple of seconds up the road, a good 17 seconds up the road, is the next car, which is the SOP Esports Racing BMW. But still plenty of time left in this race. John O'Lacey Esports have also been into the pit lane. They've re-emerged in P5, so they continue sort of in a nice gap. They've got 10 seconds of the car in front and about 10 seconds of the car behind. So all good from their point of view, as the two Mercedes is trying to find their way past the next few cars in front of them. We have just 2 hours and 38 minutes. You can sort of see it's getting, the light is changing around here as well. It's getting a little bit darker around the sun. The sun is getting lower, so there's still, you can see now it's conditions changing as Janis Reinders looks to the inside into turn one. Not much he can do there. The corner just tightens up so much on the inside. It's actually nearly, it's a tricky corner to go up the inside or outside or even overtake on, because of how tight it gets on the way through, the camber, the curbs, all of that. And Karl Nietert is the one trying to hang on to this, and you can see on your graphic on the bottom right, up 25 places. So this is where they are, and it's where they continue to run. Might be a bit tricky for them to get any further up, and maybe might drop one position, but again, there are prizes for biggest movers in this league.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think almost to some extent there's a little bit of kind of tactics in to that degree. I think possibly a little bit of an incident for Thomas Twomey in the Burst Esport number 49 car going through a chicane, broke the white flag for a moment. As that's getting very busy. That is Henrik Gamble trying to waste no time at all, just a little bit further up, getting past one of the Mercedes. I think that's the Zeno Racing car. But I think, yeah, to some extent, there is a little bit of tactics for teams where if they're not convinced that maybe they're going to have the pace or the kind of really the capability to, you know, joust it around the top prize-winning positions, that instead they're kind of deliberately sacrificing their overall finishing position for looking to go for those prizes of the biggest mover. And I think that's, well, as seeing as BF Racing has won the first two prizes for that in the season, I think that's very much a tactic that's being played on at the moment. Also, notably, only 100th of a second separating the two front runners on the last lap, and actual fact in favour of Gamble. Of course, they are negotiating a little bit of traffic at the moment, so that could be affecting things to a certain degree. But our next closest fight on Circuit, is Mattia De Campo in the 211 Shazoo GTO Mega Car, closing in on that Unicorns of Love Mercedes, where René Servet has entered and taken over from Lena, but possibly will be dropping another position fairly shortly, because 0.4 of a second gained on the last lap from the Ferrari, but we know it's not been the easiest for those cars to make overtakes today.
No, and we heard the Armamentarium Racing team going on about it, that it's a nightmare to overtake in the Ferrari. You can catch up very quickly, but getting past the car in front is the problem in these cars, especially around the Nürburgring, with how tight it is and how short the straights are in reality. So we'll keep our eyes on that, of course. Of course, if you are in Twitch chat, do let us know if you are here, if you're enjoying the race, of course, and put the question that I put to the drivers. Have you got a name for your sim racing car? If you don't have a sim racing car, what's the name of your real car? I know there's some really nice names out there and some really stupid names, and I want to hear them from all of you at home. For reference, I'll give you mine. My first car was called Ruby because it was red. Now that's basic, but I want to hear the really deep ones. That's what I want to hear. And I want to start. Why don't we name our sim racing cars? As ET Sports has a little look up the inside there. But why don't we name our sim racing cars? I mean, they're always we drive them sometimes more than our actual cars. So let's start people naming our sim racing cars, please.
Yeah, I think that would be rather kind. I suppose there would be the argument that there's not quite that same sort of level of connection, and there would also be a spin-off argument in that you'd end up naming your rig as opposed to the car. But I still think that the car makes overall more sense. I think it'd be a nice thing, and maybe no promises, but yeah, I mean we'll see. Maybe there'll be some sort of even if it's just a commentator's prize for the team that ends up coming up with the best name for their car. It'll be an incredibly subjective vote and contribute absolutely nothing in terms of the championship, but it could be greatly entertaining and hopefully be the start of something new in the sim racing world and bring us even closer to the world of motorsport reality. We've got a bit of a fight between these two that was as Jack's voice jumped up an octave in the first sector when these two came rather close together, but it does look like what is a slightly beaten up front end on the Wild Things racing car has managed to get enough pace to extend a bit of an advantage, a bit of a buffer from the Yeet Sports BMW just behind. And I think realistically the biggest fight we've maybe got brewing at the moment is still that Mercedes v Mercedes for the top 15. With Spaghetti Racing and the 199 of SG Stern. Last lap, it was only about 1/10 of a second in favour of the Mercedes in that 15th place, and a bit of an awkward line actually through into turn 10 sees that gap open up a bit. But when you're in this position and you've got two cars that are identical, it can be so tricky to try to find an opportunity, because where you're quick, the other car is likely quick as well, and unless there's particularly dramatically different approaches to the setup, it's gonna be a sticky situation trying to find where that gap is gonna be, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and Yanis Riders has been sort of struggling since to get a way past this other Mercedes for the last while. A quick note, Maciej Malinowski was 0.4 of a second quicker than Henrik Gamble on the previous lap, so he's closing the gap in again, and Malinowski's pace of 54.165 on the previous lap to Gamble's 54.5, so we'll keep our eyes on that and see if Malinowski continues to close down the gap. He's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment. The fastest lap at the moment is currently still held at a 53.870, which is held by Marco Bischoff. So we'll see if Malinowski gets anywhere close to that, but he's keeping the Kate Kramer Racing Esports car honest. And I mean, I suppose they're still in a good position here, because even though Kate Kramer have taken the race lead, they pitted much earlier. And in a way, if Veloce can sort of minimize or even get rid of a whole pit stop towards the end, maybe that's the ultimate goal. Having to pit one less time and that brings you a whole lot more advantages.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Massier is flying a 53.8 on the last lap, over half a second faster than the 977 in front of him. Though notably, the reason it hasn't counted the fastest lap is he must have invalidated it somewhere. Now, that could just be an invalidation that gains no time, but it is something that all of the drivers need to be aware of. There are still 2.5 hours of this race left to go, and you know, and those corner cuts, they do build up, and one thing you don't want to do is get a drive-through penalty, because it will drop you down the order very dramatically. Maybe not quite as awful as somewhere like Spa, of course, for example. Paul Ricard had a pretty long pit lane as well, but still, you know, losing a chunk of time if you do end up making too many mistakes. And we've had a rather busy hour for the last sort of hour and a half since we both entered the Cosmos box. Yeah, I mean, it's been wonderful in the sense that, you know, usually sometimes, you know, these races, endurances, they can kind of, you know, calm down sort of a little bit, sort of almost a little bit too much. You know, we kind of have everything kick off in the first couple of hours, then everyone naturally finds their rhythm, and, you know, and then kind of spreads out in the field. But the fact that between our race leaders, there's barely 3 seconds between them at the moment. In actual fact, it's getting closer to the 2-second end of that spectrum than 3. And, you know, and we're 3.5 hours into, no, that's not how maths works, 4.5 hours into this race, and you know that we have such fine margins. So that has been fantastic to see on that front. And, you know, and talking about sort of some of the busyness that we've had, our wonderful people behind the scenes at VEM have continued to do some additional legwork in putting together some little highlights. And, you know, we saw quite a bit of busyness around this car, number 14, Unicorns of Love Mercedes. This is when Lena was in the car, and it was not the greatest stint for that Mercedes, dropping several positions in the order.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle as my voice decides to give up at this rate. Don't know why, but yeah, Lena was sort of on the struggle bus. There was the contact. It was between the Yas Heat and the Yeet Esports car as well, with a little pinball effect going on right there as they came into the first corner. You'll sort of just see it. Concertina up, little touch from the rear, and then bonked back into position, but the Yas Heat car was actually ended up being the big loser in all that, and they've carried on thankfully, but they did manage to eventually get by. More sort of shenanigans going on. Armamentario and the Italian job, they got sent around as well in their part of the stint as well in the final corner, facing the wrong way with a bit of it was actually between the Aston Martin right in front of them, the Homo Sim Racing car, which is just in front of them here, as you can see. This will be it, actually, I think, or one of the moves that we saw earlier on, the ET Sports car and one of the Aston Martins.
I think that's Sim RC, if I remember rightly.
Sim RC, yes, this Sim RC car, and I think one of the other, the Porsches behind, but I mean, you couldn't really take your eyes off anything that was happening throughout this race. And this was just in the past hour, by the way, as well. There's been so much happening. The lead is swapped as well in that part as well. Veloce now on the chase of our race leaders, the K Kramer racing car, and they are not far away at all. They're 2.3 behind Malinovsky, putting in a rapid stint at the moment. You can see just a snippet of the fighting that's been going on. And then the Unicorns of Love having that moment at the top of the hill. This was scary for the West Competition racing car. How close was that on board? But then, of course, Visceral pouncing and going through around the outside. This was the onboard. This is a perfect opportunity. Oh, they actually hit them, I think. Was there contact there?
I think they missed them by a hair's width. That was probably the biggest heart in mouth moment I think we've had in the last 4.5 hours. And you know, I don't imagine that number 33 car, you know, it would have taken him quite a while to have calmed down after that, because that was a moment and a half. And this one was a very unfortunate, peculiar issue as well for the Williams Esports team. A big hardware failure, and it took them a long time to get going again.
It did, yeah. Wheel failure for Wojtek Fiala, and they've now got going again, but they're now a couple of laps down at the back, so really unfortunate for them in that regard. Yeet Esports have been in the fights throughout this fight. This was a great little scrap actually between the SLP Esports car and the other Unicorns of Love, the Pulse Sim Sport factory one as well on the inside. These guys scrapping it out there. The Pulse Sim Sports ex Unicorns of Love car would get through on the outside to the next corner, and they would continue. So Yeet Esports as well have been scrapping away for this entire stint, but I am I am glued to this lead fight. Look at Malinovsky. This gap is down to a second up at the front, and you can see he's pulled in 7/10 on the previous lap. I can tell you, just keeping an eye at that fastest lap, it wasn't the fastest lap because he was 200ths off the fastest lap. It was that close. The fastest lap is a 53.87. He did a 53.89, so not quite the fastest lap for Maciej Malinovsky, but he has reeled in the top racing car. We're on board Malinovsky now, but that gap when we came into the pits was about 3.5 seconds. And now Henrik Gamble is the man who's on the defensive here, because Malinovsky, he took pole in this car. He's the quickest man on the circuit right now and is on an absolute mission to retake that race lead away, and he took another 7/10 of a second out of our race leader on that previous lap on a 54.0. I mean, this is insane pace from this man.
Yeah, this is massive, and I tell you what, there is in the ACC world, there are very few people that are scarier than a Malinovsky that you have in your rear view mirrors. It is really, it's you know, to some extent, is I think almost kind of you know, has that same kind of aura in ACC as Max Verstappen has in Formula 1. It's just not someone that you want to be filling up your mirrors, because he is absolutely a weapon behind the wheel, and when he is comfortable in the Porsche, he is just at one with that car and does the most ludicrous sorts of things. And right now, he is doing nothing short of what we have all come to expect from him. And despite that undercut strategy, and despite the K Kramer Racing esports car managing to get ahead for a brief period, it is looking ever more likely that Maciej is going to make a move in the next couple of laps as we sit on board. And kind of in the 24 hour, when we were in the very early hours of the morning, when some of you that may be joining us since that round were very kindly joining me as I soloed my way through part of that night, and we kind of had a bit of a review of Maciej's driving style. We were comparing it to Marco Bischoff and kind of showing how there was more than one way to be quick in this Porsche. And you know, Maciej, you can see he's constantly reacting to every single movement that this car has. He has this very sort of stabby style steering input, and he hasn't quite got that same reflection in the throttle, otherwise it'd be quite center-esque in that regard. But there is, you know, and I said that this wasn't a criticism of Maciej, but it almost reminds me of Lance Stroll in Formula 1 in the way it kind of has that very twitchy steering. It's not that sort of Jensen Button smooth in, smooth out sort of style, but one way or another, it's quick, and he is really starting to put some major pressure on this 977 car.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same with the driving style, because Lance Stroll, he likes a lot of feedback from the car. He wants to feel everything that's going on, which is even more important, especially when you're in a sim race. You don't have the G-forces to sort of give you that feedback, so you have to have as much as you possibly can through the wheel, through the pedals, and Malinovsky obviously giving it absolutely everything. But again, now he has the problem is he needs to get past the K Kramer Racing esports car, and it's now going to be all up to the man behind the wheel, Henrik Gamble, to try and keep this man behind, which is easier said than done when he's absolutely on it like he is right now. Just reviewing the laps, even 3/10 in sector 1 alone, 2/10 in sector 2, and a 10th in the final sectors. Carl Neitzer now up the inside for Spaghetti Racing, and they're now up another place, P13. Do you know what? They've actually pulled away from the SG steering car. They were under pressure for quite a substantial bit of this race, and they've actually managed to gap them and get away as we go back to Malinovsky, who is 2/10 of a second back from this guy. Now he's got a good run up towards the chicane. Does he brave it up the inside now for the net race lead? Has a cutback now, defensive line by Gamble, switches to the inside. He's not going to give him that too easily. Outside line for the chicane now, side by side, the two leaders. Almost 2 hours to go. Malinovsky's around the outside. There's contact between them, and he's round. The Henrik Gamble is round on the exit of the chicane, and they came to blows through the chicane, and Gamble is the man who comes off worst in the end. They make side-by-side contact through the chicane. Let's have a look at that again. That was hard racing. Malinovsky was coming through whether he liked it or not, but I reckon, will the stewards look at this?
I'm sure there's going to be something said. It was getting dicey already on the climb up through towards the chicane, and you see he has a bit of a moment, comes over a cut. Oh, that's almost actually trickier than it first looked. I wonder, you know, I'm sure that at that point Massier is going to suggest that was a gap that was always due to close. I mean, it was incredibly hard racing, and you know, and Hendrick potentially should have backed out, as there's also a yellow flag further down the order for the Unicorns Love Mercedes. So just try to see if we can see what happened with them, as that's the TF Racing Porsche. It's a lap up on them at the moment, so they were battling around the I think that's the home of sim racing, Aston Martin, and we've seen this car go around at the Schumacher S's before. Is it going to be the same again for the number 14? And no, it's a very different type of incident into the gravel trap, and I think was a little bit caught out actually about the pace of the Aston Martin in front, and as a result caught the gravel and dropped position to Mattia De Campo in the process for Suzuki GTO Mega, and now is actually making their way past the Aston Martin of the Sim Racing team. But yet the stewards are definitely going to be having a look at the incident between the Veloce and K-Chroma Racing esports car, and I would not particularly want to be in their shoes right now, because that is a tricky one to call, and one way or another, one team is not going to be happy about the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, from one side of Veloce are going to say, well, the gap was always closing, but I think what Kramer will say is that Malinovsky actually rejoined the circuit unsafely. Because I would have to look at it again, but it did look like Malinovsky was actually on the grass. Now, I'm not 100% certain, but again, this is why I'm not a steward, and it's why it's their job, not mine, and I'm glad I'm not in their shoes, but it will, I'm sure, be looked at. But at the end of the day, for now, Malinovsky's retaken the lead with an incredibly audacious move, you have to say, through the chicane around the outside. And now we go back to Yas Heat, Valentin Barrier, and Unicorns of Love, and Yeet Esports. This is for the top 10. And now they find the inside now for Barrier in the Ferrari. Finds a gap. We know how hard it is for the Ferraris to overtake around here. Barrier around the outside of the Yeet Esports car, and through they go. And that is a move made from Yas Heat, and they move into P10. They'll be very, very happy with that. And well, that's the first kind of overtake we've seen from a Ferrari on a Beamer in a little while. We know how tricky it is for them to get through, but Eric Conrad in the ET Sports car falling victim to Valentin Barrier in the Yas Heat Esports car. Is now also under pressure from the Unicorns of Love Ferrari just behind them as well, which is currently being driven by Jonathan Seville at the wheel of that one currently for now. But I mean, this has been a crazy 2 hours. How much has happened? And, well, I think there's going to be a continued drama, I'm sure, in the stewards room as Veloce retake the lead. 8 seconds now the gap. So they didn't lose that much time, but again, they will be very, very displeased with how everything has gone for them. But considering the battles that Yas Heat have been in, and all the contact and stuff that was happening to them earlier on, back into the top 10, I'm sure that's a good result for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they'll be pretty happy with that sort of level of recovery. I mean, just looking at the positions, you know, they have nor gained or lost overall so far in this race. But you know, that is very little of the story that's actually led them to that point. I'll tell you what though, someone that has very strongly gained, Spaghetti Racing. We've mentioned them just a few times. And you can see 27 positions gained. Now, admittedly, they are 48 seconds behind these next couple of cars, so it's likely going to be maybe a bit tricky to gain any more. But you know, they have put on an absolutely stellar drive through the field in order to, to climb up into what is now P13. And if the race keeps up the sort of drama and momentum that we've had over the last couple of hours, there really is nothing to suggest that they couldn't be in with a chance of a top 10 by the time we finish, because it has just been that much non-stop in this race, which is, I mean, it's made life rather busy sometimes for us in the comms box, but, you know, we wouldn't have it any other way.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they're 48 seconds behind this battle right now. 48 seconds is one big accident for them to get back into this. So they'll be thinking of that. They are under pressure, of course, from HG Stern, but have been for this entire stint so far, and have managed to sort of just gap them slightly and pull away. So they're in a good position. Eric Conrad, though, under pressure from Jonathan Seville currently, and Yas Heat have managed to just pull away a little bit now. 1.2 Yas Heat, although they've actually gone quite slowly through the Schumacher S's, had a little bit of an off through there, and Barry has just had to all the work he just did to sort of gap and get away from the slipstream has now been undone, and is now been back in the slipstream with the ET Sports BMW, which is a bad thing, especially when you have a BMW chasing you down. Jonathan Seville, though, going to keep him under pressure as they head up towards the chicane. Once again, 2 hours and 16 minutes left on the clock right now, so not long at all to go. The sun now very, very low around the circuit here in Nürburgring, and we'll see these guys head in towards the darker hours not too distant future, but only 2 hours to go, and still so much happening. Prime E racing down the inside of the SLP Esports racing car, and they move up a place into 15th, and they are now 10 seconds behind the SG Stern car. They're about to get lapped by Jean Lacey Esports there in the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini on the grid, and they continue. Antonio Fedele currently at the wheel of that one, and they continue to represent Lamborghini out there on the circuits, and we appreciate them mixing it up at the very least with all these BMWs and Ferraris and the like around. But plenty happening in the past 2 hours or so, and we still have plenty more to come potentially. We haven't seen an investigation pop up yet. We expect to see it between Veloce and Kay Kramer, because I'm sure the P2 men will be onto the steers very shortly, as Jonathan Seville is so close to that Beamer, but it just has the slight bit to get away on the exit of the corners, but through the corners it's incredibly close. But you can see how low that sun is getting now.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like watching anyone in a Porsche on version 1.8 of this game, where you can be an absolute weapon through the corners, but, you know, you come up against a car like that, and it can be very, very tricky to try to make an overtake. We've also got a bit of a surprise interview waiting around in the comms box at the moment, I believe, from the F1 Memes racing team, and we have the team manager in the form of Mikhail Rosenthal. So we'll bring in Mikhail, who hopefully can hear us all a-okay in the comms box. So the F1 Memes racing team, number 98 car, sitting down in 19th position at the moment. I think saw gain 7 positions so far in this race. So Mikhail, you know, are you happy with kind of how that has proceeded in this race so far, or are you wishing that maybe things had gone a little bit differently so far today?
To be honest, I'm quite happy because, well, looking at our previous results, P19 in the race is actually really good because, well finally we have a good car, good setup, and the guys did an amazing work to prepare the car and to prepare themselves for such a long race. And actually, it's a bit tiring to go with 2 drivers, but they decided they could do it, and well, they're doing it pretty much good. In terms of where we could be, yeah, we could be higher, of course. There was some incidents here and there, and probably we could be a little higher in the rankings, but still pretty happy with the result.
Yeah, definitely. And just a little bit of a note to those watching: 10-second time penalty for the K Kramer Racing, for the Veloce Esports car in that instant. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty tight on the margin actually in that battle for the lead, because there's only about 9 seconds separating those 2 cars. But yeah, I mean, and you know, big talking point, and you know, those we've been speaking to today, you know, we've asked a lot about, you know, 1.9 and kind of with the new car, and so a bit of an indication already of what you said there, that kind of this new car, you know, maybe is one that sort of you think that you're happy about for kind of it having come into ACC. And you know, what's yours and the overall team's feel of kind of, you know, what these changes for 1.9 have done? Are you happy about it overall?
I mean, in terms of the championship, we're absolutely happy because, yes, the car is awesome, actually. So we knew when we were taking the 488, we knew that we were going to upgrade for the 296 if it was going to be as we predicted. And it went as we predicted. So we are pretty happy with that because the 488, well, it's well known for some damper things it has, and it was a risk. It was a risk, and upgrading to 296, we are very happy with that because, well, the car is awesome. Actually, it ain't got no damper things as the 488 did. So we're pretty happy with that. In terms of tires and stuff, we're still figuring it out. But I think overall, I think we're happy with the 1.9 because it got a little more understandable, I should say, especially with some suspension tweaks.
Yeah, I think the general feeling across the masses has been positive over 1.9, and yeah, you know, understanding the tires. Obviously, we've had some very recent sort of changes and hot fixes and everything to 1.9. So all of that's changing. I think everybody's still very much trying to find their film. You know, we were talking to Charlie Crossland earlier, who heavily involved in setup creation, of course, over at Hymo, and you know, and even himself for Williams Esports, trying to react to these physics changes and really kind of understand, you know, how to maximize the use from these tires has been a major point for all of that. And you know, at the moment, sort of hang around 11 seconds away from the SOP car, who has been dropping pace pretty substantially over recent laps, and so maybe, you know, that position could be on the cards. But do you think that kind of within the next couple of hours, do you think you can get yourself kind of maybe towards the top 15, or do you think that's, you know, potentially just a little bit too far out of reach at this stage?
It's hard to predict. Obviously, we hope. So we would love to be in top 15, but anyways, the race is going quite good. As already said, it could have been better, but we're pretty happy with the outcome. So if we gain some positions, that's awesome. If we don't, well, that's still okay. I mean, we're still doing our season's best. So that's like, I guess.
Yeah, always fantastic to kind of draw out the positives and then take that forward. And Jack, I feel like this, you know, this is possibly the team that may have potentially, I could be wrong here, but may potentially have an answer for your questions. So
Yeah.
so please proceed on and see if we can get an answer for that.
Well, Visceral sort of had an answer, but I can't repeat it.
Yes.
So, but I've been asking people, Mikhail. Obviously, Sebastian Vettel likes to name his cars. He gave the cars specific names. Visceral had a name for their car, but I can't repeat it because I'll get fired. So have you guys got a name for your car, or what would you name your car if you were to give it a name?
First of all, I knew this question was coming because I was listening to the stream.
Good. Yes, thank you.
So you also know that that if you choose the same name as Visual Esports, we will hold you accountable.
Yeah, I was actually I was planning to join the interview, so I was like, if I get asked this question, should I say this as well or not? Because I mean, when the car is not set up, of course, it's that name. I mean, but when it's done completely, when we all love the car, when the guys love the car, they got a hell of a lot of names. Like they don't have anything specific, but some, but sort of sunshine, darling, and some loving things about the car. That's what we have because. Yeah, we love to treat our cars with love, and when they don't do what we want, sometimes we get angry.
Excellent.
Yeah, but yeah, we got that thing.
Well, yeah, we got a name, Sunshine and Darling is the what we've got for to the.
And we got a lot more, but they're just the first few that came to mind.
Well, they're great names. It's a proper car name. I like it.
Significantly more peaceful and
significantly
friendly
better.
than the Visual Esports one, and yes, and perhaps the names given to these cars on the days that are going less well with the setup development. But it's nice to know that there are some positive outcomes on that side of things. And yes, you know, it's hopefully, you know, that's a name choice that you'll be picking up more frequently than not.
I hope so too.
Well, Ken, look, thanks for coming in to have a chat with us. Is there anyone you'd like to give a quick thank you to or shout out to while you're in with us?
I would love to give shout out to my drivers because, well, these guys, they do an incredible job. They train a lot, and they actually have their nerves. They're being on their nerves a lot as well because one of them who's actually behind the wheel right now. He's a little less experienced, so he's on the nerve a little more than others. But yeah, huge shout out to them because, well, they're just awesome guys. I absolutely love them, to be honest, because, well, we are a family kind of. So I'm very thankful to them because any idea to race in the championship, they're very positive about it, and they are really eager to race. So I love it as well. And also, huge shout out to you guys because of the broadcast that has been awesome because of the championship, and I mean for your comms as well, and for the guys at the stewards, and for the guys who set this up because this is quite a challenging thing to set up properly, and you guys managed to do it quite well.
Well, Mikhail, thank you very much for coming in to chat with us, and we'll let you get back to sunshine and come back. I hope you enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. You too.
Yeah, cheers, Mikhail. Always wonderful to have drivers in and managers as well from the teams, and and it also actually I think provides a little bit of a nice kind of alternative perspective as well. And hearing about that, where we've got Saburov in the car at the moment, and managers they have a big duty and responsibility. Maybe they're not always the ones getting directly behind the wheel, but coaching their drivers so that they can try to extract the maximum amount of performance from themselves and build up that confidence and get them to a point where they can name the car Sunshine and Darling is a massive element. So yeah, a really insightful and a nice interview with the F1 Memes racing team there. As we approach the Visceral Esports just catapulted the way down my leaderboard.
It's probably the pit lane thing again, isn't it?
I think it might be. I don't know why it's specifically this car. I think that they're just making sort of a rather normal pit stop, but it's so they'll probably jump back up again in a moment. So I don't think anything too dramatic has happened for the 44 car, thankfully, because we were talking to Florian earlier on, and I think Sador's had a pretty good stint in that team's efforts to try to kind of recover their way back up through the field. And we can also actually now sort of talk a little bit in reflection over, of course, one of the most, possibly one of the most pivotal elements of this race so far. That big incident between K Chroma Racing Esports and Veloce. 10-second penalty was given to the now race leader, and they've extended the gap that was at around 8.5 seconds immediately after that crash to around 10.6. So when these two come in for their next stop, and we don't know which drivers are going to be entering these cars, but I'll tell you what, we're going to have it all over again between these cars, and they'll be very close on circuit. And I imagine that's particularly from the 977 team, that there's potentially going to be a little bit of built-up frustration, shall we say, and they may not be quite as forgiving in terms of racing room as they were the first time round when these two teams came to blows.
No, absolutely not. And I think that the stewards sort of maybe saw it from the other side, that Malinovsky went off the road and sort of just rejoined into Gamble's path, which sort of sent him round. But the gap is 11 seconds, so he's brought the gap out to that. But again, it's so close. It's great. With only 2 hours, there's only 2 hours left to go, and this is sort of teed up again for another brilliant finish. Well, just to go back as well to the interview we just did as well, what I liked was the sentiment of teams are like a family. I really liked that, especially when you're talking about endurance racing. Even just trying to get drivers together to even do it is a massive task. Scheduling them and working together. When you're in teams, like even non-professional teams, when they come into massive leagues like that, it's nice to see the guys who get on with each other really well. And it's when you have a team sort of environment like that, where everyone treats each other like a family, it's the perfect sort of environment. Even when you have, like he was saying, guys who are inexperienced, nervous out on the track, to have somebody there to comfort them along and help them along is really, it's really good. I liked the sentiment from the F1 meme team there, and the positive name of Sunshine the Ferrari. I think we've got the first name on the grid so far, and SH1T box from Visual Racing out in currently, but they've re-emerged in P12, so they're still fine from when we saw them come into the pit lane. But we'll be heading into pit stops again. The gap is 10.5 seconds. It seems to be, just having a look at the sectors, it's that middle sector that Malinovsky is just pulling 4/10 consistently. I don't know what it is about that middle sector, but I think it's just commitment from him there through the middle sector. Gamble's matching him pretty much everywhere else, but it's right around in sort of the Schumacher S's, the hairpin, all around there. It's pure commitment through the corners, and probably at the moment, I would say, John, probably anger that's sort of driving him at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's an extra little bit of motivation to kind of get a bit of a shift on for a 75 car and extend that gap as much as he can before those next pit stops arise. But yeah, the whole body language of this 75 car, particularly in the hands of Massier, be interesting actually to sort of contrast it with his teammate Grantis Korekis when he presumably will get back in before the end of the race. But you know, when Massier is in this car, and it comes as no surprise considering how he's just been a master of the Porsche now for multiple years in ACC. There are very few people that can compete with him in this car. That, you know, it is very much that he just lets the back of the car dance around. And we kind of got a little bit of an essence, actually, of kind of talking to him after qualifying about, you know, it's rather than you trying to bring the weight of the car through the corner, you're letting the weight of the car get you through the corner. And it's all about kind of dancing, you know, that rather kind of rearward placed mass of the engine in the Porsche, and allowing that to kind of do the main legwork in getting that kind of, you know, particularly through some of these high commitment corners, whether it be in the slow speed sections where you're needing to kind of use mechanical grip to rely upon, or if you're just trying to get the body language of the car and the right kind of slip angle in the high speed stuff. Having that confidence to be able to, you know, to transfer the weight in that way is just what Massier does so well, and you know, and he makes very, very fast drivers sometimes look like they're standing still, because when he is in the zone in the Porsche, he just enters another realm of speed. It's an incredibly impressive sight.
So what he's saying is, you don't drive the Porsche drives you. Is essentially what he's saying.
I think to a decent extent. I mean, I know that this Porsche is not maybe not quite as violently snappy as the last, but you know, I mean, there is regardless, you know, the Porsche's always had that characteristic of kind of when it lets go from underneath you, you know, it will just spit you out, and will fire you off, and you know, it takes very, very quick reactions of skilled drivers to bring it back under control. And so I think often there is that element of, yeah, the Porsche is the Porsche lets you know where you're going, and then you just kind of have to do your best to make sure that you stay on the black stuff by the end of it.
Yeah, you have to agree with the Porsche. Don't disagree with Porsche; it will kill you. But yeah, we've crossed over into over the top of 2 hours to go, 1 hour and 58 minutes to go, and that marks the end of my stint in the commentary box. It's been a pleasure being alongside John Motta once again, who's in once again a mammoth stint and a brilliant job on the cameras. And well, we certainly weren't without action, but I think I don't think you're going to be left with no action for the rest of this race, because I think it's teed up beautifully. But I'll be transferring over into the capable hands of Tim Lunn and John Mott, of course, to take you to the end of this race. Do not go anywhere, because this is going to be a spicy one. So we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this Virtual Endurance Masters Round 3, which is 8 hours of the Nürburgring. We have just had over 6 hours of racing down, and I do believe a big thank you needs to be said to all the commentators that have survived this so far. Christian, John, Tim Peck, Jack, and a big shout out to John, who is the man behind the cameras, and you've been hearing his lovely tones throughout the entire race. But we've got just under 2 hours left of the race to go. It is still absolutely neck and neck. There is nothing between these drivers. It should all go down to a brilliant last 1 hour 53 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to where this ends up heading. Again, the K Kramer Racing Esports team have done their pit stop, I think, a little bit earlier than the Veloce car. They now have Noah Eder in there, who I think is somewhere between the sort of pace of Henrik Gamble and Marco Bischoff. Massier, of course, still doing wondrous lap times in the Veloce car. So, with the combination of maybe an undercut from the 977 car and the penalty that the Veloce team are going to be taking, that 10-second penalty, which would have brought them out about 2 seconds ahead of K Kramer Racing Esports. If Noah Eder can put in some pretty good lap times on those fresh tyres, we could very much once again in the final couple of hours see a titanic fight for victory in round 3 between two teams, neither of which have had a race win as of yet. Veloce have had a pretty good championship so far, very close to the top of standings, but it's definitely looking like it's going to be a tasty way for this one to finish for us.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so these are the tippity top of the racing of esports racing. Oh, a nice little battle coming on screen now. I believe this is the battle for 31st and 30th. Great little number here. That new Ferrari looking fantastic, chasing after the Audi. Obviously, that's the Evo 2 Audi. Lovely looking car. Sounds stunning as well. I still think one of the best sounding cars in the game, and as we look off the back of it right now, no doubt everyone is being deafened by the V10 at home. Ooh, good chunk of curb there taken by the Ferrari. Is it going to be able to go up the inside? Brave move, but no, gets the nose cut off him. GSE Racing just holding on to it for now, but turn into turn 1. This could be pretty nail-biting. Big flash of the lights. They mean business. Serious business being made by the Ferrari at this point. Kind of a 1-2-1. Beautiful looking car, although towards the end of the straight actually does get gaps. Yeah, lovely dive up the inside. And through cleanly as well. Plenty of space left there. Surprisingly large amount of space. I wonder if the Audi maybe outbraked itself just a little bit. Oh, and another drag race down the main straight. Two very similar engines, one naturally aspirated, one turboed, but basically the same. And up through the inside goes the Mercedes, but the Aston trying to hold on. Is it going to go for the switchback? Possibly. I don't think that's going to be able to work. Unicorns of Love go on through now. Up into 18th place. Good little move there from Huben. Great little move down through the Mercedes section. Oh, is it now on board with? This is... Oh, is it going for a replay? So what happened here? The BMW coming down. I believe this is turn 4. I might be wrong on that one. I am wrong on that one. That was just after the Schumacher S's, wasn't it? Yeah, just after the Schumacher S's. Sorry, got my brain a bit confused. Oh, big chunk of dirt on the outside there, but gaining on the back of the Mercedes, really reeling them in there. Oh, well, that's a good run up towards the final chicane. Oh, and the Mercedes moving out of the way. Really good with the sportsmanship there, deciding to let the BMW on through. Nicely done. Sometimes if you know you're coming up on a dangerous corner, such as the final chicane here at Nürburgring, it is worthwhile just dipping out the way, letting the manoeuvre happen. 100% always worth a little bit of smart racing, especially in a race of this length, John, isn't it? Sometimes keeping the red mist and going for every position possible isn't always the best move. Sometimes letting someone through is just the easier option.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when, in the same way that qualifying is less important, each of those little kind of individual moves where whether you make a daring move over in the twisty opening section here of Nürburgring, or if you just wait a few corners and go for a bit of a simpler, avenue kind of somewhere else on the circuit, ultimately, if you lose a second here on one particular lap because of a bit of traffic, sometimes from a driver's perspective, that can feel like an absolute age, and you get incredibly frustrated. What these drivers have to remember when they're in this endurance form is one of the biggest hurdles, I think, for drivers to kind of transition over from if they've competed in sort of kind of sprint kind of styles of racing, that, you know, they have to have that essence of patience and know it's not the be-all and end-all. If you've got the pace, that pace will ultimately shine through and there will be another opportunity. Staying out of trouble, making calculated, well-structured overtakes and keeping it clean on circuit with regards to drive-throughs and or more the point being not getting any through track extensions and corner cuts, that's the way that you win endurance races, and it's an element that really can take some adapting to for certain drivers. But, you know, as we already said, tippy-top level of talent here in this field. And, you know, whilst we have had a few incidents, you know, there's not really been too many incidents that have arisen out of overwhelming desperation. So clearly something that the majority of the grid, under most circumstances, have very much come to terms with and firmly grasped here in the endurance race today.
Really good to see as well, isn't it? Not too many incidents. I do believe the one incident I did miss earlier on was, I think I saw, was it the Williams esports car? Did that retire earlier on?
Yes.
Haven't been able to watch the entire race. I know there was an interview, and I just missed the interview, and then they had to retire. Although it is back on track now, as I'm now seeing it currently on my screen. But down in 35th, which they'll be very disappointed with that. They've had a very mixed season so far this season, which is a real shame for such a high-end team. This really would have been the kind of team you would have expected to see in the top 5, top 3, or the very tippy top of the points. But it's been a very mixed bag for them this season. Oh, who is this? Firefly E-Racing.
Yeah,
Kearney's gone off. What happened there?
So in actual fact, actually, so they were in the pits. So this is a peculiar one. I don't think we've actually seen anyone have an incident immediately out of the pit lane. So are they collected by another car, or is that's looking rather self-inflicted?
Oh, okay.
I think that, I mean, okay, I could be wrong here, but I think someone maybe has clicked an incorrect button in the pit stop, and that something maybe went a bit wrong. They have actually got going again, interestingly, although can't spend too much time looking at that, because I do think that there was a bit of a swapping of position, actually, between the Yeet Esports number 48 BMW in the hands of Marcel Tamo and Jan-Erik Tugel. So you can see the Mercedes for Prime Racing. They were in front not too long ago, and then I think rocket ship style pace from the BMW. Actual facts, I think it's going to be an exact reflection of what we saw not too long ago with the West Competition Racing car. And yet Mercedes just giving way there, not quite giving way as easily.
They left it very late to give way, John. They left it very late to give way.
Yeah, I think they made it a bit more uncomfortable for themselves, actually, than maybe they would have actually sort of initially been aiming for. But also, just on another note, Noah Reeder going very quickly at the moment since he stepped into the 977 car, 54.3, only about a quarter of a second faster than Massier. That just again goes to show the speed of Malinowski, you know, where he is still on those old tyres. He has not done Veloce's next pit stop, but crucially, these few tenths will eat into that additional little margin that Massier was building up before the Kate Kramer Racing Esports car pitted, and combined with the penalty, these two are very likely to end up absolutely, you know, toe-to-toe with each other once again. And I think that the battle for the race lead is very much going to be on. But this time it may be Karekis is in the car as opposed to Malinowski, and how that changes the dynamic in the fight will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, when you look at the two different drivers, I mean, same team, but two very different levels of experience. Both very, very good drivers, very fast drivers. But I think we've seen it many, many times over sort of watching Malinowski over a few years now. His tyre management is second to none. Oh, move up the inside there. Obviously just going past the back marker, but nicely done, nice and cleanly done there. But yeah, Malinowski's tyre management, we've seen it many, many times. He just seems to be able to get his prolonged tyre life and just keeps the lap times there as well. Super consistent, really clean, keeps himself out of trouble. Then you sort of switch to someone a bit more like Karekis, a bit more young blood, a little bit more excitable in what he does. Very, very fast racer. But we have seen him a few times, maybe just pushes the car a little bit too hard, and is just towards the end of the stint, the tyres do back off. But I mean, if you can gain a position then keep your elbows out and hold on to that position. Caracas is the man to do that. We've seen him do some great driving over, not just this season, just across all of his esports career. He's really become quite a shining star, and he's definitely going to be a young lad to keep an eye on for the next couple of years at least.
Yeah, certainly, without a shadow of a doubt. It was a very wise signing from Veloce. On board at the moment with Andre Leclerc in the number 33, the second of the two West Competition racing cars. We saw this car have an absolutely terrifying moment about an hour or so ago when the Unicorns of Love Mercedes rejoined from the left-hand side on the exit on the Schumacher S's. No such issues this time. Now it's more of a case of trying to make a more conventional overtake on a Mercedes. The hard-charging Spaghetti Racing team car that is in P9 at the moment. I'm sure that things will reshuffle a little bit once the rest of the pit stops from this stint are done. But that Mercedes has gained a ton of positions today.
That's a really good run up that back straight as well there, wasn't it, up towards the chicane? I thought we were going to see a move there, but probably smartly didn't go for a wild dive under braking. I did see that incident you were talking about earlier on where, yeah, sort of not sure why the Mercedes didn't manage to get itself stopped when it was out on the outside of the turn. Maybe a bit of a case of thought they could rotate the car and get it the right direction again, but ended up coming to a complete standstill in the middle of the circuit. Oh, moving to turn one possibly here, not quite. The Mercedes just covering the middle of the road, not really giving any room to go to the left or the right. Really smart bit of movement.
Yeah, that was very tactical, and we kind of saw this earlier on actually with one of the battles that the Visceral Esports Ferrari was in, and it was just a case of never giving up too much. You know, you need to be defensive, not even necessarily to block the other car's path, but just to make them feel uncomfortable enough to not pursue going for that overtake. And that's how you minimize losing the time loss that you have from going slightly offline, and ultimately, you know, managing to maintain position and keep that car behind you for as long as possible. So really good stuff from the number 33 car. From the number 595 car at the moment, who will just have a little bit of a check-in. How many positions relative to where they started is that now? I know it's going to be something ridiculous. And 31 for the car that sits in P9. Of course, like I say, they will drop down to around somewhere inside of the top 15, I think, once the pit stop phase is completed. But still, regardless, that is a monstrous number of positions to have gained in this race. As still, the Veloce Esports car at the front of the field has not come into pit, so very much looking to go for that sort of overcut strategy once again, let the tyres come back to them later on. But Noah Reader still going quickly, fastest lap of the race of this stint from the 977 car on a 54.3, just under 0.3 quicker, and again actually goes purple once more for that car. And yeah, takes another 0.3 away from the Veloce 75 Porsche.
Again, you were saying, obviously, that's the fastest lap as a 1:54.3, and you were saying about how Malinowski hasn't pitted yet in the Veloce car. His last lap was a 1:54.6, so 0.3 of a second isn't a massive amount of time. That's losable in the space of a lap, or gainable in the space of a lap. Really, 0.3, you know, a slight mistake or something. When you look at the lap times around him, there's really nothing there that's sort of suggesting that he needs to pit anytime soon, because he's just keeping the car going at these kind of paces. We'll see, he's about to cross the line again, actually. We'll see what time it comes in with. Again, in the 54s, 54.9 this time, a little bit higher, but still not horrendous. Second place is doing 1:54.9s. So, although Noah Ida is on a really good run, and the gap between him and second place really isn't that much. None of the gaps are really that much, are they? I mean, even inside the top 10, everyone is still well within striking distance of each other. One mistaken pit stop, or kind of anything we saw obviously earlier on, someone had a wheel disconnect, anything like that, and you're going to lose a colossal amount of positions within this top 10 of the race.
Yeah, you really cannot afford to make an error. One man that really knows that more than anyone else right now is Carl Natera. He has McClay hunting all over the gearbox of that Spaghetti Racing Mercedes that has done so well today to climb their way up the order. You know, even though the number 33 car was able to close up, the Mercedes has not made it easy for them and has really put a halt over the last couple of laps to their charge and trying to pursue this P9 spot, and does eventually actually come into the pits, and so the West Competition Racing BMW will be unleashed and able to push forward in clean air, I'm sure, to the delight
yellow
of...
flag for Unicorns of Love.
Oh, so
Or
there
is
is.
that coming into the pits?
Oh dear. No, it's very close to the pits, but certainly not say a planned exit from the circuit. We'll try to see if we can catch a replay of that one and see exactly what happened there to the number 4 car. This is Florian Duacop.
Very good driver, very experienced driver, isn't he? So that's one to really keep an eye out for.
Yeah, without doubt. He's behind the Jean Lacey Esports. Oh dear, and that curb. The anti-cut still strikes the Ferrari, and you know we've seen the 296 probably come unstuck from the chicane more so than any other car today. So he's not the first, he certainly won't be the last, but it's not going to make him any happier about it.
I mean, I haven't had a chance to talk to many racers about it, but obviously there was the DLC update, the new cars, everything came in. Always the brand new cars always come in a little bit strong when they come in. I think, you know, let everyone get into the car, gets used to them a little bit. Then we've just had this little patch that's come along. I wonder if to a certain extent things have just been tweaked and it's made the Ferrari go a little bit more like it was before, like the older Ferrari where it was a little bit skittish over the curbs. Now they've done a bit of a change. Oh, so this is battle for 26th place. This is Yeet Esports versus the RCI car. Really come up on the back of him very, very quickly. Hunting all over the back of him now, coming up towards, trying to see where this is. It's looking like turn 9 or 8. 8, sorry, I do apologise. So down towards the hairpin. Audi should be pretty good here. It's a nice sort of mid-engine car. It should be able to plant the power out the corner, and it does. Look at it getting away up towards the Schumacher S's. Camera's doing a bit of a funny thing there, but there we go. Oh, well, that's a really good run through there from Yi Esports. Can they go up the inside? Can they make this work under braking? BMW always historically been very good under braking. Quite the room there. RCI did leave a little bit of space for them, but certainly didn't leave a massive amount of room. Really clever positioning of the car. And just gets away. Can they hold on to this? Up towards the final chicane. A little flinging right-hander here. Barely even a turn. Absolutely flat through here up towards the chicane. Can he do it? Here we go. Under braking. He's looking to the inside a little bit. Decides not to. Might be lining it up, thinking about a few corners ahead, trying to work out if they can get a decent run. Oh, nearly went up the inside for the final turn then. RCI took a little bit too much exit curve and maybe touched the grass a little bit, just diminishing the speed, but this is going to be where the BMW is going to try and hunker down behind that slippery, screaming Audi and try and get to turn 1 close enough, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it.
He's cut away from that fight, unfortunately,
yes,
though,
we
because
do.
this is our race leaders. Because Massier, I said it was going to be close, and also crucially, it does look like that Malinowski has stayed in the car. I mean, sometimes these do update, I think, after the first lap, so it's a little bit difficult to tell. We know for sure that Noah Reeder is in that 977 car, but this is the fight for the race lead. That 10-second time penalty has been served, so this is now out-and-out 4 position, and I don't expect that there's going to be much left on the table from the K Kramer Racing Esports cars when it comes to wheel-to-wheel battling, but whether or not they can overhaul what has generally seemed like a little bit of a pace advantage in the form of that Veloce car today, can they make up just that little bit of time to then get into the fight and really surmount another challenge for the race victory? It's going to be a tricky one, but we're very much here for the battle, and it is still Massier in that car. So Noah Reeder has a hell of a job ahead of him if he is going to try to challenge for this race win.
That was the outlap. They were pushing, he was pushing the Porsche that hard on the outlap. I mean, how that's going to affect the tyres long term, I'm not sure, but having to go full race pace and defensive as well on your outlap is absolute. It's just murder for your tyres, isn't it? So, as we were saying earlier on, if anyone can do it, it is Malinowski. But, this is another battle coming along here. This is the battle for 14th place. Spaghetti Racing versus SG Stern. So, Florence, the chasing car at the moment. Car number 199. Lovely livery on that one. I am keeping a very close eye out for this. If anyone ever watches any of the streams I normally take part in, always try and look out for my favourite livery. There is a few very nice ones out there, but that is a very nice livery, isn't it? It's a very nice livery, John.
It's yeah, very clean.
Ooh, that's a massive.
The livery was significantly cleaner than I think the line through the final chicane. That was,
Yes.
I mean, I think that really did put the new reworked suspension of Mercedes to its limit in dealing with the anti-cut there. But thankfully, didn't come off too badly. I'll tell you what, though, someone else that is under pressure is actually the 44 Visceral Esports Ferrari, currently in the hands of Fabiano De Gennaro. Probably absolutely butchered the pronunciation. As Lucas Schubert goes a little bit exploring on the exit of turn 10. I think that was, and actually ends up opening up that gap again and completely destroys exactly what I was just saying about this fight brewing. But based on the previous pace difference that was being shown between these two cars, it's about half a second in favour of the Mercedes, and we know that the Ferrari is not particularly the easiest car to defend with at the moment due to its kind of lacking straight line speed performance. So kind of comparing it to the likes of, you know, the sort of the 1.8 old version of the Porsche in that regard. So Lucas Schubert, I'm sure he'll just kind of get his head down once more, try to push on, because even with that, he only lost 0.3 at the tail end of that lap. So I'm sure we'll be closing out that gap in just a moment. And then the battle for P7 definitely looking like it is on.
Yeah, always good to see nice little battles going on inside the top 10. And to be fair, the Mercedes already reeled in the back of that Ferrari. I mean, and you saw the line he took for that final chicane compared to what spun the Ferrari round earlier. How much curb the Mercedes can take. I mean, I'm a bit of a Mercedes sort of stan. That tends to be the one I drive. Just always just kind of gone for the option of it feels pretty. It drives the same in the wet as it does in the dry. Understeer. That's fine. But I will say, since this latest update and major patch, it is beautiful to drive. Lovely car to drive, and as you can really see, some of these teams that chose the Mercedes at the beginning of the season probably absolutely sort of just swimming in joy for the amount of times that this car has come to life. I finally got my LFM license in the Mercedes this time round as well since the update. I seemingly gained a load of time, which is always lovely to see. Something I have noticed about the Ferrari that I have to say about is, going to a replay here, is how much the front of the little aerial on the top looks like it's got a drinking straw. Like, just in my mind, looks like a drinking straw. And I'm sure people at home have looked at it and gone, it's a really weird aerial on the top of the car, or like sort of, you know, radar thing. But yeah, it just looks like a drinking straw. And I really hope that Ferrari bring out a cup. Oh, big dive up the inside there. Really well done. The BMW giving plenty of room. Managed to keep it together. Yes, they do. Loads of exit curb. And just managed to keep the Ferrari actually in a straight line and already pulling away quite a nice gap there. So that is Polikov for F1 Memes Racing and pulling away quite nicely.
Yeah, nicely negotiated there from Polikov. Obviously, we had the team manager of F1 Memes Team Racing in the comms box earlier on for an interview, which is delightful to speak as Xenon Racing. Now, is this the opportunity? Kind of forcing the issue on the inside line there of the 44 car. They've already been fired off into the Shadow Realm on the entry towards Turn 1 once today. I'm sure they don't want it to happen again, so a little bit of caution exercised by Gennaro, but still holding that inside line in towards Turn 3. There's barely a hair's width between them. Good racing room given between the pair of them. Schubert, though, still has the inside line. Oh, my goodness. They're actually getting a good view of the internal footwell of the Ferrari. We got so close between the two cars there. Mercedes sent all the way towards the outside line now, towards Turn 4.
Oh, I think there was a slight touch.
Oh, dear, that got very tricky. I couldn't quite tell if there was a touch there. The Ferrari definitely got unstable on that inside line. Xenon Racing car, as who's that's brought out the yellow flag? I see someone.
Car number 69.
Yeah, that is Heinen. So we saw this car actually having some peculiar issues when coming out the pit lane a little bit earlier. And that's not looking particularly healthy, is it? And this is right in front of our race leaders as well. So I think we're going to get out of the way of one. Hopefully we'll get out of the way of the other as well in just a moment, but we'll just try to see. Gets it all caught up over the gravel, and it's going, and it's gone into the barrier. Unfortunately, no amount of opposite lock on board this Mercedes was going to save that one. And a familiar camera angle as well from the sad sight when you're having to try to rejoin. Does get going again pretty efficiently, but yeah, that is not sort of aero rework. We've obviously talked about the Mercedes having quite a rework. I don't think that time this time round it was particularly beneficial, unfortunately, on board the 69 car.
And straight into the pits as well, so it's obviously driving like an absolute wounded dog now. That's a real shame. I mean, lovely car, but again, once it let go, it can really go. I still drive it with quite a decent amount of traction control on. I know they've changed all of these things as well. It's a very different game to play, or say a simulation to play, since the last race at Paul Ricard. And I imagine some of these drivers and teams, if you haven't put in a decent amount of work, you are going to be really surprised by how the game plays now. It's very, very different. The way the whole car feels. And so if you're more just going off of your previous experiences and thinking, oh, I've lapped Nürburgring millions of times, I don't need to practice that much, this is going to be a real shock for some people. And as I say, with, 6.5 hours of the race done, this has been a real big learning curve, I imagine, for some teams. Massive learning curve.
Yeah, Sorry, go ahead.
No, you carry on, John. It's all good.
I was just going to say that, yeah, I think that in terms of 1.9, the other aspect is that if they haven't done that practice, if they've just taken one of their old setups and transferred it over to their car now, very likely it's not going to work very well. Because, that whilst negative tow still sort of exists to some extent, it does come with a far more significant penalty than it ever used to. And whilst I think it's fair to say that it's still very much a usable, whether some people class it as an exploit, some people class it as just a setup parameter, and that's the sort of the nature of how it is. In qualifying, definitely is still a feasible approach for the race, and particularly an endurance race as well, when you've got to have something that's consistent. Is going to work in a range of different temperatures as well. Bear in mind, we started this race today, I think, with a track temperature that was around 30 degrees. We're now down to 22 as we enter towards the sort of more evening portion of the race. And as a result, if you take just one of those 1.8 setups and you put it onto your car, very likely you're going to have some difficult times in terms of trying to manage those tyres. And I think that, naturally the way that some of the order is shuffled today, yes, is partly as a result of, driver car combinations and which of those are going to be quick, but also a reflection of how teams have managed to adapt to this 1.9 build of the game, and that it is very much a whole different beast to what it was just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, no, definitely the big changes have been massive changes in how the cars are driving. It's been absolutely ridiculous, hasn't it? So look at this battle now going on. Do apologise if there's any background noise coming through. My dog has suddenly gone insane downstairs. So apologise if that is coming through slightly. But no, so looking at now, this is the battle for 26th place, or 25th, sorry. So this is the post-Sim Sport car. That might actually get best delivery of the day. Look at it. It's like looking at a can of energy drink in my mind. That's definitely, it literally is a can of energy drink.
It's it certainly does have that. I can very much see see that in the pattern. Also, actually, seeing as we are actually looking at, say, a furry gang, so we're coming back to the whole drinking straw thing. I could be wrong, but I do believe that may actually be, whilst it is still what I would deem perhaps a little bit of an unusual placement, I think it may actually be a pitot tube. Which whilst of no use whatsoever to drivers in the sim racing world, is effectively a way of measuring the car's speed around the circuits. And so you might see them. So if anyone watches single-seater racing, you usually see them on the nose cone of a Formula One car. But it's a bit of a rarity to have one mounted to the roof of a car, and also to be quite so high up. I can understand some of the reasons as to why, but it is definitely a bit of a peculiar choice from the Italian outfit on that regard. And yes, particularly then when in the context of the sim racers serving no technical purpose really for their driving experience. It's an interesting accessory to be sporting on board the new 296.
Yeah, I think when you sort of see the car in real life, as actually the GT World Championship has actually just started back up again a couple of weeks ago. When you see it in real life, not as obvious as it is in game. I think simply just because of the way, obviously, in real life, cameras can't be quite as crisp as they can in game. Just while we've been talking there, someone's just put in a 1:53.530, which is the fastest lap that I've seen this so far. Down in 5th place, it's Mattia Krupi. Brilliant lap, and that is in our only Lamborghini as well, which I'm really glad there's a Lambo here. Absolutely fantastic to see. Again, a beautiful, screaming, loud engine, and actually a wonderful looking car, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not the brightest of liveries, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's particularly when we get to these sort of final portions of the evening aspects of this race, maybe a bit of a tricky one to try to keep an eye on. Yeah, the number 38 car, it was stellar quick in qualifying. It was the car that topped qualifying before we went to Super Pole, but Krupi just didn't quite manage to put it together in that one-shot qualifying at the very end. And in terms of race pace, it just hasn't quite gone the way of the Jean Alesi esports team that I imagine they would have wanted, but very fast times over the last few laps. To put it into context, they were a second faster than both the number 1 West competition racing car and the K Kramer Racing esports car in second place, to which the gap actually between your two leaders has opened up to about 5 seconds. So Massier doing exactly what Massier always does, and charging away, making everyone else look like they're standing still. But incredible pace from the Lamborghini of Mattia Krupi in this 38 car. And I think also, whilst we haven't got too much in the way of battles right now going on track, now also is a good time to those of you that may have tuned in the space of the last sort of half an hour or so since Tim and I were in the comms box. It's been a busy old time over the previous hour, where we had quite the scrap for the race lead, and it was this incident that may have determined it all between Veloce and K Kramer Racing esports, seeing Henrik Gamble, that was in the car at the time, being sent around as Ted Krupi is actually lapping one of the Mercedes at the moment. But you can see Massier super aggressive, looked one side, looked the other, got all a bit tricky through the chicane, and then just that little tap on the exit of the chicane there, and ended up resulting in seeing Henrik Gamble flying off circuit. Gave a 10-second time penalty to the Veloce car, and this was a scary moment as they got very close to one another there. But it did mean that when they emerged out of the pits, that they were extremely close to one another. But Massier has, he's put his foot down, he's got his head down, he's waved goodbye to those past wrongdoings in the race. Although I'm sure that he would argue there was nothing wrong with what he did. That was a big bit of contact. We missed that one completely between TF Racing and the SOP Esports BMW. So we had so much action going on between our race leaders, missing a significant moment for each of those drivers racing. So the race has continued to be absolutely stacked with action start to finish, and it is no different at the moment. But right now, does look like, at least in this phase of the race, Veloce finding themselves in an increasingly comfortable position, potentially take their first victory of the season.
Yeah, and as I said, they've had a really pointsy season. They've done really well in sort of gathering up points together, but they'll be really wanting that sort of to get that pole position, to take home a gold cup. Even if it is a digital one, they will want to take it home, and so they can put it on the mantelpiece. It's just something about winning a race. Even if you win a championship or any sort of small series, long series, doesn't matter what kind of racing it is, if you win the entire championship, that feels fantastic. But there's something really good about just outright winning a race. There is something glorious about it. Oh, we're going to replay here.
Yeah, there was just a white flag brought out for this Unicorn La Mercedes, and I also need to check in with the 296 car of the Ferrari 296 of Yassi, because they brought out a yellow flag just a second ago when we jumped to the replay. Just seeing, there was an offer. I thought there was some sort of shenanigans that may have gone on, and yeah, this Unicorns of Love Mercedes, it's been a really difficult day for that entire team, and kind of out of position for sort of what we really come to expect from that team. They've had some very big and fast names: Bastian Richter, Nicholas Huben in the car as well. But all round, it has been far from an easy day in the office for either of those drivers. And just trying to see if anything did happen to the Yassi car with Sami Fock in the Yassi 296, but yeah, many a driver, many a well-known, competent driver at the tippy top of ACC having really struggled today.
It happens, doesn't it? You see these drivers have off days. I mean, I don't know whether it's maybe temperature change. You don't know what's been going on in their day. You don't know what's going on around them as well, especially with esports. I mean, some people that are the fastest drivers out there are literally just sat there. Oh, the yellow flag
dear.
came up there for a moment, didn't it? That's Low Fuel Motorsports, and that's a bit of a risky rejoin. There was no traffic around, but certainly bit of a choice rejoin. But again, it's the Ferrari going off on that final chicane again. So it's happened once. It will happen again, no doubt. Just having a quick look at the results, of the actual championship at the moment. And here we go, actually going to be able to jump on board for the replay and see what happens. I think it's going to be one of the anti-cut curbs taking a big bite out. Oh, it didn't. That was an over-rotation.
Yeah, caught the grass on the entry.
Yeah, eat my words on that. I was convinced it was going to be just a curb strike. And to be fair, not as dangerous a rejoin as it first looked, because as it turns out, it was on the actual off-run part of the circuit. So I'll retract that statement. We'll say that wasn't too bad in the end, actually. Nicely recovering. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the tyres too much, and Pengel can keep going. Oh, now the battle for 8th position. Visceral Esports versus West Competition Racing. And West Competition Racing actually at the moment being our leaders in the championship as well, with 578 points to their name. They've had a 4th and a 2nd, and they'll be looking to keep pushing forward today then. Trying to get inside, keep themselves well inside the top 10. The more you can move forward, the better. Are they going to be able to do anything here into turn 1? I don't think so, but you can really see the speed deficit on that Ferrari in comparison to the BMW. And we've seen these two get a little bit close and have a squabble from time to time out the space for the last sort of half an hour to an hour, but nothing really has ever come from it. They sort of accordion in and out on each other. It's quite often what you see in racing. It's drivers pushing a little bit hard, maybe start to overheat their tyres and they back off. Driver in front finally feels the weight lifted from their shoulders. They haven't got this angry Jack Russell sniffing around the back of them, and they can finally sort of get into their running stride a little bit better and escape down the road slightly. But the BMW using absolutely every last millimetre of the circuit. You see running all the way out to the outside. The Ferrari gets a lovely exit there down towards the hairpin. So let's see what happens here. Again, I just don't think the BMW is close enough to really strike. Who's going to get the better exit out of the hairpin? Ooh, pretty stalemate there. It's going to be who can go better through the chicane at this point, or the Schumacher S is. A little bit deep there, I think, from the BMW. And yeah, the Ferrari just holding it together. Looks beautifully poised through the corners, whereas the BMW definitely does look like it's absolutely on the ragged edge of where it can possibly go. But really, really well driven. I say, I just noticed esports. No one has beaten that 53. I don't think anyone's even in the 53s. Eat my words. Best lap from Malinowski. He's come through with a 153.8. So not as good as Mattea, but still very, very good. Lucas Roda. So this is now the battle for 21st place. Even further down the grid, the battle's still going on and nice and tight. That's always the issue when you have an endurance race. Sometimes the grid gets nicely spaced out. Nice little move up the inside. Just starting to apply some pressure. Oh!
I think it has
and the
swapped
BMW's
around
got past.
very surprisingly at the last minute, and see if they end up swapping by the time they get to turn 1 again, but I don't think so. So we'll try to catch it on the replay, hopefully. Has the Ferrari had an incident through the chicane? Because you can see the margin was pretty good, and there's the hop and the jump, and yes, and then off into the grass, and the number 33 car wasting no time at all, says thank you very much, and makes her way up into P8. Sorry to cut you off there, Tim. Had to have a little bit of a duck away over to this fight that's obviously been brewing for quite a while, but finally for Andre McClay in that number 33 car, able to get themselves into 8th place and maybe hunt down the number 54 of Lucas Schubert. That is only 6 seconds up the road, so not out of the realms of possibility to still move further up the order.
Yeah, but that gap definitely opened up already, hasn't it? That BMW's already starting to pull away. We'll see how it goes over the next couple of laps, but I would not be surprised to see it just keep increasing. So on board with the MCR community, Lucas Roda again. Lovely Aston Martin. It's Aston versus Aston. Lovely livery on that car as well. Very reminiscent of, if anyone watches a lot of the ACC content online, of a Yorkie livery that we've seen over the last couple of years. He's had a bit of a change around in his cars and slightly varying liveries, but Surprised I'm not to see him in this championship, to be fair. Thought he would have been on one of the teams. Seen him in different championships across time. Surprised he's not in it. Might just be down to commitments. Obviously, these huge races. I say, you look at what he did. Obviously, had the massive race the other day at Paul Ricard, and then the end of the year, or the end of the season, essentially, the 24 hours of Bathurst. I mean, that is a race that I think even us in the comms booth are probably sort of a little bit daunted by. But though the guys that have got to go out there on track, or guys, ladies, theys, everybody, it's a serious circuit to try and hold up together. I mean, every circuit has their own kind of quirks, but I think finishing at Bathurst really does seem like quite the punishment for the drivers, doesn't it?
I mean, it feels like a fitting end to trying to, as F1 memes racing, they slowed down to let the Veloce car by. Imagine the Massier had a little bit of a look at his mirrors when he saw the Ferrari going wide there, making sure it wasn't going to run onto the apex of the next corner. But yeah, going to Bathurst for the finale of the season, particularly for 24 hours of it. I mean, we saw 24 hours of Paul Ricard, and and it was an incredible event, and so much of a test of all of the teams and drivers' capability to maintain that concentration, to keep up the momentum on the car, and trying to be consistent for that long of a period of time. And bearing in mind that Paul Ricard is probably one of the few circuits we can go to on ACC where you kind of get to relax about halfway through the lap. You sort of do the first bit, and then you can sit down for a bit and just keep your foot on the loud pedal, and then have another go at the next bit. Bathurst is not like that. Bathurst, other than a little bit of relief before the chase, as a white flag out for Peter Brett as he lets by the K Chroma Racing esports car in second place. Bathurst is relentless. And as soon as you have any slip of concentration over the top of the mountain, you are heading towards the wall in some form or another. It's very rare that you make a mistake over the top of the mountain and your car doesn't end up in 3 different pieces. It's so for the drivers, when we get to that point, it's going to be a massive challenge. And with the way that the points is structured in the virtual endurance masters, it kind of keeps everyone who's been consistent during the course of the season. There's very likely to be several different teams that will be mathematically in with a chance of winning at the final race. So they can't. It's very unlikely they'll be able to rest on their laurels. They're going to have to go full commitment, full concentration, and it's going to be a major event and a fitting way to finish what's already been an amazing championship. But certainly going to be, I think, the biggest test for our drivers so far. Just looking at a couple of battles and fights on circuit. Number 33 has managed to extend that gap over the Visceral Esports Ferrari, having finally made that overtake. And meanwhile, Malnoski, very close lap time-wise with the K Chroma Racing Esports car in the hand of Noah Eder last time around. So pretty much maintaining that gap at around 7.5 seconds at the moment. And bear in mind, it will likely extend because the 75 car does have fresher tyres than the 977, so expect to see that continue to extend over the course of the stint. And then look at our closest fight on the circuit right now between Lucas Roda and Matteo Naldi in the number 27. I believe that's the BF Racing Aston Martin, who has previously taken the biggest mover prize for the opening 2 rounds of the season. Don't think that's going to be the case for today, though. I think it's very unlikely it's going to go to anyone other than the 595 Spaghetti Racing car that currently sits in P13 overall. But Midgley does have the 199 and the Unicorns of Love car within 5 seconds, so could still have a shuffle of position, but they've done a massive job today.
Yeah, I mean, how many positions is it they've gained at this point? I mean, I missed the very beginning of the race, but I know you said earlier on it was a colossally large amount. 27. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think we're really going to see much. Someone's really got to come from the back at this point. I'm not sure how that's even possible.
It does feel rather unlikely. I mean, I think VF Racing have had, when Christian was looking at it earlier, I do believe that they maybe gained a maximum. It was either 21 or 23 positions in one of the other races. So you know, they've done well, BF Racing in the previous ones to be biggest movers, but Spaghetti Racing, it has to be said, has, you know, just blown that statistic out of the water, really, because that is a monumental effort. And whilst they are still under pressure from those two other Mercedes behind, you know, they have seriously driven a very, very respectable race. And whilst it may not be, you know, at the pointier end of the grid, there is still a lot to be said for putting on a performance like that.
Yeah, I mean, and as you said, not the pointiest end of the grid, but this entire grid is still pretty pointy. You wouldn't want to fall onto any of these teams, I don't think. I mean, you know, sort of you're still looking at the lap times. I mean, mid-race as well, like most of the lap times are within seconds of each other, really. I mean, if we go all the way to the bottom of the grid, currently they're putting in 156s, so within 2 seconds of our leaders' laps. It's nothing really. Obviously, over the space of a long period, obviously 8 hours, that does make a big difference. But 2 seconds is nothing really. You could easily lose 2 seconds on a lap just by making a mistake and not getting yourself going again quite quickly enough. It's really, really sort of easily done. I know I could lose 2 seconds in a lap just because I've had a bit of a wobble. I mean, we're seeing this battle obviously now for 20th place at the moment. Oh, sorry, for 21st place at the moment. And the issue for both these drivers is they're in identical cars. It's only setup, maybe tyre condition, the amount of fuel they're running, and obviously the driver's skill themselves that's going to make any difference. That's a lovely shot looking over the two of them having a little squabble there. But say normally you can sort of play against the weaknesses and strengths of the car that you're sort of, you know, trying to either overtake or trying to defend from. You can have a little bit of a, you know, sort of try and use your mind a little bit and think, right, I know I'm better in the straight, so I can lose a bit of speed and go defensive in the corner as long as I get a good exit. Oh, and there's my car moving out of the way. That's Roman Tisch, position 36th, moving out the way in the 777 Audi for the TSI Esports team. Oh, I missed that last little bit. I'm not sure I would have been able to pronounce it anyway, to be honest. So back on board with Rhoda now, chasing after the back of them. But as I was saying, the same cars, and it all comes down to the driver and just those little tweaks on setups and what your pitch strategy is. But a lot of the time, if you're chasing after an identical car, it's just waiting for a mistake or waiting for a lucky run through a corner. You just got to be extra brave and go for a bit of a dive, take a bit more curb than normal. But again, it's one of those things of you decide to go for it and you can cause some real issues. As this is the Italian job car, which always confuses me because it's a Honda this time round. And very surprised to see it so far down the grid, to be honest. Say in 33rd place at the moment. And how did that do in qualifying? I have got this information up on my screen somewhere. I've just got to find it. How did that one do in qualification?
They were near the top 20, I think, by the looks of it, because they've lost 12 positions this race.
It's just not what you expected. Maybe just the Honda not feeling good around Nürburgring. You know, it does happen. There are some circuits where cars really do just feel absolutely awful. 156s out of this car at the moment, and high 156s at that. Well, actually, the last couple of laps, they've been high 156s. So back on board with Max Florens now. Currently running in 14th place, chasing after Spaghetti Racing, but Unicorns of Love behind them. And with some mixed fortunes from Unicorns of Love. Possibly going to see a little bit of a moves here. So, let's have a look and see how his times have been looking.
Huben's moving quickly. He's 54.6 last time around. He's about 0.7 of a second quicker than the 199 car of SG Stern in front of him, and then there's 1.3 seconds quicker than Schneckenberg in the Spaghetti Racing team car. And, you know, to put that into context, that's only a couple of tenths slower than your race leader. It's 2 tenths faster than the 977 K-Chroma Racing Esports car, and the only other cars faster are Mattia Krupi, who has the fastest lap of the race, and Finn Littersheet, who for Team 1 FF Racing have had a very quiet day in the office, but a very respectable P3 at the moment. So, you know, there are very few people that are running quicker than this man at the moment. I think actual fact becomes a wide opportunity to go for a little bit of an onboard from the Mercedes. I don't think we've gone for an onboard of too many Mercedes today, but this is the man that's really likely to start kind of opening up the gaps in this three-way fight for P13, and kind of to some extent maybe not too surprising, incredibly experienced driver, very, very rapid and this team very, spent a lot of time getting to know this Mercedes. And whilst maybe they haven't, been able to get to know this version of the Mercedes quite as well as they have done previous generations of the car, both either through game updates or various kind of BOP changes and things like that, they are still very well aware of how to extract pace out of this car. And I do think that Huben very shortly is going to be putting some major pressure on both the 199 and 595 cars ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way that Huben's got the car as well, he's just concentrating on, I know it's sort of cliche, apex and exits. He's clipping everything, not going excessively on the inside curbs. He's not taking too many risks. Whereas you look at the SG Stern car in front, it does seem to be using a little bit more of the apex, a little bit more of the exit curb. And I think that just shows that Huben is not fully stretching his legs at this moment. He's putting the pressure on, maybe just looking to maybe force a slight mistake, or maybe unsettle the car a little bit there through the chicane. And there's a clip of dirt actually from our running in 11th place car there, I believe. Right on the back of SG Stern. Are we going to see anything down into turn 1? If this is the opportunity, this is the time to do it. Right on the back, and you can see just reeling him in towards the end of each gear change. Oh, and actually SG Stern indicated to the left. Was that on purpose, or was that just maybe a sort of a case of the sunlight flicking? Well, that might have even been a brake light. I'm sure I saw an indicator.
No,
there.
you're absolutely right. It was an indicator. I think that was entirely purposeful. And the reason why is because the SG Stern car was very slowly reeling in Spaghetti Racing Team car, but not really very easily. I think that once again, equal cars and so on and so forth, they weren't particularly gaining a lot of time. This Unicorns love the Mercedes, though. This car can make things happen. So, I think SG Stern was, very much waving on through. Number 14, as there's a yellow flag for, oh dear, Peter Brett. Oh, it's the overlay doing weird things again. It's okay. He's number 100 has just come into the pits and then just plummeted down the overlay order in the process. But, the Unicorns of Love car very much looks in a position to be able to make an overtake on the 595 currently driven by Lucas Schneckenberger. And Florence, he's dropped back maybe further than he would have liked, but he will just very much be looking to try to capitalise on any gaps and opportunities that the Unicorns of Love car can open up. And, and that's what he's holding on to for in exchange for his good deed of waving on through the number 14 car. So whilst it may look like a kind favour, really, I think it's yes, more of a selfish decision of hoping to be able to capitalise a little bit later on. But that's what strategic racing in especially in endurance situations is all about. And maybe now is the move and sends one up the inside.
Great dive.
On the 595 car, caught napping on the exit, and here we go. Then we'll go on board the rear diffuser of the Unicorns of Love car, flashing of the lights there from Spaghetti Racing. Obviously not happy with how it took place. I don't know if there's particularly anything that can be said about that. It was, they made the apex and didn't really force the issue too badly, but someone is trying to. Is the SG Stern car of Max Florence, has the inside line at turn 1, turns to the outside at turn 2, and unless they can go for the cutback by the time they get towards turn 3, which they're trying, but I don't think they're going to quite be able to do it. And whilst they have certainly then, managed to use that Unicorns of Love car to reclaim a little bit of ground up to the back of the number 595. Ultimately, those two still in the same order that they are, but the only difference being that they're both down a position each, courtesy of Nicholas Huben motoring along in that Mercedes. But he is 53.5 seconds behind someone he knows very well, Florian Duacop, also a Unicorns of Love driver, and yeah, he's almost a full minute behind the number 4 Ferrari. So not sure if Huben will be able to make any more positions in this race as we approach the final hour of this 8-hour endurance, but certainly the fight for what is now P14 between Spaghetti Racing and SG Stern still very much on.
I'm going to say that now that opportunity, they didn't quite get the move done. He really did go for it, did Florence. He really did try, but didn't quite get it done. If he can't get the move done now, in the next couple of laps, still while Schneckenberger is still a little bit sort of shaken from what's happened, it does take a little bit of time to get yourself back in the proper groove. If he can't get it done now, it's only going to get harder and harder to make the move. It's only going to get harder as soon as, Lucas is sort of thinking to himself, I'm all right. I can do this. I can settle in. I can get my pace up together. I know I've been defending. I can do it. Oh, who is this? Oh, that's right. And then I didn't realise they were coming into the pits. I suddenly thought we had a very, very slow car coming in. So Unicorns of Love, after all of that, now comes into the pits. So not necessarily, you know, a waste of time, but it's certainly a big effort. And at the best, at least they've slowed down the cars that were on track with them slightly by getting past. And hopefully they can re-emerge. But it's going to have to be a really good pit stop to try and get themselves going again. It's really going to come down to how much these other two squabble. Aha, so on board now for the battle for 29th position. And this is the Verstappen Motorsport, the RCI car, and the battle is over immediately. As
it's not the first time that's happened today, unfortunately, when we just have something that's, you know, getting interesting, and we latch onto a scrap. And in fairness, we haven't exactly been shortchanged today. We've had our very much fair share of battling. But yes, unfortunately, the Homer Sim Racing Esports car kind of put in play as it kind of kangaroos its way down that little ledge on the pit lane. Has come in to make it stop. So does unleash the 799 of Harman then for the RCI team. But potentially after those pit stops are done, that will re-establish. But for the time being, unfortunately, that will leave us without a battle ongoing between those two drivers. Did you see a white flag out a moment ago for Manos Gerardis in the number 41 TF Racing Porsche, but I can't see anything particularly alarming. It'll be interesting to see what he does across the line this time around. I do also just want to make another fact. Mattia Krupi in that Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghini, 54.0 last time around, and that is anywhere between half a second to 3/4 a second faster than anyone in front of him. So he is absolutely motoring along, and it was 1.6 seconds faster than the man that's on board our screens at the moment, as that's getting close between Schneckenberger and Samir Fock, who has just emerged out of the pit lane. This is awkward for the Yassit team, because they're not really fighting for position, but the 595 car wants to get a car between themselves, and SG Stoner, there is contact! Oh, there's lots of contact between both Mercedes. Does manage to avoid having an additional collision afterwards, and Spaghetti Racing's clean day of gaining positions. I still think they'll be the biggest mover on the grid overall, but it comes to a very disappointing end in all of that, and you can see it all kicking off on the exit. We'll try to grab the perspective of Florenzen, because he was watching this, and you can see he goes to stick it up the inside. I don't think Florence particularly did anything wrong there. It just looked like, you know, maybe Sammy was so focused on the car in front. It did look like, at least from that camera angle, it's difficult to tell, but Sammy may have just closed the door that he should have maybe left a little bit more open, and unfortunately, the way it unsettled the Ferrari, then kind of cannoned almost like balls on a pool table, went straight into the Spaghetti Racing Esports car. So yeah, that was an unfortunate incident there, and I'm sure that there'll be some investigation into that.
Yeah, I think it kind of looked a bit of a racing incident, but it's definitely, I would imagine that most of the teams are going to sort of say, no, we want to make sure that this is looked at and confirmed, because depending on where you are in the car, I mean, that Spaghetti Racing car, as far as they're concerned, they just got rear-ended. They don't know what went on behind them. They just, as far as they're concerned, Fox just rear-ended them at that point. That isn't what happened. But when you're in the driver's seat, you know, you sort of get out, you know, you're there and you're like, look at this. Ooh, 3 wide. That was gonna work.
Oh, I could see that coming from a mile away. I mean, if 2 into 1 doesn't go, 3 into 1 definitely isn't going to go.
I mean, turn 1 at Nürburgring, 1 into 1 doesn't go.
This is true. It's hard enough to get through that corner at the best of times. In actual fact, it's kicked off a little bit further down the order as well. We'll try to catch a replay in just a second as the SOP Esports car versus Creme de la Course. And let's see if we can go back. I'm trying to find the cars on my overlay, and yeah, there's the sort of aftermath of that's not the camera I wanted, of the incident there, and I think that was the Homer Sim Racing Aston Martin. That I don't really think that there was, you know, too much. I mean, he sort of got the Visual Esports car flashing the lights there. I'm not sure if that's to say anything about what happened at turn 1 or just to encourage them to get out of the way rather swiftly on that lap. But I don't think there was necessarily much wrongdoing that the Home Sim Racing Aston Martin did. They were well off the racing line, but a kind of bit of a bit of unwarranted aggression, bit of lack of patience, perhaps from from the number 33 car that didn't want to lose a position because of the car that they were lapping, and the Visual Esports Ferrari that was eager to capitalise on the opportunity. And unfortunately, it's just a case of the stars aligning, and the big loser in all of that being the number 33. So it'd be interesting to see how the stewards reflect on that one, because I think, yeah, there are multiple arguments that can be made there, because I think Visual Esports will argue that it was a defensive move that perhaps wasn't on from the number 33 car, and that they should have at that point, they've misplaced their car on the entry, and then should give way from there. So it'd be really interesting to see what the outcome of that investigation is.
Yeah, I think it will definitely come down sort of to the two main offenders there, I think. Oh, Italian job, car number 179. Oh, they're into the pits. Ignore me, that was the overlay doing its thing again. I don't think in any way, shape or form that the Aston Martin would be called into question on that. No. They gave more than one car's worth of room on the apex. They gave plenty of space. Again, it was just two cars battling for position, just trying to go for it. Really, you've just got to keep an eye on what's going on in front of you. Obviously, you just want to gain as many positions, and now with less than an hour of the race left, losing positions is absolutely detrimental, because it's really hard to get them back once you've lost them. But you've just got to be a little bit conservative. You've got to sort of think to yourself, even if there's a fair bit of room, we're still passing a slower car. You've just got to be a little bit smart with it. Earlier on we saw it as well. We saw someone going off the main racing line to let a faster car come through. I think it was the Veloce car that came through. There was nearly a little incident before them. If you've done nearly just over 7 hours of racing and you've just been doing your speediest laps, basically apart from when you're fighting against someone, you've been doing your fastest laps. You're just running the most optimum line that you can. If you pull off of that line, suddenly your reference points disappear. If you're suddenly going a load slower, you decide to let off the throttle, let's say 100 meters before the turn that you normally wouldn't, your braking zone changes. And actually sometimes when you're not absolutely pushing it to the limit and going for it at your normal pace, that's when you make mistakes. I mean, from experience, that tends to be what happens. Is if I'm being blue flagged, I'm like, oh, I'll move off the racing line a bit and let these boys through. And suddenly I find myself going, oh my god, I've just gone flying off the circuit. Why have I done that? Simply because you're not in the right zone. But we are possibly about to see a move into turn 1 here. Move up the inside. Is the Mercedes going to get there? No, gives a little bit of room.
I mean, they should give more room because they're a lap down. They're talking about, using some common sense and everything here. This is not a battle for position, because that's a Spaghetti Racing Mercedes. Nice, admittedly. Okay, this is the reason why they're not giving up position. It's because they are actually a lap ahead of the SOP Esports car. But I think quite clearly the pace difference, bear in mind Marco Malinga is in that number 100. And he was absolutely rapid in qualifying, and it was immediately down into the mid 54s when he came out of the pits. I think, especially after what's happened to the Spaghetti Racing Mercedes not too long ago, I think it would be wise to maybe let that position go a bit more easily. I know it's not, it's never a good feeling if your car was being lapped, but when there's a car that quite clearly is that much faster, you are only going to cause yourself issues in the long run by fighting it. Meanwhile, that's an awkward position to be in. Oh my goodness, that's the race leaders coming through. Thankfully, they get through without any trouble. Someone else, that's a 777 Audi that you heard really had to slam on the brakes there. We're trying to catch a replay of what happened to the number 69 car. So they've come through the chicane. So unusually, that wasn't the problem. And are they going to... That was a very weird one. I thought they were going to clip the inside pit wall, but I mean, thankfully they didn't, because that was close. Thankfully they didn't, because otherwise that would have been major damage on the front end of that car. But it just looked like the back end of the Mercedes just gave way. I mean, we've seen it a little bit through Schumacher S as well. We saw the Unicorns of Love car, I think, spin through there twice. And I think we've seen some of the other Mercedes, a couple of other cars getting loose on the rear tyres as well. But yeah, a bit of an unusual one. I mean, that is a corner where in the middle of that corner, it reminds me a lot of Luffield at Silverstone. Partly because I'm British and that's one of the most familiar circuits to me. I'm sure there are other corners and other circuits that are comparable examples, but it has this sort of double apex-like nature. And, you know, and admittedly there are different lines through it, but you do tend to see what drivers do. They carry in quite a chunk of momentum. And then in the middle of the corner, they do a lot of coasting where they're using the engine braking to slow them down and keep themselves tucked into that apex and then get back on the power to then go down the start-finish straight. And it just looks like, you know, and it can happen that but maybe the way in which the diff is operating in that Mercedes, that just that engine braking that they were looking for, that rear stability when you kind of induce that lift-off oversteer, it just wasn't there, and it went from underneath them. And whether or not that's a setup issue, driver, being, maybe didn't take the corner in quite the same way that they have done previously, no such issue this time around, or if it's simply a case that the tyres are giving way or not operating in their right window at the moment, it's tough to tell. But certainly in one form or another, it did just look like the back of the car just let go, and at that point, the in this case, Pascal Cerny was just a passenger.
Yeah, I mean, it did say it was suddenly just a massive amount of inside curb, wasn't it? Like a load more off the apex, and you don't take a massive amount of curb there on the final turn. You're trying to sort of maintain as much speed and run smoothly through onto the pit straight. So again, like you said, it could have just been a case of, or even if you just, he was going to be under blue flags quite quickly at that point, and this battle now coming on, the Italian job taking full advantage of the fact that Mercedes went off and has closed the gap up nicely. But that Mercedes was going to be under blue flags, I think, pretty sort of in the next couple of turns, probably by turn one. I wonder if it was a team decision of, letting him know, right, you've got someone quick coming up behind you, so he's just maybe not quite as concentrating, flicked down an extra gear, and the car's just turned in. You just never know. It's one of those things of you wish you could jump in the cockpit with the driver and say, what happened there? But you'll just, sadly, we'll never know. We can just, just think about it to ourselves. We can just, I've forgotten the word.
we can speculate.
That's
exactly.
the word. I was thinking about percolate. It's probably coffee. I was thinking about percolating. No, and again. It's the pit stops. I keep seeing it flashing up and keep thinking there's incidents going on, but there isn't.
I'll tell you what, though, we do have an interesting thing going on here in terms of our battle for the race lead, because Marco Bischoff is now in the car, and he's in the car until the end. Now, he is very much up there with as being one of the only drivers that could actually genuinely contest Massier on pace. Now, of course, he has come into the pits and got fresh tyres on the car. Massier is still out on his, but for reference, he was 0.7 of a second faster on that lap alone. Now, the gap had opened up around to, I think, about 5 or 6 seconds by the end of sort of before this 977 car came into the pits. And we know that K-Chroma Racing Esports, they've constantly structured their stops for this undercut, but I don't believe Massier can get back in the car again. I could be wrong, and Massier may just sort of be doing a lot of legwork for the day. But we haven't seen Korekos in the number 75 Veloce car for a long, long time. And based on that, Marco Bischoff, fastest driver for the 977 team. Granted, Korekos, admittedly they only have a 2 lineup today, but whilst he is rapid, he hasn't quite had the same level of pace as we have ended up seeing from Massier. So, whilst it is likely that the Veloce car will probably still come out on top out of the stops once that's all been completed, you really cannot rule out Bischoff. He has a lot of experience inside that car. It's a very well-established team. It's a long-term partnership that they've had amongst those drivers, and they've got quite a mixture of different experience and age. Where Marco Bischoff very much kind of the leader of the K-Chroma Racing Esports team. Noah Reader, Henrik Gamble, relatively young by comparison. So the kind of now it's a case of you know, the sort of the man in charge of stuff, the man leading the potential for the Kate Kramer Racing esports team. You know, he's the one that, like, when the pressure is on, that's who they want in the car. And if it is Caracas that's going to get into the Veloce esports car, whilst he is absolutely rapid and a very quickly developing driver, is he going to be able to withstand that pressure from Bischoff, who's just gone and done a 53.9? That is the question when we go into the final 45 minutes of this race.
That's a monstrous lap time this late in the race as well. I did just notice that West Competition Racing have come into the pits, so they were provisionally running in 3rd place that time. So that's Gert Fischer came in, so I don't know who's going to come out of the pits. But that is, there we go. Oh, and TF Racing as well. So lots of people inside the top 5 now starting to put their final pit stops in. So it's still Malinowski out there doing sort of mid 154s to high 154s. So we've seen him go quicker than that a lot of times. So I think we're getting towards the end of this stint. It's got to be the end of the stint. Temperature has come down a little bit on circuit, so this is the kind of thing they'll be relaying to the team. They'll know how the car feels. They'll want to do maybe some slight adjustments before they come in, especially these last couple of laps before you come into the pit. This is when you quite often see drivers make mistakes. This is the time where you're talking to your team. You're saying, right, a little bit, you know, this is what the tyre pressures are doing. What do you think we should do? How much fuel do we need? Because especially this final pit stop, you want just enough fuel to get across the line. I mean, I know from previous racing that Caracas has had some really bad luck with running out of fuel just before the line. And I think that was actually here at Nürburgring as well, many moons ago, back in a McLaren in a sprint race. But I think, you know, you've had some fun here at Nürburgring as well, haven't you? I believe you have, Mr. John.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tim.
We won't mention that. We'll let people look into that themselves at home.
Well, I mean, in fairness, whilst we've... was a white flag actually just comes out for Bischoff. Did he just have a little bit of an excursion at the chicane, pushing hard? Yes. And he did. So he's, you know, he's really trying to wring the neck out of that thing because he knows the pressure is on. But yeah, well, whilst we don't actually have too much in the way of battles on track at the moment, although we will keep an eye on Max Frank versus Valentin Barra for the P11 spots. Yes, I admittedly, I have had my fair share of peculiar moments at the Nürburgring, where one day as the esports BMW almost rear-ended the 296 on the entry to the final corner, they just about managed to keep it out of the gearbox. That's in a rather optimistic bit of strategy, where the race started dry, but rain was on the way in the early moments, but then went to fade away. I made the rather bold decision, as we get a 10-second penalty for the SG Stern car. So they've deemed the SG Stern Mercedes then for that incident that saw the BMW sort of kind of get snookered into, excuse me, actually no, it was the Yassi Ferrari, wasn't it? That got snookered into the Spaghetti Racing Mercedes, as there's actually then also a further investigation between the Yassi Ferrari and the SG Stern Mercedes. So potentially some
was that
more
the
penalties.
battle we saw with the Aston Martin that went wide? Is that one, or was that something different that had a battle going on in turn 1? Because that last incident was turn 1.
You make a very good point. Instinctively, I feel like it might have been... No, that was because that was the number 33 West Competition Racing BMW got sent around.
Yes.
So no, it might be something we didn't quite catch on our cameras with that. Yes, just to... Oh, that was the, I think, Homer Sim Racing car, the Aston Martin that we were just actually talking about. And it was a no further action call anyway by stewards. So whatever it was, we didn't miss a great deal in that. But yes, to round off story time with John at the Nürburgring, the rain faded, and whilst the logical suggestion, considering that there was a dead wind, blazing sunshine, and 55 minutes of running left to go, to switch onto the dry tyres, I rather optimistically decided to stay out on the wet tyres the entire duration of that race. And then on the penultimate lap of the race, my left rear tyre exploded. And then on the final lap of the race, my right rear tyre exploded at high speed whilst making my way towards the final chicane, whilst going through the kink. And I ended up not finishing the race by 6 seconds because I took so long to get there. So it's, you know, regardless of what some of these drivers have had kind of going on today in terms of various bits of, you know, sort of shenanigans and moments as another investigation taking place before that very instant that we were just talking about between the 33 and the 44. But thankfully, no teams have quite repeated my rather catastrophic approach to strategy around here many months ago when I was far less adept on ACC, and I think, you know, it was only a few races before that when I would forget that you would need to actually enable wet tyres when you went into the pits, and so came out onto a flooded track on slick tyres and aquaplaned off into the wall at turn 1 at the Hungaroring. So, you know, many a curiosity through when kind of learning a new platform. But yes, thankfully, none of our drivers have had such issues today. We will wait to see some of the outcomes on those penalties as we are about to get that decision, and it's 10 seconds towards Visual Esports, and I think that is fair enough. It was a rather greedy judgment. Obviously, the stewards have a lot more camera angles to work with than we do, so it did look a little bit 50-50, but ultimately it's the job of the car behind to make a safe overtake, and like we were saying, 2 into 1 barely ever goes, 3 into 1 with a lapped car involved, it's not very probable to end that one in a very safe way.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that was definitely the right call on that one. And if it makes you feel any better, John, most of my sort of uh-ohs and whoopsies, I suppose, through esports have either been lap 1 Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, I thought we were going to see a move there into turn 1, so I had to cut my story off the RCI car jumping out the way there. God, that's a bit of a tonsil tickler trying to say that one, isn't it? RCI car jumping out the way. My favourite one is on the outlap from a pit stop to immediately spin at Maggots and Beckett's. Seem to do it all the time, doesn't matter what car I'm in, if I'm absolutely going for it, and it's very important that I get it nicely done. Tend to always mess that one up, so, you know, always a good one. Or my first flying lap into Maggots and Beckett's. It seems to just be Maggots and Beckett's, to be fair. It's just that corner.
In fairness, I did that at the S's at Suzuka. Every lap 1 in a race, other than I think my last competitive race at Suzuka, I would fly off at the second left-hander of the S's in exactly the same fashion. It happened both in a Lamborghini and a Mercedes, so I can't blame the cars.
Yeah, no, it was definitely me. 100% it was always me. And then my other best one was, I was really pleased. I was looking forward to doing it. It was like my first 1 hour race. I was thinking, yes, it's going to be great. No mandatory pit stop. I was like, okay. It was at Spa. I was like, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. I'm going to put some time in, really practice, get my fueling absolutely bang on. I did my maths wrong, and I only had half the amount of fuel I needed. And obviously no one else did a pit stop. So that was a complete dead last. And ended up just lapping around by myself for a long time. So, you know, happens to the best of us and the worst of us, and that's where I come in, the worst of us.
I see. You know, I think everyone has their moments. There's a white flag out. Oh dear!
Ooh,
oh, that's the Williams Esports
out.
car in the background. That is the Williams Esports number 5. As the Jean Lacey car comes flying on through a Schumacher S. So what on earth has happened there? As this could actually be rather pivotal for the battle for P4, because that Jean Lacey Esports Lamborghini, currently running in 5th place, is absolutely flying at the moment, 53.7 on the last lap, and only 7.5 seconds behind the number 1 BMW. So what happens here? Oh dear, and it's not the first time that we've seen that either, and unfortunately a wide moment stacks into the gravel for the Williams Esports Audi, whose day goes from bad to worse, and catching the number 1 car off guard there, and that was unfortunate, kind of really quite blindsided in all of that. But what that has done is that has enabled this man, Matteo Krupi, in the number 38 car, who gained another 1.4 seconds over that BMW on the last lap, and with 35 minutes on the clock left to go, still very much in with a chance of snatching P4 at the end. And I'll tell you something interesting that I think may be developing. I think Veloce Esports are not going to be changing tyres on their final stop, because there's only 35 minutes left to go. They still have a stop to make, and it will have to be, I'm sure, very imminently. I think they're just going to do a splash and dash. And if they do, that they're probably going to be looking in the realm of maybe gaining about 15 seconds from the pit stop. And, you know, they had about a 5 second margin. So say that they have net 20 seconds sort of, you know, up on their times. Now, Marco Bischoff has been lapping anywhere between sort of half a second to 3/4 second faster, although last time around only a 10th gained. So, you know, with such a small amount of time, you know, left in this race, as an actual fact, that was the Creme de la Course car letting through the race leader, bring out the white flag in that. You know, I don't know. You know, Marco Bischoff can do some very, very amazing things in that car, but I'm not sure that he's going to quite have the ability to catch up to the race leader at the end, and we're about to find out exactly what margin we're working with, because Massier does finally come into the pits, using all of the track, even in the pit lane, after 7.5 hours. Still, you know, the demon that is this man when he is behind the wheel, taking every millimetre of track that he can get away with. And
on a splash and dash, are they going to go for a driver change? I feel like they have to, but it's big risk on a splash and dash.
You know, Karekas hasn't been in the car for a long, long time, as swapping a position potentially between Tobias Nur and Matteo Naldi. We'll try to catch on the replay if we can. These two still scrapping, though, on the run towards turn 3, but I don't think there's going to be a second attack from the Aston Martin, so we'll see what took place there. But, yeah, I mean, Karekas hasn't been in the car for a while, so I feel like they're going to have to put him back in, because I can't imagine that Massier has too much more to work with in terms of driver stint times.
No, sure not. Okay, this is down into turn 1. What are we going to get here? To be fair, clear move, and actually the Aston looks like it almost thought to itself, oh, I know you're going to try and outbrake me, so I'll try and get a switchback. Hasn't quite worked. The Mercedes has gone through. Nice defensive work there for the Mercedes, covering that line, not outpacing himself, just covering it. And there we go, absolutely covered it to perfection. And now coming up from the Schumacher S's, you can see the Mercedes just starting to creep away. My other thought is, obviously, Malinowski has run those tyres a long old time, and as we said, he is the man when it comes to keeping the tyres going. It's still saying Malinowski on my screen at the moment, but I'm not sure if it's going to change.
It does sometimes take a little bit of time to update, so I'm not 100% certain, but I am fairly confident in saying that they did change the tyres. And the margin is 6.7 seconds. So, you know, it is now fair game between these two cars. We don't know whether or not it is Grantis or Massier that is in the number 75 car, but I do believe that these two are on the same strategy, other than the fact that the Veloce team's car has tyres that are about 20 minutes newer. And obviously they'll be put through, they'll be on much less fuel at this point as well, because they don't need so much to get to the end. So I find it hard to believe that unless something goes wrong for the 75 car, that, you know, regardless of whether or not they have Massier or Grantis behind the wheel, it's going to be a hell of an ask for the K Kramer Racing Esports team to close up that margin in the final stages of this race.
100%. Someone that's still pushing really, really hard is Mathieu Crippi down in 5th place. His fastest lap now, a 1:53.740, and he's up on his current time. I mean, a gap to the car in front, but I mean, we've seen crazier things. 7.6 seconds between him and Gert Fischer. So,
I think, sorry to cut you off there, Tim. Andre McClay has had a moment through the Schumacher S's, and he was flashing the lights. He wasn't happy with somebody. Let's see if we can catch what happened to the West. So the second of the West Competition racing cars. Anyone in front of him? There's, oh dear, I've got a horrible feeling about this. Yeah. So I can see the 69 Mercedes, and then there's the Italian job Honda, and he's flashing the lights on the way in. And they get very stacked up, and I think we're about to get a face full of car, aren't we? And he goes all the way onto the gravel. Thankfully, manages to avoid any contact with either of those cars. Number 69 car does actually slot into position behind. I mean, that's difficult. I mean, he was very far away when that battle first initiated. It wasn't actually even a battle between those two. It was for position, actually, between Pascal Cerny and the Italian job car that has since actually swapped around. So, you know, those two went side by side well in advance of the number 33 car approaching, and you know, I know that Andre McClay, he wants to make sure he maintains good speed, because Max Frank in the ET Sports BMW, along with Valentin Barrier and Jonathan Seville in the number 4 car, aren't that far away. But I think, you know, that it was fair for these two to have their fight when they were that far ahead, and, you know, maybe just a little bit of misjudgment and, you know, took a gamble going full tilt into Schumacher S's and ended up paying a little bit of a price of it. And, you know, and that's one of the big things that you have to learn as a skill to develop those judgments in endurance racing there.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that one. If you've got, let's say, the two cars that were battling, it was their own battle for position. They were miles away. Even if they were under blue flags at that point, you don't tend to pass someone under blue flags or let someone pass under blue flags mid-turn, especially Schumacher S's. There essentially is one line through Schumacher S's. Yeah, I just don't think it was the time to try and make the move. Got away with it quite luckily there. You know, if one of those cars had rotated, that would have been a very, very different story. You know, both those cars could have ended up on the circuit, and especially the only place to go is to the outside, and a rotating car is naturally going to fire off to the outside of the circuit. So got away with that one. Maybe, yeah, like you said, slight lack of judgment just in the last half an hour of the race, but with 7.5 hours of racing under their belt already, this is the kind of time where you start to see these slight mistakes. The light has dropped. We've lost 2 degrees of track temperature in the last 2 hours. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it's going to change the way the car feels. And this little battle's still going on as well. Battle for 25th position. Yeet Esports versus Armamentario Racing Team. And they'll be looking to gain some positions. They're down 2 positions from where they started, so gaining 1 back would certainly be a lot better, sort of championship points-wise. Malinowski doing low 154s at this point, so he's doing nearly he's 0.8 of a second faster than Bischoff in second place. Especially with Malinowski in the car. I mean, it's a pretty... He's a fast driver, but he's a really clean driver as well, very consistent. This is the kind of driver you want to bring your car home over the line. They don't have any positions to gain, they just need to maintain what they've got. And if anyone can just maintain what they've got, it's going to be Malinowski, isn't it, really? I mean, I don't want to give it the commentator's curse, because that is the worst thing.
Yeah, we don't want an angry letter from Veloce for putting it at the end. But I have to say, I think he's about to destroy the 977 car's hopes, because he is half a second up on his previous lap, which was a 54.0, and I think we're about to see a very, very fast lap time. And there you go, 53.642. And I imagine that's going to be an easy 7/10 or so. It's almost a second faster than what Bischoff is achieving there. And I think that is just, I mean, obviously Malinowski has been on fire all day long. He has been incredibly, incredibly fast and consistent. And, you know, but there is obviously also a significant amount of that difference, which is the freshness of the tyres and also the fuel load that those tyres have been subjected to. And whilst these two cars are likely to be on similar amounts of fuel right now, the problem is a Bischoff, when he had last left the pit lane, he was carrying enough fuel for about the best part of an hour. And, you know, and those tyres started with that amount of fuel. Malinowski, he only ended up taking tyres 10 minutes ago. So it's, you know, it's a very, very different situation. You know, Malinowski, you have a car underneath him right now that is not actually that far away from probably what feels like qualifying trim. And obviously, he was pretty happy with that because he stuck on pole position yesterday. So yeah, he's, you know, I think is just getting, you know, is settling into his final groove. I mean, he always does, you know, settle into a very quickly, incredibly experienced driver. The pace of Mattia Krupi in that number 38 Lamborghini has dropped off a little bit, whereas Gert Fischer in the number 1 West Competition Racing BMW has managed to just keep a bit more of a buffer over the last few laps. So it may be the case that the West Competition Racing car can, in fact, you know, maintain that advantage and stay in 4th position until the end of this race. Yeah, as of right now, though, it does really look like, at this point, it is Veloce Esports and Matteo Malinowski's race to lose.
Yeah, but the thing is, that pressure. Oh, he's just done a 153.3. So he's just gone quicker again.
That is
That wasn't what he did
monstrous.
last time, was it? I'm sure it wasn't
No,
quite that
it was
low.
a 50. It was a 53.6. He's just taken another 0.3 out of that. That's just. I mean, at this point, that's just actually insulting. I think to the rest of this grid, and I'm sure that I mean, Marco Bischoff still travelling very well. 54.6. There's not too many drivers, considering the age of his tyres. Not too many drivers that are going faster than him. But Malinowski just made him look like he was standing still. He's 1.3 seconds faster. That is just an insanely quick amount of pace from this Veloce car.
Yeah, I mean, and as you said, though, it's running on essentially just a slightly bloated version of qualifying trim. And so it's got to be a really nice way to bring the car home. The car feeling optimum. He's not going to have that feeling of trying to drag it across the line with absolutely cooked tyres, maybe even managing fuel. As long as they've got their fueling correct, there's no reason he essentially can't just open the taps, absolutely go for it. I mean, he's 0.1 up on his previous lap, or his best lap actually. So I mean, he's still out there. The tyres obviously still coming to life, warming them up, getting it nice. As we said before, nobody does tyres like Malinowski. So clearly still having a lovely push. And to be honest, it's that the battles have kind of spread out a little bit. There's a battle for 30 seconds still going on. But apart from that, it really is now coming to this last half an hour, or this last 20 minutes or so. After this final set of pits that we've done, everyone's kind of settled in.
There's a yellow flag, actually, for the number 75. I think Massier. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Sebastian Vettel in sort of his golden era of Formula One. And where his Red Bull engineers would desperately start screaming at him over the radio to stop pushing, and that he didn't need to go for fastest lap anymore, especially because back then there was no point associated with fastest lap, and it was just because Vettel wanted to be the quickest. And I imagine maybe Grantis, is going to be shouting the same sort of thing over to Malinowski, because he doesn't need to push that hard. And yes, he still has an 8-second advantage, but all it takes is for Malinowski to push a bit too hard and get an awkward bounce out of that chicane. And that could be it. And dropping the win at the end like that would be devastating for Veloce Esports. So, yeah, I imagine that, Grantis, whilst he may, be a very young head on those shoulders, I imagine he'll be eagle-eyed watching of what Massier is doing and just trying to make sure he takes it a bit more easy over the next 20 minutes so that they don't have any heart-in-mouth moments like that again, because, yes, that is unfortunately what comes with, having that demon-like pace that Malinowski does. He does have a tendency to, he just wants to extract everything. It's natural. These guys, even though we're in the virtual world, they're competitive, they want to be the fastest, and it's instinctive for them to go as fast as they possibly can. And sometimes, after, especially after 7.5 hours of driving, it just, sometimes you maybe can't quite push to that same limit that you were achieving in the early stages of a race, where maybe the senses were a little bit more sprightly and reactive. But yes, avoided catastrophe that time. Might not be so lucky if it happens again, though.
Exactly. And it's saying about you say he's doing endurance racing, even though it's not real life, you're still there. You're still high feel of a car, especially some of the reasons they fight you and make feeling as if really are racing. It's not just a case sitting there and some buttons on the controller. No disrespect to anyone that does that, but I think that's some of the fastest drivers out there. Some of them are still on controller, which I find absolutely insane. I think it's Black Goldsaw who is controlling.
Yes, Mr. Jason Lurs, I do believe.
Yes, who is
he
still
is the golden example of that.
Yeah,
pun not intended.
Monstrously fast and plays with a controller, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me. But again, and you're sat in a seat, and when you've got your headphones on, you've got your big headphones on, so it's not a full helmet, you've got your headphones on, you're there in front of your screens, the screens are beating heat at you, your rig is getting warmer and warmer, you've got your actual PC somewhere near you as well, pumping out heat. It can get quite warm in the area as you're racing. And I think the main thing, that the difference between endurance racing virtually and endurance racing in real life is, when you get out the driver's seat in a real life race, you've got a team there to get you calm, to relax you, to give you a bit, a bit of a rub down or whatever, and make sure you actually. Oh, goodness gracious, this is really starting to hot up. To sort of help you decompress and get ready for your next stint. You don't have that here. Even if you've got a team manager that might be sort of, there to give you a bit of hand, they'll be there on the headset, letting you know what's going on, making decisions for you. They can't force you to go and have a cup of tea. They can't force you to go and have a breather. They can't give you Visceral Esports.
Oh dear.
8th position. That's not good.
Oh, and that's going to be awkward as well. Oh, it's the number 33 again. And that's actually for position. And so the West Competition racing car finally actually gets a little bit of fortune. Someone else is flashing their lights a lot. That is the ET Sports BMW that's following through as well. So a very costly mistake from number 44 car of Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie. We'll try to see if we can catch what happens there. And see if we can get a replay of the woes that the Visceral Esports Ferrari just went through. Oh dear. Unfortunately, we haven't quite caught how that started. But by the trajectory that they went into that barrier, that is a very, very weird mistake. I'm actually, unfortunately, I don't think even if I go back a minute on the replay, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to catch it once this one's done. Oh, that is incredibly frustrating. If we're lucky, the wonderful people at the end working on the highlights reels, we may be able to see a little bit more of that. So when we cue the final roundup of everything that took place in this race at the end. But yeah, that's cost them 2 positions. Now all of a sudden, in a very short space of time, we've got Yeet Esports applying the pressure to the number 33 of Andre McClay for West Competition Racing. We've got that fight for P8. And then we've also got Jonathan Seville trying to go for P11 from trying to take the position away from Yassi Esports, and Shazoo GT Omega applying the pressure to the number 98 car of the F1 Memes team racing. So it's yes, we've suddenly gone from a little bit of a lull in battles to all of them happening at once, which sort of seems to be the the sort of wave-like effect that we have quite often in these races. We it goes very much 0 to 100 with all of this action.
Yeah, definitely. Was that car number 44 that we saw that incident with, where we didn't quite catch
it was,
how
yes.
they went off?
So the Ferrari that you see just at the tail end of these two, very unusual place to find themselves there, backwards into the wall on the entry towards the Schumacher S's. A really peculiar spot, and I think actually we've just had a swapping of position, dive down the inside from the Prime E Racing team over Spaghetti Racing, who are looking to maybe cut back towards turn 3, and that's getting scary. The race leader's just behind this as well. Massier won't be enjoying seeing too much of this side-by-side action, but we will use him for a front row view of these cars. He manages to get past one of them, sandwiched now between the two Mercedes. Spaghetti Racing car has made his way through. Also, Massier goes by generally the name of Tortellini, so a little bit of irony in all of that. But Prime E Racing trying to fight back on the exit now. There is door-to-door action between those two, and sent into the gravel is Niter, and he might have something to say about that, or well, more the fact that the stewards, I'm sure, will be looking into that one very promptly, and may well end up dishing out a penalty as a result. And just to really kick things off as well, we've got Steinbrenner versus Hellman down in the fight for P28, and it's a storming move down on the inside. What's happening in the final 20 minutes or so of the race? All sort of peace and love between these drivers for the vast majority of the hours that we've had in the 8 hours today. It's gone out the window, and Harman's come out on. And I think Steinbrenner, actually, I think he just gave up the position on the exit of that turn. I do believe, because he has dropped behind Hellman again, and he got out of the way so much I didn't actually see him on the camera for the first time that we saw with all of that. But so they continue as they were. So at least still some sort of form of peace, love, and friendship between some of these cars. But yes, it's all kicking off in the final 15 minutes. The only thing that I think is vaguely settled is potentially who's going to walk away with a victory here. But I've possibly just cursed that, so I'm going to stop talking on that front. But certainly the fight for P8 very much on.
I had a quick look back through the actual game replay just to sort of try and give us a little bit of an insight as to what happened with that Ferrari. I think that was a connection issue, because they came out of the hairpin, looked totally normal. and then suddenly their car just goes ballistic, all over through the floor, up through the floor. Seems to collide with a car that's not really there. Whether that is just an in-game thing that it's sort of messing around with, I'm not sure. But that's how they ended up facing the direction they were, because simply, I don't think the game really knew where they were. I think it repositioned the car as if they were back in the hairpin. So 90 degrees to as they should have been at that point.
Oh no!
Bigger end.
Oh well, I
Again,
don't think there's much in the way of discussion of that. I think that one's very clear what happened there, and that may have just saved the West Competition racing car from being put under any further pressure. That's getting complicated because the Williams Esports car that has had a rather torrid day, storming one up the inside, almost cuts the nose off of the Visceral Esports car. Will try to catch this on the replay. We are just about going to be able to snag it there, and you see, just seems to sort of roll off the brakes mid-corner. I mean, if there is connection issues going on for that car, maybe to some extent that explains it. But yeah, that is not what the number 44 car would have wanted, and then it got immediately worse because the number 5 Mercedes, that probably the Audi, that has to some extent probably stopped caring about the result of this race to a certain extent after their technical woes from today, after what was looking like a brilliant recovery drive through the field, puts themselves between the Ferrari and the BMW, and possibly actually ends up calling a halt to that scrap as well.
It all just kicked off a little bit then in the last 5 minutes, didn't it? That all just went a little bit mad.
It all suddenly got mad. I think we're about to have another one.
I know, down into turn 1. Here we go, kind of a 2-1-1, looking for an opportunity. And I think that's the F1 memes car. And the F1 meme car really was covering the inside. There wasn't really anywhere to go then, but again, the 2-1-1 trying to go up the inside. Oh, and De Campo really going for it. And shows the nose again. Team Shazoo, GT Omega. Oh, this is some aggressive driving in the last 15 minutes of the race. I do think this is a case of everybody thinking, this is it, one last push, let's really go for it. Especially some of these guys that aren't necessarily going for the overall championship win. I think they're just going they just want to get the positions on track, and that's totally fair enough, but it really can bring in the old red mist and the RCI car again under a little bit of trouble. I think that's which car is that in front? That is the Italian job, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of the name. It always froze me because it's definitely not an Italian car by any means. Oh, a little move up the inside here, possibly from the Ferrari.
Oh dear!
And there's contact there. It's got a little bit.
Oh!
That was so close. Did the Aston survive? The Aston survived.
They did. That was incredible reactions from the home of Sim Race, the esports team. I'll tell you what, the steward would have been thinking this was all going to come to a rather peaceful close, and they could put their feet up for the evening. They've got their work cut out now to review about 15 incidents in about spaces of just as many minutes. I don't know what's happened. It kind of I mean, I suppose maybe to a certain extent, obviously as the clock ticks down, there is that slight sense of urgency of, there's not much time left to go to try and make things happen. But for a lot of drivers, the standards have suddenly kind of slipped and fallen off a cliff, more so than, some of their tyres have. The stewards, I think, have a slightly busy time. I have also just noticed a little chat message. I'm hoping that things are maybe better now or something for that particular person. But if someone else could confirm on the audio front, I don't know how long that chat message has been there, unfortunately, as to whether or not you are getting robot-style audio, and I will try to see. I mean, everything looks okay at my end, so I'm hoping that all is well for everybody, but I will have a gander if there does appear to be an issue. But with just over 11 minutes left on the clock, we have Ferrari versus Ferrari in the battle for P17, still between Shazoo GT Omega and the number 98 F1 Memes team car. And also the final spot of the top 10 has suddenly come under threat, because all that battling and instance involving the Visceral Esports Ferrari of the number 44 car suddenly has got two more Ferraris for company, in the form of Valentin Barrier and Jonathan Seville for Yassit and the Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport car.
And they're both some serious teams and some serious drivers, aren't they? I mean, you're looking all the way. This is the battle for like 10th place going on here, isn't it? And look at the teams we're looking at. Yas Heat Esports, the driver Valentin Barrier. I mean, these are big drivers. These are like...
You know, Valentin won the silver class of SRO just a couple of days ago at Monza in this very car. So, you know, he is an exceptionally talented driver. And, you know, whilst he won the silver class, I think he was still top 10 overall, if I remember rightly. And, yeah, you know, this goes to show not just the level of talent in this field, but also, you know, the trials and tribulations that a lot of these guys have faced to end up finding themselves battling these sorts of positions. It's been an absolutely crazy race.
Yeah, and I mean, so now we're down into less than 10 minutes of the race, and these are the kind of battles, these compressed little 3-car battles, where it's all going to kick off. And I think a little bit that Unicorns of Love car, car number 4, has just backed off, maybe slightly, or they're saying that's close right up now. I felt like maybe they backed off a little bit, letting the squabble go on in front of them between Visceral Esports and Yas Esports, and they might be able to jump through. We saw it earlier on, how you can just, if you're too close, you can get caught up in incidents, just trying to play the game a little bit. It all comes down to your racecraft, and with endurance racing, racecraft is everything. If you can't be smart about your driving and be clever about how you're going to do it, and just everything has to be thoughtful, everything has to be purposeful, that's when your race falls apart. It's not a 20-minute sprint where if you make a mistake, oh well, I'll just join another one in in an hour's time or whatever and just carry on. You make a mistake at this late in the race, you've wasted best part of 8 hours. If you completely destroy the car at this point and you start hemorrhaging positions, I mean, laps wise, all the way down to 11th place. They're only 1 lap down on the leaders. 12th place, sorry, no, even lower than that. 13th place is only 1 lap.
Yeah, it's the margins between. I mean, we saw it in qualifying yesterday as well. It has been so close on pace up and down the field. I mean, there has been, of course, some rather special drivers who have been able to eke out a bit more. Although one of them is not going to be Jonathan Seville. The only thing he's managing to get out at the moment is gravel from the trap on the side of the Schumacher S's. But he hasn't lost a great deal of time, so maybe able to re-establish his charge towards P11, especially if the Yas Heat car of Valentin Barrier starts to fight with Visceral Esports in these closing minutes. But it's been an absolute testament to these drivers, the level of close racing that we have had after an 8-hour race. And for it to go down to the wire like this, I mean, we had the chaos and everything in the closing moments at the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard that came in the form of weather and a flooded track. This time we've just got it because of pure on-track battling, and for it, after this amount of racing, to have fights between such talented lineups of teams that and have had very different races, for them to be in such close proximity, it really goes to show just the level of talent in the field. Also, just as a little bit of a note towards our leaders, Massier has been continuing to extend his lead, 53.8 on his last laps, are still lapping incredibly quickly. But kudos and credit where it's due to Marco Bischoff. He's obviously started his final stint on heavier fuel, older tyres, but he's only dropped about 5 to 6 seconds in this stint, which admittedly that has happened in the space of around 30 minutes. So it has been a fairly rapidly growing gap. But when you consider the difference in the 2 cars in this final stint, and also the level of talent that he's going up against, I think that's a very respectable margin to still be within on that front. So, but it does look like the Veloce car relatively unchallenged in the closing stages, and our main squabbles right now being these 3 battling for the final of the top 10 positions, as well as also Mattia De Campo still applying the pressure to the number 98 car for P17, and also possible fights between Weber and Nordi, also Kolosov and Hilpert for the 21st and 24th spots respectively. But still a good few laps left to go, and we're still being treated to a lot of very close action. And you would think after the last few laps that this race would probably only been about 20 minutes long with the way everyone's been driving.
maybe everyone's just forgot. Maybe everyone thinks this is just like the midweek, sprint series. Maybe that's what's going on here. And it's possible move into turn 1, go around the outside. It's going to be brave, and they've left the inside open to squeeze. Kind of before tried to put nose in, but couldn't quite get in the gap. But there is that slight overlap now as they come down through the Mercedes complex. And these Ferraris all squabbling it out. I mean, realistically, did you expect to see 3 Ferraris all absolutely squabbling and 3 beautifully liveried Ferraris as well? I really do think that car number 4 is getting my favourite livery of the day. It does. I've worked out what it looks like. It looks like a can of... oh my god, the name came and went. Never mind. Not No Fear. They do an energy drink as well at one point. I can't even remember. There's a really nice energy drink that is purple and orange. And purple and yellow, and it literally looks identical to this car. So, yeah.
Perhaps that was used as some form of inspiration on the livery, but yes, I do agree. It's a very nice livery. Just also a slight curiosity. Someone further down the order, I forget who it was. I can't quite decipher it now. I think it was the Sim RC car, if I'm not mistaken. Came into the pits at the closing stages of this race, and I wonder, unless it made a miscalculation with fuel, the only other thing I could think of is if that was a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite keep track of who it was at the time, so I'm not entirely certain. But yeah, one way or another, an inconvenient stop to be making at the closing stage of this race.
Yeah, that is not what you want whatsoever, is it? You don't want to be trying to jump into the pits this late in the race. Could have also been a fueling error, quite possibly. Is the kind of thing that can happen. You just make a slight mistake. Which car was that? I'm just trying to see if I can spot him.
Spaghetti Racing, I think, who were just applying the pressure to the Prime E Racing Mercedes. Oh dear! Oh, I see a yellow flag for a West Competition racing car that we'll need to investigate in just a moment, but they have, as far as I can tell, dropped a position to the ET Sports BMW. But we will check in with that in just a second. So here we've got Spaghetti Racing Mercedes flashing the lights to the Prime E Racing car. It's an unusual place to make an overtake. Do they send one up the inside into this corner? And
yes,
no,
they do.
They're very well. I think the number 77 was yes, very generous on allowing them through. And then I do need to just quickly check if I can bring it back. See what happens.
Do you think that was a bit of a cheeky move of flashing the lights to trick that person into thinking it was blue flags?
Possibly.
Was that a bit of a cheeky? Because it's dark, you can't see who's behind you really. Was that a bit cheeky? I mean, all's fair in love and racing, isn't it? But be interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the... I think, unfortunately, may have just about missed it in terms of what happened to the number 33 car. But yeah, one way or another, mistake on the last lap of some form, and they dropped a P9. It does look like they won't be put under too much pressure for that position, but though someone that is very much under pressure, Saburov, in the closing stage of this race, still has the Shazoo GTO Mega car bearing down in its rear view mirrors, but still unflappable for the time being. And so is the Visceral Esports Ferrari as well, because this scrap for P10 is still kicking off, and we've barely got a couple laps left to go. I was trying to see whereabouts is Massier. So yeah, there'll be one more lap for these guys when Massier next hits the time beam, but we're very much in the closing stages, and there is not many opportunities left for these drivers to swap position.
No, and it's really going to show as well. They all want to be inside that top 10. It's like a magical number. I mean, it's only a few more points, but there's something. Once if you're in the top 15, you want to be in the top 10. If you're in the top 10, you want to push for top 5. If you're in the top 5, you want to get on the podium. It's these little sort of increments of success that you put in your mind, and the red mist can descend, especially if someone's been defending in front of you for ages, and you're like, come on, I am quicker than you. There can sometimes be nothing worse, and this is what we're going to see now. With less than a minute to go, this is their penultimate lap for these drivers. It's really going to be a case of, Visceral Esports car number 44 are just going to be desperate to hang on to that 10th place. It's just going to be...
Tim, you still there? Not sure what happened there. I don't know if we've lost Tim, which would be an awful shame in the closing stages. Hopefully he will return to comms in just a moment. We did just get the call from the engineer to say the Massier has started his final lap of the race, so not long left for these drivers in this race. It's all kicking off though for the battle for P10. Visceral Esports with a little bit of a margin, but barely a hair's width between the two Ferraris, just behind of the 296 car and the number 4 of the Unicorns of Love, Pulse Sim Sports. So it's going down to the wire between these drivers. Massier though still enjoying time out in front, and he's had a pretty, once he managed to get into that position, has managed to, oh, that's a big dive down the inside from the Unicorns Love Pulse Simsport Ferrari, and he almost managed to get the move done there. Whether or not he can get a switchback going, it's difficult to tell. Turn 3 rapidly approaching. I don't think he can. Need to keep an eye on where our leaders are. Still has the climb up the hill left to go, but not long left for the Veloce Esports team.
Traffic in front though. It's always risky coming onto this final lap with traffic in front. You're the leader. You don't want to slow down too much, but there we go. Actually makes it through the chicane easy peasy. 1 corner left to go. Do apologise about my weird little internet blip a moment ago. So I think if anyone sounded like a robot during this, it may have been me, and I apologise to all the viewers at home. Oh, big wiggle of the steering there from Malinowski. Comes across the line now, brings it home. And there it is. Excellent finish. First place. And they'll be absolutely ecstatic about that one. Yeah, it's wiggling the steering. That's a happy
incredible drive from Veloce Esports to take victory for round number 3 of the Virtual Endurance Masters. It wasn't the easiest at times. There were a couple of moments where, you know, there were things that went a little bit awry, but, you know, did end up bringing it home very nicely. But this one's going to the wire, although I think that's the Unicorn Love Pulse Simsport team's final effort over and done with. Valentine Barry, though, he senses an opportunity. It's going to be a spooky one if he does send it at the final chicane. He's lifted off. He's not going to do anything there, and a big jump over the curb from the Ferrari behind. But I do think that these 3 are going to round off the race as they were. A lot of wiggling from the Visual Esports Ferrari. It is very risky. I mean, I think they've crossed the line just before that contact has happened, but I don't know. I don't think they'll get penalised, but they may well get a little bit of a warning for future events. But they do hold on to that P10 finish. And Mattia De Campo, I thought there was an incident there. Mattia De Campo has rounded out the lap there. Weber, after applying the pressure to Naldi, couldn't get that one done on the 27 car. And I think our last main scrap for position is this fight between Kolosov and Hilper, the Armamentario team that we had in the interview box earlier, and the other Yeet Esports BMW. But I think it's going to go the way of the BMW to finish in 24th position. But so many fights going to the very end of this race. And, you know, it's just been a beautiful, beautiful demonstration of how closely packed the field has been for 8 hours of racing that has just utterly flown by over the last few hours since this stream began. And fantastic stuff from each of the drivers. A lot of donuts and celebrations from them. And hopefully we should also have the race winners in for an interview shortly as well. Be great to hear from them. But what a drive from Veloce Esports. Maciej Malinowski and Grantis Korekas taking victory here at round 3. Just absolutely stellar work.
Yeah, that was an absolute textbook drive. I mean, all the way to the end. Basically a triple stint at the end of this race as well. So really just kept it together, just kept pushing forward, doing what needed to be done to get, you know, just to get the car home cleanly, and just beautiful work. Absolutely fantastic work. think we're just starting to get a few people coming into the interview waiting room now.
We have. We've also actually got George Boothby in here as well, who is a little bit out of action as of late because he had a dislocated finger from we were talking about, the physicality of sim racing. I think he knows that more than anybody as of late because yes, his direct drive wheel was not being particularly friendly. But yeah, we will bring in our victors. So we'll bring in each of the Veloce esports crew one by one. So we have Maciej Malinowski, Grantis Karekas, and George Boothby, who maybe whilst not on the actual grid for today, in a little bit of recovery, I think still obviously very much part of this roster. Massive congratulations to all of you after a stellar victory. You had to work hard for it, but it all came together in the end. You must be absolutely delighted with that as a team.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah, George is delighted with his performance today. Surely.
I drove well today. I drove well.
Yeah.
Didn't put a foot wrong.
A big pat on the back there. Yeah, I mean, what a day. I'm very tired, but also so happy because the race was amazing. That was for me the first, completely first ever race I did in this car. I didn't even do any other sprint race or anything like that, so I absolutely loved it. And yeah, especially in the middle of the race was so great, the dynamic between us and Kramer Racing with different pit stops, different strategies, a little drama with the overtake, but unfortunate penalty. I have to rewatch all that because I genuinely don't really remember all that stuff that happened.
It was when we were looking back, I sort of when the incident first played out, we kind of had an initial opinion. Then we got to see one replay of it, and it became a lot more ambiguous as to sort of who was at. So I think in fairness, I mean it was just very hard racing, and it was fantastic to watch, but. Yeah, just unfortunate there, and I think it was very much one of those instances I think could be argued either way. But you got the penalty and you served that, yeah. But ultimately your pace and everything later on, just was enough to really overcome the all of those aspects. So exactly. it did go your way in the end. I don't think anyone can take that away from you. So it was incredible and really insightful stuff. You've given us a couple of really lovely interviews over the last couple of days that have told us so much about kind of how you've been adapting to 1.9, the 992 Porsche, and and all of those kind of components. And a question to you, Grantis, to obviously being in the car as well. Say, have you enjoyed the kind of the evolution of ACC over the last couple of weeks with the 1.9 update, or there's certain things you're still maybe hoping will kind of chop and change a bit in kind of maybe any upcoming hot fixes that may continue to roll them out?
Yeah, of course, I'm enjoying the new changes that happened to the game. Obviously, I'm still trying to get used to the new Porsche. Still, I'm not up to pace like as I was with the older one. Kind of like the older one a bit more than this, but I think if I could do more laps, I could like it a bit more. And yeah, obviously those new changes. I need to adapt, obviously, but yeah, it's getting better, so I'm enjoying that.
Yeah, incredible stuff. All round on that, and and obviously can let the victory from today sort of really soak in and everything. But yeah. we'll be heading over to Kota for the next round of VEM, and obviously you've got a bit more time to kind of maybe adapt to 1.9 and things like that. Do you think that you're going to be in a position to keep this momentum up, try to make it 2 wins on the trot, or do you think that maybe other cars on the grid are going to be the ones to watch there? How's the kind of the feeling in camp on that front?
Well, I love Kota myself. Nobody knows. The old Porsche was really good at Kota. From times that we so far did at Kota, I saw a couple of them. Porsche wasn't bad at all. So it should be a strong competitive car. Is there anything else that's also as strong? Probably yes. We just need to see. But we're definitely gonna be up there competitive with any other car. Let's just see what happens.
I struggle at Kota a bit, so I might have to accidentally hurt my other finger or something.
That's do you think you'd be back in the car? But yeah, that's. But yes, yes. If there's any suspicious suspicious injuries that take place shortly before, then we'll know the truth, George. Tim, any questions from you?
There was actually, I think I asked you a question in the interview. I think it was George. I asked you before it was round 1, and we were talking about obviously when they announced it was going to be the new cars, and you were quite worried about how the old Porsche was going to go at the final race of the season. Oh my God, Bathurst, and you were saying you were really hoping the new Porsche was going to feel better. How are you feeling now with the new Porsche going into it? And
way better than if it would be in the old Porsche. Like this one's got quite a lot more straight line speed, so we can actually fight. You know, even if the BOP isn't in our favor too much, maybe there's other quicker cars. I know at the moment, I think the Lamborghini's like outrageously quick there. But even with, like I say, 1 or 2 cars maybe better, it's like we can fight. We can actually do things, unlike the old Porsche there. So. And it would be a lot more easy to drive with the new sort of the new suspension model and stuff for this game. So yeah, really excited for it. Like Bathurst is always a crazy race, so obviously for the end of the season, it's
it's
going to be an exciting one.
Oh my God!
It's a 24-hour one as well.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. You thought Paul Ricard was bad. 24 hours of Bathurst, I think is. I think other than maybe 24 hours of Nordschleife would probably be the only, the only circuit that I think could really properly rival the level of concentration and probably just outright
if
fear.
we would have that weather we had at Paul Ricard, bad or not
But we're in a lot better boat with this new Porsche, and I think we can be a lot more consistent and bring it on.
Yeah, the previous one was definitely like a quali car, and on its strong tracks, obviously it was also rapid in the race, but this finally we can work with it as a very strong race car, use different strategies, actually fight with other cars on the straights, excel in some different areas also, but it's not like it's just the car that can do only one thing, but then lacks in other areas. It's way more all-rounder right now.
Fantastic news to hear. I'm going to say really glad that sort of other teams and yourself are sort of saying they're really pleased with the way the new Porsche is handling. It's as you said, should put a very different twist on the rest of the season with all these car changes mid-season. So yeah, really good to hear.
Yeah, no, fantastic to hear from all three of you. Obviously, George wasn't in the car. Do you think you'll be in the car for next time, regardless of your Kota preferences?
Yeah, I'll probably be in there just to spice things up a bit, get us a few drive-throughs. It's always good content.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, of course. I forgot it was the land of drive-throughs at Kota. Oh well, it's like every circuit sort of has its own sort of unique set of challenges with that. Sort of I suppose for the Nürburgring today, it was particularly if you're in a Ferrari, you had the lottery chicane at the end that's still playing a little bit of havoc. So each and every circuit has its own unique challenge and quirk, always makes it interesting. But we look forward to hopefully seeing the complete Veloce lineup. That's when we make it to round 4. So massive congratulations to you, Stay, for a stellar performance from all the way from Friday night to the entire race. Stay must be absolutely chuffed with that, and I think also we'll very much be looking to be topping the championship standings after that event as well. So huge congratulations all around.
And also fastest lap, so that gives us additional points in the championship as well. That's
he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff.
Yep.
So an even better way to round off today's round. So massive congratulations to you all, and look forward to seeing you in Kota for round 4.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you next time.
Bye.
So brilliant to hear from all of the Veloce guys, and I think we've got quite a tally of interviews to make our way through, which is nice. Hearing from quite a few of our drivers, and I think the next we have both Marco Bischoff and Noah Eder from K Kramer Racing Esports, so we will bring them in for a couple of interviews. So finishing P2 in what was quite an eventful race for the 977 car, and I mean I imagine that there's going to be maybe mixed feelings in camp. You must be genuinely pleased to come away with a podium, but equally is there a little bit of frustration of just wanting that bit more from today?
Hey guys, thank you. First of all, thank you. But we are very, very happy with P2. To be honest, P1 Veloce was too strong today for us with the pace and with tire management to the end when it was colder. And but overall, we are very, very happy with our race, and it was very strong from all drivers to from the start till the end.
Yeah, you put together a really, really good race, and we were talking to the Veloce guys, and you know, unsurprisingly, the incident between Massier and Henrik came up. And you know, and I know inevitably that there's likely going to be, you know, so I'm sure that kind of you were far from happy from the incident that took place. But do you feel that the penalty was fair in response to that, or you know, did you feel that it was Massier being a little bit too greedy in things, or was it just a consequence of hard racing?
I think it was okay, the 10-second penalty, because it was a risky move into the chicane, and he pushed us a little bit wide on the exit. It was a little bit too aggressive, but overall it was great racing. It happens, but overall it was very, very clean racing. We had a lot of the whole race. We had a good fight, and overall it's a fair team. All the drivers are very fair, and it's fine.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it is how it plays out, and also we have Noah Reader in here as well, who I think, if I recall correctly, you were the qualifying driver for yesterday. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I thought so, and you know, and I suppose like an interesting question to you, because you know, we've been talking with so many drivers today of, you know, how 1.9 has kind of, you know, how's it been adapting to all of those different aspects the 1.9 and the, you know, the latest hot fixes have sort of kind of provided. And you know, we saw that you know, in qualifying trim, I mean, like you were absolutely on it, and the margin between yourself and Massier, you know, at the end of qualifying was absolutely tiny, and it really could have gone either way. And I think, you know, it really kind of came down to just the line through the final chicane, more or less on that, as do most laps at the Nürburgring. And you know, I suppose you know, a question to you of how it's been adapting to, you know, this 1.9 update. What have the differences for you been in terms of trying to extract pace in qualifying versus trying to do a stint in the endurance race? What's kind of been the biggest things that you've had to try to take on with that?
I think first of all, the setups are very different, and you have to, I don't know, you can't push anymore like in 1.8. And in the endurance race, you have to manage the tires. I think pace is not as important as it was before the patch, you know. So you have to manage the tires and be quick as well.
Absolutely, and of course, I mean, we've seen that the margins between, you know, all of the teams, both in qualifying and the race, the fact that we had, you know, such a small amount of time separating yourselves and Veloce, and we also had three-way fights at the tail end of the top 10 on the last lap after 8 hours of racing. It, you know, this particularly around this circuit, the pack has been incredibly dense in terms of pace. So yeah, every thousandth has counted. Tim, any questions from you? I'm sure there must be some burning ones in there for these guys.
Well, I mean, obviously, the new points have just been refreshed. You're now running 10th overall in the championship. Obviously, this second place finish today is your best finish, with a 27th in the first race and a 16th at Paul Ricard. Are you feeling confident looking forward into the championship that you can keep this sort of pointy end of the field up? Or do you feel this was sort of the perfect storm? Everything came together today to give you your second place?
No, I don't think so. I think we are very happy, and I think we are not too slow with this update. We have to learn a lot, and with the balance of the car and the tire management. But I'm really looking forward, and I think we can achieve great results in the further races.
Yeah, I think if you keep up this sort of level as well, easily within the top 5. Looking at the championship points, you've got 665, and you've got to go a reasonable way up before anyone's out above above 600 into the 700. So absolutely great effort today. So yeah, I think championship wise, going forward, looking really good for you guys. It's really nice to see.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, huge congratulations to you, and thank you for joining us for an interview as well. We're very lucky today. We've actually got all representation across the entire podium, which is lovely. But yeah, great stuff. Well done on that second place finish. And when we next see you at Kota, maybe it'll be just that little bit further, and you can make your way to the top step. So best of luck for round 4. But yeah, huge congratulations to all of you, and Henrik, of course, as well, for your performance today.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yo,
see you next time,
thanks.
hopefully.
Fingers
See you on the
crossed.
next interview. Bye.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
And last but not least, within like I say, it's unusual. We everyone's been very forthcoming with interviews, which is lovely. But it's yes, it's quite the rarity. But we do actually have the Team 1 FF. See, we've got Benjamin Langer and also Finn Litchfield from the Team 1 FF and final of the 3 podium finishers who we didn't actually, if we're totally honest, and slightly regretfully I have to say, probably didn't actually have you on stream that often, because I think you kind of, once you sort of found yourself into that space, you kind of settled into your own gap. But it's still incredible result, and a big congratulations to the team. Are you happy with getting that podium spot today?
Yeah, we are very happy with this result because we not drove so much in the new patch. And yeah, I don't know what to say.
How has been adapting to that new patch? Because it's been, obviously 1.9 initially came out, and then we had 1.9.2 just a couple of days ago. And trying to adapt to that, was that quite a big challenge for your team, or was it generally okay to deal with?
No, the newest patch was okay, but I mean the overall 1.9 I drove not so much in this patch. 1.8 was I spent a lot of more time in 1.8 and 1.9. Yeah, not so much yet, and so the result is very, very good, and I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean it should. I mean it was a very, very close grid today, and and it's still testament to the fact that that you kept yourselves out of trouble, you drove cleanly during the race, and got yourself a fantastic result with that. And a question to you, Finn, because like I say, we didn't see a great deal of you on stream because you were quite often kind of in sort of a race of your own to some degree. So people up in front were a bit far out of reach, but you comfortably gapped those behind. So when you're in that situation, you've got an 8-hour race. How do you keep that level of concentration and up for that sort of duration when sometimes to some extent it maybe gets a little bit boring inside the cockpit and there's not a great deal going on? How do you sort of kind of go about approaching that aspect of things?
Yeah, I think in this case we just hoped for the last stint to gain a little bit more time than in the beginning. So we planned a short stint to the end, so that quite was our motivation to maybe gain some time on them, but it didn't work out. So that's the motivation, and we kept it clean, and yeah, still a good result.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And Tim, over to you.
I was going to say, 2 teams on the podium, that this is by far sort of like the best finish they've had. I say you've had an 18th and a 39th before, so some massive recovery from last race, coming in 3rd place. Do you feel like that is something that you're going to be able to continue doing, sort of obviously within this sort of top 10 of the grid now that there's been the update, or does it feel like it was sort of like that perfect storm that all came together, that the car, the track, the drivers, the 2 of you came together just right this week? I say currently running in 23rd in the championship, but plenty of space to go firing up if you put in another performance like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean for the next races, I think if the BOP stays the same as it is right now, the Porsche will be the fastest car for 4 out of the 5 tracks. So chances are really high to like get a top 3 finish again, but we'll see. And yeah, I think we have to hope that the races don't collide with other series like RCI, for example. So we always have enough good drivers on the car, so it would work out.
Yeah, I think it's 12 hours the next round, so you might need more than just the two of you next time round, possibly. But I'm pretty sure it's 12 hours of COTA, I believe. I mean, John, you
Yes,
know the term.
I'm fairly confident it's definitely COTA. I'm just very quickly checking the duration, and it is 12 hours. I thought it was. Yes, it's perhaps going to need slightly more of your roster with you for that one, just to sort of divvy up the stint a little bit more kindly. But yeah, incredible performance from your whole team today in order to bring that result together. So fantastic stuff from you. So congratulations on rounding out that final step of the podium. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you at COTA in a few weeks' time and seeing if you can carry that momentum forward and maybe creep your way up a bit further on the podium. So thanks for joining us for an interview. Huge congratulations for today, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks for broadcasting. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
More than welcome. Thanks, guys.
Well, John, what a race that was. I mean,
it's incredible,
fantastic.
Isn't it? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, all came together for, say, obviously, the Veloce car is a car you expect to see at least within the top 5, so them coming in first place, fair play. But to see two of the sort of slightly lower ranking teams just going off previous races, they are all very fast drivers, I must stress that. But looking at the last couple of races, to see two teams really be able to push forward and then come on the podium, that is fantastic to see. That is why we all watch motorsport. It's to see these sort of fairy tale moments of great qualifying, and it's such a feeling, even if you're kind of in the same kind of area as some of these top tier drivers, when you're standing there shoulder to shoulder on the grid or on the podium at the very end, there is something amazing about that feeling that I have yet to feel. But that feeling, the feeling of these three teams tonight when they hang up their headsets, they step out of their rigs, and I'm sure go and have a very well-deserved stretch of the back and legs outside for a minute or two. It's going to be a lovely feeling for them. It's been a bit of a fairy tale race for a couple of teams here tonight, and it's really nice to see.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, and it's such a testament to all these guys and how close the racing was for the entire 8 hours. It gave us an absolute treat in the comms box, but yes, absolutely fantastic in bringing that all together. And a huge congratulations to all the drivers for finishing the race. That in itself, any endurance race, it is already something to just get to the end of it, let alone putting on such tremendous drives, battles, you name it. We had absolutely everything that we could have possibly wanted from the Nürburgring today. We will have a look through the race results in just a moment, just waiting for those to refresh. But of course, as well as whilst we have some fairy tales for certain drivers and teams, you compare that to the likes of what we had for Williams Esports, Visceral, a lot of big teams that have very, very difficult days. But Veloce, K Kramer Racing Esports, and Team 1 FF being your podium finishers, and then West Competition Racing, John Lacey, TF Racing, Xenon Racing, Yeet Esports taking away down to 8th position. Unfortunately, can't quite see the rest of those on the screen there, but you can see for yourselves some of those other teams. You see that even down to the tail end of the field, that some of the final teams that ended up finishing up today was still within just a few laps. I think only really our first sort of main DNFs as the scoreboard resets, but so we'll make use of that whilst we can. West Competition Racing of the 33 car in P9, Yasit in 10th, Unicorns Loves Cross Pole Sport in 11th, Visceral and Unicorns Love Spaghetti Racing and SG Stern taking away to the end of the top 15. And then in 16th place was Primary Racing, followed by F1 Memes Racing Team, Team Shazoo GT Omega, SOP Esports, Petrol Brothers running out top 20, BF Racing, Sim RC, Wild Things, Yeet Esports, Armenterio, Creme de la Course, Pulse Sim Sport, LFM, the Home Sim Racing Esports team, and RCI taking way down to the end of the top 30, and GSE Racing, Firefly E-Racing, the Italian job, the second of the LFM teams, and Williams Esports with their tough day, TSR, Burst, Lucia, Absolute Motorsport, Vason Motorsports, and Ren Welton taking way to the end of those results. And what a fantastic series of results for some of those drivers and teams that really had to work hard for those performances today. And the consequence of all of that, we were kind of already alluding to it to a certain degree. There's your championship standings. The gaps have opened up a little bit, but Veloce then take the #1 spot for the first time this season, with West Competition Racing in P2 and Yassit jumping up to P3. And it shows, even though Yassit haven't had the most consistent of seasons so far, you know, they're a team that's still very much up there in the fight. You know, despite the end of that race today, that they were, you know, very heavily scrapping for just a top 10. So there's still all to play for in the upcoming rounds.
Having a little look actually at the race results, obviously for who had the most amount of overtakes. I mean, we were pretty sure we knew who it was anyway. But in second place, as it comes to overtakes, was BF Racing with 19, and on a normal day that would see you probably miles out in front, but that Spaghetti Racing Mercedes crossed the line with 27 positions gained. Miles away, absolutely miles away from everyone else. 8 positions more than anyone else on the circuit. I mean, it was a very mixed race for them as well, it has to be said. I think they lost a few positions, and it probably would have been even higher if they didn't get into as many sort of little bumps and scrapes as they seemingly just seemed to get caught in them throughout the race. But yeah, it's been a really good race for them, and they'll be very pleased that they have won the most overtakes for the race, essentially, with 27. So.
Yeah, I mean, BF Racing, you know, they've tried to make it 3 for 3 in this one today. They took that they took that prize for the first couple, but yes, couldn't quite make it 3 in a row. But yeah, a fantastic drive from Spaghetti Racing. They had a pretty topsy-turvy time. But they did in the end bring it all together when they needed to and make up a massive amount of positions. There's also your official podium for today. So Veloce Esports, of course, taking victory ahead of K Kramer Racing Esports and Team 1 FF, and making it Porsche 1, 2, and 3. And we will be at the Circuit of the Americas for round 4 for the 12-hour race in a few weeks' time on Saturday the 3rd of June, so about a month or so away. So these drivers and the teams will have opportunity to get used to update 1.9 a bit further. Also, whether or not we have any other hot fixes along the way before that next round, we will have to wait and see. But whilst we sort of wrap up from today, we've already said it time and time again, it was been an absolutely incredible race, and a huge congratulations to all of the drivers. And some final thoughts from you, Tim, on today's action.
Well, I mean, we're going to be leaving the land of the bratwurst and sauerkraut, and we're going over to the world of strong whiskey and barbecue next week. It's going to be next round. Sorry, it's going to be a very, very different race, I think. Definitely going to be a case of a battle of attrition against all of the different sort of places you can just go miles off, or even just a smidgen off at COTA. So I think we're going to see different people on the podium next time round. I mean, they seem very confident in the Porsche doing it. I'm not sure the Porsche is going to be able to do it again at COTA, but far from me to be, better judgment than them. Really excited to see how Gina Lessie Esports do next time around. There's quite a few decent straights where the Lamborghini should be able to stretch its legs. But overall, as I've said before, it's been a fairy tale race for lots of people here this evening, and I think it's been a happily ever after for most of them as well.
Yeah, couldn't have summed it up better myself. Amazing stuff from all of the drivers today, and we are undoubtedly in for another treat when we get to COTA next time there. But that will be it for today, so a huge thank you to all of the drivers for their fantastic participation and putting on an amazing show for us. Huge congratulations once again to all of those that took part, and of course the podium finishers as well. And a massive thank you to all of you in the chats, those of you that have been following. If you do want to stay in touch with all of the action for the upcoming rounds, and do look to follow the Virtual Endurance Masters Twitch channel, and then you can stay up to date with all of the action that will be taking place in the rest of this championship over the coming months. But amazing sports in the chat today, so big thank you to all of you. And of course a massive thanks to all of those at VEM, all of your commentators for today, Tim, yourself, Christian, John, Jack, and also we had Tim P as well, and of course Luke Etheridge in the beginning of the race as well. So huge thanks to all of them that have taken you through today's action of the race, and also then all of the hard work of those behind the scenes at VEM for doing all the stewarding and trying to organise all of this and putting on another incredible show that we have all been able to enjoy. So it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you coverage for today. We will finish off with some highlights of all of the racing that we've had going on for the last 8 hours, so do sit back and enjoy all of that as we finish off for today. But for tonight then, it's goodbye.
Good night.